Alright, hello everyone, and welcome back to Vivid Stasis. Got an extra stream of it this week because I was just so excited to get back to this game because it was just so much fun last night. Wasn't sure if I was going to be doing this, but had some time. Felt like playing some Vivid Stasis, so here we are. Gonna continue where we left off last night. We're about 2/3 of the way through Chapter 2, I believe, something like that. I played this game a tiny bit off stream, mostly to see what would happen if we tried unlocking the other difficulties on this thing here. Not really anything of value happens, no new puzzles or anything on these. Just you unlock more difficulties of the boss song, basically, is all it is. So we don't have to really worry about that at all, which is good. Don't have to worry about trying to do all of the different challenges to get all the different like puzzles or anything like that, which is nice. So that means that if we solve the puzzles once, we've solved the puzzle for that chapter, which is good. Where did we leave off here? I think we were heading down this way, right? To get some of this. It's a good thing too I did play a little bit because I think we were low on like currency and stuff too. So at least now we have some extra currency to continue on the story here. The trio arrive to the mainland and go to their hotel. Alright, so we finally got off the ferry. We're finally gonna hopefully check out the shrine tonight. I'm looking forward to seeing what if we. I don't know if they're gonna discover that underground bunker or whatever that was that we saw in that that cutaway, but I'm hoping we do. Curious where this is going. By the time we got off the ferry, it was already late into the evening. Alright, team, let's make our way to the hotel. Sat, I booked the hotel. Do you even know where it is? I mean, I definitely know, I just kind of forgot. Allison sighed. We need to head 2 blocks this way to get to a train, and it should be right off the exit once we do. We're the 3rd stop out. Harry glanced at Allison skeptically. How did you even afford a hotel? I've pitched in if I knew you were going to do it so early. I have a bit of saved money. It's an important cause, and I know Saturday would have gone out without even thinking of a hotel until it was time to tune in. I was actually forgetting, like, not even thinking that either. I was like, I thought they actually didn't book anything. They're just coming out here like, what are you guys planning to do? You're just gonna hope someone's gonna, like, let you bunk in their house for a night while you look at this shrine? Allison's on point here. Got everything figured out. It's a shame that Saturday doesn't see it. Fair point. Hey, I would have at least remembered by, like, 7:30. My point exactly. By the way, who was it that you were talking to at the ferry? You never told us who they were. Oh, I completely slipped my mind. Her name is Chio. She's an old family friend. We talked a bit and she said she'd talk to me more at dinner. Oh, and she invited us to dinner. Tomorrow night, before we go to the shrine. Sorry I didn't mention it sooner. Why didn't you tell me it was Chio, Sat? You know I know her. Oh yeah, I guess you would. Sorry, it's been so long since I saw her that it completely slipped my mind. It's alright. I understand. Just be more mindful, you know? Keep us in the loop. Yeah, sorry. I really should be more careful, especially with the Geology Museum incident. I don't want her to worry too much. At least she's okay. I'll just be more careful. Well, no use standing around here. Let's make haste for the hotel before we miss check-in. Right. We walked through the small port town of Minamiosumi. Our hotel was very close to their terminal, so we spent a bit of extra time checking out the things around the town. It didn't take long for us to find the hotel Allison had booked. Whoa, is this my room for the night? This is huge! It's really not that big. I jokingly glared at her angrily. Where's your sense of whimsy? Thinks you need to be a bit more whimsical, Allison. Allison looked at me defeatedly. Methinks? It's a word. Harry laughed. I'm glad you're finding the room comfortable, Saturday. Let's rest up. We have a big day tomorrow. Though I'm sure you two would rather have dinner in a different setting. She's gonna make them get together by the end of this. What do you mean? Shut up, shut up, shut up. I'm going to my room. I'm tired. Okay, bye. This is your room. Good night. It's 4:30. Allison flopped into bed and lied face down. What's with her? Don't worry about it. She's probably tired from the ferry. I'm gonna get some fresh air. What are you gonna do? The same thing, probably. I'm not even remotely tired. I'm like sleeping at 4:30 p.m. would be a good idea anyway. Yeah, you're gonna like fuck yourself up for the next day, and then you're gonna be super tired by the time you have to go to the shrine. Want to join me? I'd probably going to just walk down by the beach for a bit. Sure, why not? I've got nothing better to do. Put my bags down on my bed, and Eddie and I walked out of the hotel room. I glanced back at Allison, who seemed to have actually fallen asleep. What's up with that anyway? Who the fuck sleeps at 4:30 p.m.? Definitely not me. The beach we walked by was a small inlet that housed many different boats. Eddie and I sat on the concrete edge of the road that dropped off directly into the sand. Hey, Saturday, can I ask you something? Huh? Oh yeah, go ahead. What is Allison to? Ooh, we're not even being coy about it anymore. We're getting straight to the point. I looked over at her curiously. What do you mean? Like, what do you see her as? Well, she's my best friend. I've known her since I was a toddler. We always got along really well, despite the fact that she was always the cautious one and I was always the rambunctious one. I see. Why do you ask? Oh, no reason. Really, I'm just curious. It's rare to see people get along as well as you two do. Yeah, guess it is. My connection with Allison feels much stronger than my connection with anyone else, and I don't really know why. How did you two become friends? I mean, I know you said you've known her your own whole life, but I'm curious. Oh man, I don't remember when I first met her. I was definitely like 2 or 3. I think the big thing that connected us was that she was the first person to really be supportive about my transition. Your transition? Yeah, I didn't always look like this, or have this name, or be a girl. Oh my god, this was predicted yesterday. I thought this was gonna be like a huge thing saved for later on, but no, we're going straight to it. Wow, if I just played one more chapter last night. Oh, you mean it like that? I see. Sorry, I didn't know. Hey, that's a good thing. It means it's going well, but yeah, it's not that the other people I first told were unsupportive, per se, but more so like, they didn't really get it, and they just kind of waited to get used to it, I think. Like, nowadays, my family refers to me as I am now without any problems, but it took a few years to get to that point. It didn't help that my dad was always so busy with work, so he picked it up slower than anyone else. One of the things I remember really clearly was the day in, like, I think 2016. Allison came running into my room and scared the shit out of me, because I didn't even know she was at my place. But she seemed really upset, so I asked her what happened, and she told me she accidentally used my old name today instead of Saturday. That's the first time she'd made me that mistake in years, and she felt insanely bad about it. It was the sweetest thing I'd ever seen. Aw, that's a sign of someone who really cares about you, you know? Yeah, I know that no matter what happens, Allison will stick with me. And then I took that for granted and acted out when I got upset about my missing sister. Great going, me. Both fell silent after that, watching the waves as the sun moved closer to the mountains overhead. We should get back to our hotel room now. Be careful not to wake Allison up, okay? Yeah, of course. Thanks for the chat. We stood up and began walking back to the hotel room where Allison was sleeping. Well, I was not actually expecting that reveal. I thought that would be like a fitting thing to have as a plot point, but I was not expecting that like just in the middle of chapter 2 like that. It did seem like the non-logical next step after everything else that they've been alluding to. Saturday and Allison have a late night chat. I'm gonna try and finish off chapter 2 and then we'll probably play some of the rhythm game, because we're like, I think there's like 1 or 2 story sections left in here, or at least until the next puzzle anyways, and then we'll get stuck there for like 3 hours again. Damn, I hate this thing my body does where it wakes up and refuses to go to sleep again until it gets what it wants. Really should just use the bathroom, but I don't want to wake Allison up. I rolled over in the small bed just a couple more times in a pointless effort to just let myself asleep again, but unsurprisingly, it was to no avail. Ugh, fine. Guess I'll have to be insanely quiet. I slowly got out of the single-person bed and began to tiptoe slowly across the hotel room. That, however, also seemed to be to no avail, as I stepped on a crack in the floor that caused it to creak extremely loudly. Shit, god damn it. In a panic, I looked over to the bed that sat beside mine. To my surprise, however, it was also empty. Is she not in bed? Where did Allie go? I looked around a bit and noticed that the door to the balcony was slightly ajar. I guess she's gained some fresh air? Curiously, I walked over and opened the door to the balcony. Sure enough, there she was, sitting on one of the 2 chairs facing the fence that separated the wooden platform from the pavement below. Wow, they get a balcony? That really is a nice hotel room. I've never been in a hotel room with a balcony. Allie? That you? Allison jumped a little bit. Fair enough, I guess, as I assumed she wasn't expecting me to be up. She turned around. Ah, it's just you. Saturday. Give me a bit of a spook there. Yeah, sorry, but what are you doing awake? It's nearly 3 in the morning. Yeah, she's definitely not making pudding. Allison fidgeted a bit before answering. Oh, me? Not much. Just getting some fresh air and... yeah. Didn't really take a genius to figure out what she was doing up. Now you're having trouble sleeping, aren't you? Yeah. Yeah. Been trying to all night to get a little success. You too, then? Well, okay, if she fell asleep at like 4:30, no shit, she's wide awake at 2:30 a.m. Well, kinda. Mostly because I had to get up to pee. You know how it is. Allison chuckled as if the answer she was expecting was anything but that. Yeah, I get that. Mind if I sit out here too? There are 2 chairs after all. Yeah, that's absolutely okay. Go ahead. I sat down and both of us looked out at the sports complex across the road. We sat in silence for a while. I looked up at the night sky. Without clouds, it was very easy to spot the countless stars and the shapes they made up. So, do you think it's the right thing to be doing? Allison looked over at me questioningly. What do you mean? I mean, pushing onwards to try and solve this problem myself. Traveling to the mainland to look for my sister. I keep telling myself that I'm not doing this for the sake of having something to do or an adventure to go on, but I think deep down I'm scared that that is the case. I'm dragging you and Eddie along with me on a wild goose chase out of some need to feel like I'm doing something important. Really? What makes you think that? Well, for one, I feel like the geology museum incident should be weighing down on my mind, you know? Not only did I nearly die, but one of my best friends and her sister almost nearly died. I feel like I should be a bit more messed up from that than I am. But it all feels unreal, I guess. And I don't mean unreal in like a this is so insane way, but more like it literally doesn't feel like it happened. Even though it did. Allison let out a light-hearted laugh. I think I was more worried by the whole thing than even you were. I don't doubt it. I'm sorry, by the way. Huh? What are you apologizing for? For the way I was acting, I guess. I said some pretty awful things to you before I rushed into the burning museum. It's not only that, the whole day I was acting out of line, ignoring you when you just wanted to help. I won't lie, when you said that stuff to me before rushing in, it did do a bit of a number on me. It hurts to think about the idea that I'm just holding you back. I struggled a lot with that my whole life in all my relationships. Family, friends, or whatever the case is. Last thing I want to be is someone as a burden. I don't hold it against you. I understand why you acted that way. The whole day was a blur of dealing with the idea of Tsuki having gone missing. Yeah, but I guess that's the thing. I'm scared in a sense that I wasn't acting that way out of my worry for Suki, but instead just trying to play some kind of protagonist. Whatever the case is, it's not an excuse to be awful to my best friend, though. That much is for certain. Yeah, I get that. It does mean a lot that you apologize as much as I don't hold it against you. It did still hurt. Yeah, sorry. I sat in silence again for a little while. The streetlights 3 stories down flickered on and off every once in a while. At some point, I started counting the flickers to pass the time. 5 flickers in, however, Allison spoke up again. For what it's worth, I don't think you're dragging me along. Huh? I'm not here out of a need to help you as much as I am out here out of my own want to help you. I don't really feel like you forced me into this, I guess. It's more so like, I'm here because I want to support you through whatever happens next. You're too kind to me. You deserve it. I don't know if I do. I'm telling you that you do. What if you're wrong? I'm not. Why are you so confident? Because I've known you for as long as I have. I know who you are, Sat. Not just the way you act, or why you act that way, but the person you are. Deep down, I know who Saturday Tasogare is. Sometimes, I wonder if even I know who Saturday Tasogare is. If you ever forget, I'll be right there to remind you. Because whether you're doing this out of your worry for your sister, or you need to be important, if you ever lose your way, I'll be there to pick you back up again. Allison, Another long silence. 4 more light flickers. Countless stars above. Thank you. Allison laughed. Took you that long to say that? Maybe you are some kind of protagonist. Bet you're counting the streetlight flickers and monologuing to yourself. I gave her a joking glare. Hey, shut up. I I'm just teasing. Look. Looked over. Allison was smiling. First genuine smile I've seen from her since before Tsuki had gone missing. She stuck her hand up to me. Let's promise, if you ever start to falter or veer off the path you want to stay true to, tell me, and we'll steer back on course together, okay? Allie, are you sure? It could be dangerous, and I still don't know for sure why I'm doing this. I don't want you getting hurt, and I don't want you getting hurt unless I'm there to share your pain, okay? Let me be a burden. It was the most true thing I'd ever seen in her. Even more so than that night in the hospital. I felt something from Allison that I'd never felt before, feelings of hers I didn't know existed, and feelings inside of myself that I didn't know existed. I smiled and shook her hand. Then it settled. Thanks, Saturday. I feel better now. I'm gonna try to get some sleep. You should too. We have a big day tomorrow. Yeah. Night-night, Allie. Allison stood up and proceeded to stand still in the balcony doorway for a few seconds. I looked up at her. What is it? Cat got your... With speed I didn't know she was capable of. Allison moved her face down to mine and gave me a kiss on my cheek. Then she ran into the room and practically jumped into bed. I sat there for a few moments, frozen, unsure of what just happened. Hey, wait, Allison... I didn't get a response. Is she asleep already? She's probably just mastered the art of pretending to be asleep. It's quite an acquired skill. Lots of practice required. I sighed. It looked like it'd be a little while longer before I got any answers on what that was all about. I stood up from the chair and walked back to my own bed. I lied down. Minutes passed. I stared at the ceiling. Hours passed. God damn it. Now I really can't sleep. Sometimes you just gotta close your eyes and then smother yourself. That gets me to sleep. Almost works every time. Are there any songs here that I skipped buying? I don't think so. What is this one we can get? Go through this whole track here. We're gonna need him to unlock the story anyways. There we go. Saturday and her friends visit the Okawachi Shrine. Oh, here we go. We finally made it. Oh, this is like very different text form. What the fuck? The next day, Allison, Eri, and I toured around the port town of Miyosumi for a little while before our designated time to meet up with Chio for dinner. Eri was awake before us and left early. She spent most of her day touring a nearby island that seemed to be famous for its large population of cats. I never would have taken her for a cat person, but you never do really know. How can someone not be a cat person unless they, like, are deathly allergic to them? And even then, people can still be cat people. Well, I know. I know now, anyway, because of the unbelievable amount of messages I kept getting from her about the cats, with no images, because her reception wasn't good enough for that. So I had to just imagine the cats in my mind. Alice and I woke up around the same time, which was late into the morning, close to noon, which makes sense given that both of us got minimal sleep last night. We didn't really say much to each other as we left the hotel. Neither of us really knew what to say. I spent most of the day thinking about the irony of that. Our whole conversation had been about getting closer to each other, yet we spent the entire day avoiding each other. Not that I can really blame either of us. Regardless, the time eventually came for us to meet up with Chio. About an hour earlier, I received a request from her to go to a ramen place close to the hotel we were staying at. I forwarded that to the group chat I had with Eddie and Allison, and now I stood in front of the restaurant, evidently the first one to arrive, despite the fact that it was already 5 minutes past the time we were supposed to meet up. Classic. Late asses. And I'm the disorganized one. Suddenly I spotted a familiar silhouette in the distance. Eddie ran up to me at full speed, which I didn't even know she was capable of. I mean, she's a detective. She's probably used to chasing down criminals. Shit, dude. What's your problem? Give me a damn jump scare, jeez. Sorry I'm late. The ferry back from the island got delayed by 10 minutes and there was nothing I could do about it. That's all good. I take it from your messages that you had a good time. I glanced at my phone, which was open on a message screen that contained a non-stop barrage of key smashes and cat faces, which was, again, not something I ever expected to see from Eddie in a million years. Eddie launched into a tirade about every cat she saw on the island, and I leaned against the side wall of the restaurant building. About 3 minutes later, both Allison and Chio arrived at the same time. I ran into her on my way over here. She also seemed to be running a bit behind schedule, so we just ran here together. Am I the only one who is here on time? At least Eddie has an excuse. Hey, I have an excuse. Yeah, let's hear it. Are you gonna, like, say what that is, or... No? Okay, whatever. We're all here now, and I'm hungry, so hungry I could eat a house. So let's just go outside. Eat a house? You know, when a horse doesn't cut it, sometimes you need to eat a whole house. The restaurant was surprisingly small on the inside, resulting in it taking us a little while to find a seat. We eventually sat down in a booth facing the door we came in through. Allison took her seat first, and I went to sit beside her. For some reason, she fidgeted upon realizing this, but settled down quickly. A waitress came over to take our order, and we ordered our food. Thank you very much. It'll be ready in about 10 to 15 minutes. The waitress walked away, and we sat and waited for a little while. Chio started talking to break the silence. So, Saturday, tell me what's been going on. Feels like it's been years since I saw you. That's because it has been years, Chio. Last time you saw me, I was in middle school. What? No, it's been sooner than that, surely. I thought I was there at your graduation party? Maybe. I have historically horrendous memory, but it's really not much. Been much. Since finishing high school, I've just been kind of unemployed, staying at home on Tanegashima with Tsuki. For 2 years? You've been unemployed for 2 whole years? Hey man, lay off. Work is hard. Motivation is hard. I like doing my own thing. Jeez, I feel bad for Tsuki having to work to keep both of you afloat. You'd better make it up to her when you find her. I guess I've never thought of it like that. Yeah, I will. Since the topic of discussion had obviously been shifted to something more serious, Chio leaned inward to speak in a hushed tone. Can you explain to me everything you know? We didn't have time on the ferry. I might be able to help you look for her. Your family means a lot to me, you know. Right, yeah. I can recap a bit. And so I did. I spent the time until our food arrived telling Chio everything that had happened up until that point. From the busy day on Tanegashima to arriving on the mainland. I did, of course, omit the interaction Allison and I had last night. She didn't need to know about that. I see. I'm very sorry to hear about all that, but I'm very glad you got out of the museum in one piece. Yeah, I am too. Allison was freaking out though. Rightfully so, I'd like to think. True. I appreciate it nonetheless. Allison looked away from me shyly. Just then the waitress walked back to our booth with 4 bowls and set them on the table. Here you go. 2 tonkatsu broths with ramen with eggs, 1 miso ramen, and a bowl of plain rice. Did you seriously get a bowl of plain rice, Eddie, and nothing else? I looked over at Eddie, who was already going to town on her bowl of plain rice. Shut up. She took a glance at Allison's dish and then mine. She looked at me inquisitively. Are you guys, like... No, we're not. She didn't ask her question. Let her ask the question first before you assume. Huh? Are we what? Hey, Allison, don't spit your food all over your food. That's unsanitary, even for me. Wait, but it's her food. She's spitting over her food. It's disgusting, maybe. How is that unsanitary, though? I took a napkin and started wiping up the area around Allison's bowl. She looked away abashedly, blushing harder than I'd ever seen from her in a very long time. Oh, I see. Sorry, I just thought I'd ask. I don't follow, but okay. Time passed as we ate our food, exchanging small talk about the various things we've been up to in our lives. It was the first time in a while I felt a strong sense of togetherness, probably since Dookie went missing. It was the first time in at least a week that I felt like things might actually be okay as long as we stuck with each other. Eventually, we paid for a meal and left the restaurant. Once we got outside, Chio poked my shoulder and she turned to face me. Let's get serious for a second. What are you planning on doing next in your search for Tsuki? We're going to investigate that shrine that was pointed to in the coordinates we got from the shrine report video. If she went there at the time specified, then there might be something there that would clue us into where she may have gone after that. And are you going? I looked at my watch. The time read 6:05 p.m. Your watch is 1 minute fast. Might want to fix that. Or slow, I mean. Tonight, at the same time specified in the video, 12:12 a.m. I don't know why, but I just have this gut feeling that matching the time would help provide some kind of insight. Maybe something only happens there at that time. What if it doesn't happen anymore because the ARG time passed and, like, whoever was in charge cleaned it all up? Do you need a ride to the station? Do you need a ride to the shrine? If it's where you described, it's a bit of a drive out. You'd be willing? We hadn't actually figured out a ride there yet. Yeah, my rental car's here, since I had to park it when boarding the ferry to Tanegashima as a foot passenger. Wait, rental car? I mean, yeah, I live in Tokyo. No way I was going to drive all the way out here. I took a trip over various bus lines. She lives in Tokyo? Did she always? I swear she lived near us a while back. I haven't seen her in 5 years. Clearly haven't been keeping up on her either. Regardless, that would be great. Should we meet up around 10 or 11 then? Yeah, I've got some stuff to take care of, so 10:30 probably be best. It gives us plenty of time to get out there. I guess you could just meet us by our hotel? Where is that exactly? You never told me. I pointed down the road, since the hotel was within view of where the restaurant we ate at. Chio nodded. Works for me. I'll see you then. She walked off, leaving the three of us standing there. Eddie poking my shoulder broke me out of my daze. It seemed people had a thing for poking my shoulders today. Oh, it's just you, Eddie. What's up? Allison told me she wanted to check out the night market with me, so we're gonna go do that. You want to join us? Nah, I'll head back to the hotel and just chill. Let me know when you're on your way back, okay? Will do. Eddie and Allison walked off in the opposite direction towards the night market. I decided to take a short stroll before returning to the hotel room to wait. As I walked by the ocean, I thought about Chio. It was probably just due to the fact that I hadn't seen her in literal years, but something about the things she said felt off to me. Not like she's hiding something, but more so like she and I have different recollections of things. When I think about how I know her, my memories pull up the fact of her being an old family friend. Yet, something about that also doesn't feel fully right. Like it's not the main reason I know her when I was younger. And I don't have any memories of her just living in Tokyo, but something about that just feels right. Like I've always known it. It's not that the memories I have of her being an old family friend from Tanegashima feel false per se. It's more like I have two sets of things I know and remember that both feel like the correct one, despite the fact that some stuff about them cancels out the other. Are we gonna get some, like, time travel bullshit going on here? I thought about this for a while, but found it was only driving me kinda crazy, so I decided to stop. I spotted a lone tortoiseshell cat loafing on the stairway down to a beach and decided to take a breather, so I went and sat with it. I guess I can't really blame Eri for being a cat person. I love these little doofuses. Time passed. I walked back to our hotel room and then more time passed. I thought about Allison and our interaction last night. I don't think I'd ever really thought of Allison in a romantic light, if that was even what she meant by kissing me on the cheek. I'd been very open about my sexuality for a long time, but despite that I never really acted on it much. More so it just meant I liked a lot of anime characters and would joke about that. Thought of it for a while, and then I caught myself thinking. I guess I really have changed at least a bit. You never have caught me being even remotely this introspective, like 2 weeks ago. When we lose people in our life, be it that they die or they even just go missing, I've heard things feel like a blur, that your emotions feel like none of it is real. On that day in Tanegashima that ended with the Geology Museum incident, I think I'd been expecting for my emotions to feel a bit more numbed. Not that really excuses me acting out that whole day, but I don't think I was expecting to, well, I guess I just feel as much as I did. Feelings of worry I anticipated, but I felt so many other things I didn't really know what to make of anything. I guess the best way to put it would be that things felt the opposite of the way I anticipated them to. I expected nothing to feel real, but everything feels like it's been the first real thing that's happened in a long time. That the feelings I've had are the most real feelings I've had in a long time. This situation is awful, because I'm feeling that worry and anxiety to such a degree in a strange way it makes the hope and love I feel even stronger as a result. I wish we as a people didn't have to experience tragedy so that we could feel that way. I wonder if I'll ever find a way to feel deeply in tune with myself that doesn't require me to lose something I care about first. I think I will. It might not be a bad thing to try to accomplish before my time is up. More time passed. I decided to play some video games on my non-Tundo Swatch. Eventually, my wait in game was over and Allison and Eddie walked in the door. About damn time. You really know how to keep a girl waiting. Relax. We spent a lot of time looking around the market. It's not every day you get to visit a night market. It's also only like 6:42. What exactly are you planning to do? You still have like another 4 hours. We literally have one back on Tanegashima. Saturday, I am, unfortunately, a cop. It's not every day I get to visit a night market. Fair enough, I guess. What time is it? Alison looked at the top of her phone screen. It's about 9:35, so we've got about 55 minutes before Chio arrives. Wait, what? Why does it say 6:42? Is that on purpose? Is there a reason there's time discrepancy here? You guys want to play something? I can literally load up Slash right now. You don't know what you're unleashing. I haul ass at Slash Bros. I think that's the first time I've heard you swear, Ernie. It's about goddamn time. It's about goddamn Super Slash Bros. The best plus. I take slashing very seriously. I'm pretty sure that's the exact kind of stuff the people you're supposed to catch say. Eddie laughed and I put the kickstand on my console up. We passed the time laughing and chatting while playing video games for the next hour. Oh, hey, Chio just texted me. She's out front. Oh, got it. Let's go. Oh, now it's 11:15 p.m. We walked down the stairwell and out to the front of the hotel, where Chio was waiting in the car she rented. Luckily, I had enough room to fit 4 people with relative ease. Eddie sat down in the back first, and Allison quickly rushed in next to her, which left me with the front seat next to Chio. The ride out was relatively uneventful, with the occasional conversation. It was about a 40-minute drive with the route that Chio took, passing by the Osumi Large Park. Eventually, we arrived. Stairs up to the shrine were steep, but guardrails helped us not lose our footing. The walk felt like an eternity, only due to how nervous I very clearly was. Chio noticed and helped me walk up, which helped a lot. And finally, there we are. Still says 11:15, not 11:45. I'm getting a little suspicious here. Yokawachi Shrine, location specified in the shrine report video. It was much smaller than I anticipated. The actual shrine itself barely seemed able to fit even 10 people. Behind it was a maintenance shack that was looked often empty. It seems like the enshrined deity is Ahiratsu Hime, the first wife of Emperor Jimmu. We spent a while investigating the area. After a while, I spied something out of the corner of my eye. I realized what it was. I froze. Hey, Eddie? She turned to look at me inquisitively. What's up? You find something? Yeah, you could say that. Look, over there. I pointed towards a small wooden object I'd spotted in my peripheral vision. Eddie turned to look. Her face also went pale. It was a toy rocking horse, small in size, made of wood with no decor or any kind of paint. Second shrine.png. It's a horse from that image, isn't it? Hold on. Let me check. What's going on? You guys find something? Chio and Allison jogged over to where we were. I explained to them the image file that Eddie had found, since neither of them knew about it yet. It's the very same. Look, you can compare them. I did as she instructed, and sure enough, it was the rocking horse that was taken in the picture. So this is where that picture was taken, huh? I guess the timestamp has passed. It's not the 26th of July anymore, but the horse is still here, in the same position. Hey, Saturday, look! Chio pulled out her phone and showed me the time. 12 a.m. Time to see if my shot in the dark was correct. Again, only 11:15. It's been over a week since the designated time, and yet I can't shake this feeling that something was meant to happen here tonight at 12:12 a.m. It started to rain. We walked back over to the part of the shrine protected by the roof. Minutes passed. 1, then 2, then 3, and then 11. I felt a part of me hoping that nothing would happen, that there was nothing I could do, and the chase would end here. It would, in a lot of ways, also make my life easier. Even for all the ways it would also make it harder. But I dismissed the notion from my mind. I've come this far. 12:12 a.m. The rain fell silent. The crickets stopped chirping. The world stopped moving. And in the silence, I heard it. A single sound. One single click. The world resumed. The rain continued falling. The crickets continued chirping. But I heard it. I looked at the others as if to ask silently if they also heard it. Immediately I could tell from the looks on their faces that I was not alone. We split up to look around. Nothing by the horse. Nothing in the shrine. Nothing on the stairs. Nothing by the car. And then, when I looked behind the shrine, I saw it. Immediately, I saw it. The heavy padlock that had surrounded the maintenance shack's handle was no longer there. I signaled to the others. Since the sound we had dropped silent and it only communicated visually, none of us knew what we were doing it, but we were. Reason for this? I have no idea. Allison, Eddie, and Chio walked over to where I was standing. I pointed at to the missing padlock. Eddie gave me a look as if to say, if there was ever a point of no return, this would be it. And I thought about it, the life I could lead if I turned around and went home. I didn't know what lied beyond this door, but I knew in my soul that opening the door to this maintenance shack would change everything. Was I really about to do this? To take this kind of risk? To open that forbidden gate to the truth? I closed my eyes and turned the handle on the door. The inside of the maintenance shack, it turned out, was not a maintenance shack at all, but a large winding spiral staircase that seemed to stretch downwards forever. We walked down slowly as if taking time to digest the things we hadn't even seen yet. Finally, we arrived at the bottom and were greeted with a large door. Is it open? The others jumped, which made sense given that nobody had said anything in a long while. Nothing to it but try, I guess. Sure enough, the door swung open with a loud creak, opening up into a large passageway. We started walking down. So, what do you suppose a place like this is doing beneath a normal shrine? I haven't the foggiest idea, and yet it feels like this makes sense somehow? In what world would this make sense? I understood what she meant. Despite the oddity in every aspect of this situation, this place had a sense of familiarity to it, even though I was reasonably confident I'd never been here. Sunrise. What's that, Allie? I don't know why, but the Sunrise Foundation comes to mind when I think of a place like this. The Sunrise Foundation? That's just a geology company my sister works at. Why would they have to do with a place like this? I mean, it's probably like a big science facility, maybe? That's probably the only way this would make sense. No, I understand what Allison means. This entire place, it makes me think of that company. I don't know why. We finally reached the end of the long hallway and found a large gate in front of us, locked shut by 3 large metal claws. Something tells me this thing isn't going to budge quite as easily. I wouldn't be too sure. Look, there's a screen over there. I looked at Aries pointing direction and saw an unlit device. It appeared to be some kind of terminal. Maybe, but that thing's off. Suddenly, as if the very place we stood had heard my words, light flickered on and the screen of the terminal powered on. Everyone present jumped. What the hell? I cautiously approached the device. All that displayed on the screen was a single button labeled Open. This feels planned. Let me be honest, I felt it this entire time. I can't be the only one who feels it. No, it's not just you. It feels like someone or something is leading us along with the trail of crumbs, right? I agree, but it's not like we can really just turn back now, right? Yeah, I'm with Saturday on this one. I looked at Allison. Despite everything she'd said to me, I could tell that everything she did still came from a place of worry. She was thinking exactly the same thing I was, that if we turned back now, our lives would eventually end up so much easier. But I could tell from the look in her eyes that she knew just as well as I did that wasn't an option anymore. I pressed the button on the terminal. Loud whirring sounds filled the hallway, and slowly but surely, each metal claw retracted from the front of the gate. Finally, the gate opened. Data parsing incompatible. Boundaries exceeded. Accessing memories. Memory access failed. I think someone forgot to put in an escape clause on this check function. Rookie mistake. Iteration apathy paused. Accessing Duskbreaker backup information database. Filling location cavities. What the fuck are these messages? Ugh, what happened? I sat up dazed. Allison and Chio also seemed to have come down with the same affliction. Something is really off about this place. You 3 passed out the moment we walked in here. Oh, and you didn't? Passed out? How long has it been? Relax, only like 5 minutes. It's 12:37 right now. Thank goodness it hasn't been that long at least. But what is this place? We looked around us. The area was a large atrium devoid of much at all. In the center at some kind of operating chair. This this place is... Tia walked to the center of the room. She stared at the abandoned chair for a short while, and then spoke. This is the Sunrise Foundation's 4th laboratory atrium. Oh, God. And how would you know that? Sunrise Foundation? But... Gio turned back to look at us. She had a look of immense panic on her face. We have to get out of here. Right now. Get out of here? But we just got here. This is what we came all the way to see. Gio ran up to me and grabbed me by the shoulders. No. Saturday? We need to get out of here right now. Trust me. I shook her hand off my shoulder and lost my temper. Why? Tell me why. Give me one good reason why we should leave the place I traveled all the way out here to see when we just got here. You might be scared of whatever this place is, but I'm not, so... No, Saturday. We need to leave because... Suddenly a loud rumbling sound filled the atrium. The ground shook beneath us and my vision blurred. Out of the corner of my eye, parts of the geometry that made up the atrium began to twitch in a way I'd never seen before. And then, a large piece of the ceiling came loose and fell to the ground, landing just a few feet behind Chio. This place is caving in. We need to get out of here. I understood immediately. The 4 of us ran as fast as we could to the gate we came through, passing through it. As we ran, bits of the large hallway began to come loose and fall as well. And then it happened. A single chunk of metal that came loose directly above where Allison was about to pass by. I knew in an instant that it would land on her. Uh-oh. God damn it. No! I rushed forward with all my might at a pace I'd never achieved before, and jumped forward. Allison! All the sound cut. The world paused again. And in that silence I heard it once again. That single click. Okay, that's twice now the game's ended on like a terrible cliffhanger. Fuck you. Oh boy. Alright. Well, we got the prelude stuff at least. It doesn't really matter. Prelude's probably fine. Well, these seem like pretty similar. Okay, so all the achievements. Well, you know what? We can probably go for one of the others. We can at least check the puzzles, but we can go play some rhythm game stuff and see if we can unlock like a better difficulty. So the way this seemed to work with the other one was, depending which one of these you solve, that's the highest difficulty unlock for the boss song. So I mean, if we did on like middle or prelude, that's probably a good one to try too, especially since we haven't done any of the rhythm game stuff. But I kind of want to see the puzzles nonetheless. So let's start with those. Okay, more shapes. So we know from last time that these are very much likely numbers. At least they were last time. So let me paste these in here, and then we can at least mull over the puzzles while we do other stuff. What in the fuck? Okay. I guess it's like a substitution code is all I can really get from that. Okay, let me just get these cropped out here for convenience sake. And we still doing like the whole left plus right. Okay, these ones are called left and right this time. All right. Let me just save these here. Give me a second. Where did I put that folder? I'll call this chapter 2 right. And chapter 2 left. Okay. So we have shape dominoes and more number substitution stuff. Trying to think what that meter at the top is supposed to be. So we know that 5 people equals 1 car. This game looks neat. Dude, this game's been amazing. That's why I've been playing it 2 days in a row. It's like rhythm game, visual novel, crazy mystery, and then at the end of it, every chapter you get puzzles like this that you have to solve. And there's like light ARG elements. Like there's a website that we had to go to last time. It's this site here. And you have to like, we'll have to do it again with this one as well, but basically we have to solve these puzzles, and then we input the answer, which gives us a URL that we then go to the site, and then we have to solve like ARG type shit on the site to get the code that we use to unlock the next chapter. Is basically how this game flows. And along the way, if you want to unlock more story, you have to play a rhythm game to save up currency so you can purchase more story nodes. Yeah, it's 100% free. That's the insane part. Like, I don't understand why this game is completely free. There's no reason for it to be. I would have easily paid like $20 for this, no problem. This game's been really good so far. So, all right, where do we want to start with this? Let me get some canvas in here. We'll return to the rhythm game momentarily, but I want to see if we can at least solve it. I don't want to type the answer in on Prelude. I want to see if we can go back and at least like try and unlock a slightly harder difficulty this time, because Prelude's a little too easy. But we will start by seeing if we can solve this puzzle. Okay, there we go. Had to give myself some space here. Actually, let's do it in black. Why didn't it do it in black? The fuck? Does it do it off the secondary? Why is it doing it off the secondary? Hang on. That's not what I wanted to do. There we go. Okay, weird. Don't recall ever doing it off the secondary, but doesn't matter. All right. So some elements here are familiar to the first chapter's puzzle. Fair, I would have paid $60 for Lingo 2. Yeah, you know what? I probably would have paid more for Lingo 2 as well, considering it was like easily an 80-hour game for me. Or like the first one was. How long was the second one? I think the second one was like also 60 hours. Like it's been ages since I played a puzzle game that long and of that quality. But then there's also like all the custom maps and shit that I have to consider too for both games really. I mean, Lingo 1 was longer just because it had more maps, but Lingo 2 was pretty meaty as well. All right, so we know 5 people equals 1 car. Now, I'm guessing people is going to be our number for the clock. I'm not really sure where the number is going to come from. Unless that's what this means, like 10, 15, 10? Like, what's the bar up here for then? I thought this was like telling you the range that each person count might be in, but I'm not really sure how that's going to work. So we have like 1 person, but then there's like exclamation pound. And then car exclamation dollar sign. Dollar signs at this end. So it's like exclamation and at sign 10, but then no, the distance is 10. So the distance between at and pound is 15 people. But then like what does that have to do with anything? I'm trying to figure out here. Like there's clearly math going on here. That's what the brackets and the plus sign are for. But until we know numbers, not really sure. This one seems easier, because this one... This one here, we know from last time that these are different numbers. So like the triangle is 3 because there's 3 sides. You just count the sides. And we know this is a hexagon now. I still can easily see, like, I do not blame myself for thinking this was a circle. Like, it looks very circular. And the last one looked even more circular. I stand by that it was going to be one or the other, and there's nothing wrong with thinking it was a circle. But these are hexagons. So we got 3, 3, 4, 6, 6, 3, but one of these is in blue. So maybe it's addition, like you add the red to the blue, but then you'd have to still add the red together. Like, if these are numbers, that's fine, but that doesn't really... What do we do with the numbers after that, is the thing. Is the cross like 12 then? Because I count 12 sides on it. I know you're like downloading the game right now, probably going to be major puzzle spoilers as we work through this, because this is technically chapter 2. But if you're here for the story, it'll take you a little bit to get through chapter 1. I don't know how to work on any of these right now. Maybe we'll just go and play some rhythm game and we'll figure this out in a bit. Okay, so if car is 5, why are some of them gray? Is that just to make the... No, but then the boxes are still white. Like, the people out here, this person are white, but then everything inside the box is gray. So if car is 5, are these like the legend? Like, is car equal to like this plus this or something? Well, that doesn't make sense because this is on this end of the number line. Okay, well maybe it's this. So maybe let's say, what if exclamation is 0? Oh, you know what this is? This is a 3-digit number. These are probably 3-digit numbers that we multiply together, and this is like also 3-digit numbers that you add and then multiply together. I wouldn't be surprised if this is like just multiplication and addition. That's a lot of 3-digit numbers though. Oh no, you know what it is? Each one of these is one number for a letter here. Because there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, it's probably a 7-letter word that we're trying to make. But then we have to get 3 numbers out of this. And then add them together, and it has to be 12 or less. Because it has to match a clock face. Is the only thing. So it would be like, what? 1? But then what's exclamation? Is it 0? It's like exclamation is 0, and then person is 1, and there's 10 people between 0 and 11? I guess at might be 11? And then if there's 15 people there, then that's 26, so this would be 27? That seems pretty high. I'm not sure about that. Because, like, okay, let's assume this is a 5. Exclamation is 0, so it's 5, 0. So 11. And then 27, 38. 5038? That seems weird. But maybe. I mean, we're definitely dealing with some pretty big numbers if this is up here. So 5038. Maybe this is a sentence? Because 5038 would give us 5. No, but there's no... That doesn't work. There's no 0 on a clock. Unless it's a leading 0, then it'd be like, what, 5, 3, so LC... And then S? That doesn't make sense. Unless this one's like C... What was I say that was? That was 11, 26, 27. So C2, so C, E, R? That doesn't make any sense either. I don't think this can be... I don't think this is like 0 plus 10, 11 plus 15, 27. That doesn't make sense. 5 equals car. I mean, that solves car. Car is 5. So this is a 5. But then what's the rest? I feel like it's gotta be like that, though, because like this looks like a number line and we're measuring the distance between. Like this is a length of 10. But then, okay, so if we count this, that's 1, but then I thought people was 1. Because it takes 5 of them to equal car. Maybe it's not? How big of a number are we dealing with then? How many characters can we type in? Out of curiosity. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So some 11-letter keyword is what we're looking for here. 11-letter keyword. Well, this one's 4. This is 7. So that's 11 letters. So each one of these is a letter. Each one of these is a letter. Okay, you know what? What if we did just add these up? Like, would that work? So like 3, 6, 10, 16, 22, 24. Z, Y, X. We know it doesn't have to make real words. Anything is possible here, even numbers. In fact, the solution last time proved that. So like, let's say that's X. I'm just going to go for the most straightforward thing of add everything together. I'm ignoring the colors. May or may not be important. Colors didn't seem important last time. Colors, like it alternated, but it didn't mean anything in the grand scheme of things. It was just a word. So maybe it doesn't mean anything here either. Even the game warns you about red herrings. And the colors might be one. So 4, 8, 6, 12, 18, 24. That doesn't work. There's not that many letters in the alphabet. I was going to say Braille, but then why do the shapes? Maybe the red is separate from the other? Okay, well, let's say red is separate. So it'd be 3, 6, 10, plus 16, that's, or 12, that's 22. Let's put 22 up there for now. And this is 4, 8, 6, 12, 18, 26. 3, 7, 13. 6, 12, 18, 24. So that gives us 22nd letter of the alphabet is Z, Y is 25, X is 24, W is 23, V is 22. So V, Z, M, and then 2 less than that is X. Those letters don't make any sense, but let's just keep with that for now. So for the next one, we have 3, 6, 7, 12. And then this one's also 3, 6, 9, 12. And that would get us letters. Oh, this is going to get cut off. I need more space here. That's going to give us a C, F, and then 12 is K, K. Oh no, L, L, L. But that doesn't make sense. Let's make this canvas a little bigger. Actually, we'll keep that the same. We'll just make this 1,000. There you go. That doesn't seem right. Wire some blue, wire some red. Does the position really matter? I mean, it seems like it kind of does. Like, there's definitely a difference between them. Maybe it's subtraction? Well, okay, in the last one, I'll just bring up the other pictures here. Where is it? Was it up or down? It was down. Okay, in the last one, the blues were always minus. So, and the reds were always positive. So I'm thinking it's going to be 22 minus 3, which is 19, which gives us NOPQRS. Let's try that. So if we put them together like that, then we have S 26 minus 6 is 20. So that is T. And then we have A. And then 24 minus is L. Sal? Well, that's kind of a word. Maybe that's it. Makes more sense than whatever we had before. And it does, the logic would be consistent with the previous iteration. Because we did the same thing here. We minus 3, we plus 3, we minus 4. Maybe that's what the game's teaching us. Maybe it's teaching us global mechanics for these puzzles. All right, let's leave that as style. I think there's a good chance that this might be it. Make a nice red so that we know it's like the potential answer here. We'll just put that in the corner for now. I think that makes the most sense for the start of this thing. Now, for the end, though, I have no idea what this could be. The previous answer was like a word and a number. So this could be the same. But I need to like understand what this line at the top is trying to tell me. Maybe this is also subtraction, kind of like maybe grays are negatives and whites are positive. I mean, that would kind of work, but you don't have -0. That's not a thing. Maybe it's like 1 times the rest, but then why are the rest all gray? Maybe because you don't multiply them together? You only multiply the white ones with the gray ones? That could be it. Okay, let's try that then. So if it's 1 times 0, well, yeah, but then again, that the exclamation being 0 doesn't make sense. Maybe at sign is 10 and exclamation is 1. I mean, that could be the case. Maybe that's like just a different way of measuring things. It's two measuring systems. So if at sign is 1, and then pound would be if exclamation is 1, at is 10. Let's write that down. So this is 1. We'll say this is 10. We'll say this is 25, and I guess 35? Maybe? Let's try that. So 1 and 25, like 125, like 1 times 125. But then that would just be 125. That doesn't work on a clock. And it's not going to be 3 letters because I counted out the amount of characters we have to punch in, and it equals exactly 7 plus 4, 11. So we have to somewhat get this down to 12 or less, whatever this answer is, because it has to fit on the clock. You know what? If we're gonna do this, let me at least like back out of this so we can get some like music or something back. There we go. There's some thinking music. We'll go with that. That's perfect. I feel like I'm onto something here, but now I gotta figure out how we might be able to utilize the pattern. Like, why make it... Maybe it is 0? But everything just gets shifted down 1, right? Because if it's 0, then that's 10, that's 11. Oh, I get shifted up 1. If we shift the exclamation down 1, everything else adds 1. Or that's 2, so that'd be 27. So it'd be like 0 times 27, but then that would equal 0, so maybe it's like 0 plus 1, because 1 person. How does people equal car then? Probably something I'm missing with this. You just started a game, it's already hype? Oh yeah. Are you playing like what part? I'm guessing you probably just got to like the first like visual novel section, right? Yeah, the first puzzle is like a little ways in. Hopefully it didn't spoil too much talking about it and trying to like figure this puzzle out. Oh, you just went through the prologue. Oh shit, yeah. No, the plot's like really intriguing. It's a lot higher quality than I was expecting it to be. Again, especially since it's free. I have no idea what this is trying to tell me. Like, I think I've got the number thing figured out up top. That part seems pretty straightforward. But then it's the rest of this. It's like the colors mixed with the symbol arrangement. I can safely assume that each one of these boxes is a letter, because there's exactly 7 of them, and it would line up with the code. But it's the whole, like, okay, so person might equal 1 person is 1/5 a car, so it's probably that car is 5 and person is 1. But then how does that equal to exclamation pound? I mean, part of me was originally thinking like, okay, well maybe exclamation's 1 and at is 2 and then pound is 3 and then $ is 4. Because keyboard. But then why put 10, 15, 10 between them all? 10 what? I guess the answer could be like 24-hour time. What's the answer that last time too? With the last one? Hang on. Might need to explore your stream while you're doing this. That's fair. That is like totally understandable and to be expected, and I would hope that you do, gonna be honest. Because the puzzles, in my opinion, are like some of the best parts of this. It's half the reason I'm playing this. I'm just like looking at the other one here that I was trying to do if we ever got a 0. I don't think we did. No, that would have been impossible. Number. I might take a break from this and play rhythm game part for a bit anyways. Because I think I've solved the first one, but the second one here, I can't figure out what these symbols are trying to say. 1. It's 1 and then 10. Yeah, distance is 10, so it's gotta be 1 to 10. Distance is 15, so 10 plus 15 is 25, and plus another 10 is gotta be 35. But if you have 25, and it's 1, 1 times 1 times 25, well then it's just 25. That's still more than 24, if we want to be even generous with that. But it was like 125, that's 125, that's 1 times 125. Maybe the car and people thing means something else? Okay, we'll come back to people thing in a bit. Oops. Let me take that off there. Let's check out some of these new songs here, and then maybe I'll figure it out. Probably not, but I might. Okay, what's our objectives? Say we want to do like a middle or a finale level. 5 S ranks, 4 AA ranks, 5 500 combos, 4 350 combos. Okay. Well, let's see what we have here. I don't think we played. Let me go see what check out some of the Chapter 2 songs here. I don't know if we played any of the Chapter 2 songs. Oh, we played a couple. Okay, we played Apollo. We played Courage. And I think that's it. I think everything else we just bought but never got around to playing yet. For a fraction of a second, I thought that was Toho music for the first 3 notes. Had me going for a bit there. We'll try an 11 plus. 14's something. We'll go with an 11 plus here. See how that looks. I'm still not quite sure if the level is consistent between difficulty names. It kind of feels like it might be, but I don't know. These code notes are still tripping me up. I thought I had a grasp on them earlier today when I was like playing a little bit of the music of this game. I did not. Not even in the slightest. I don't think I got any of the achievements needed. I might have gotten an A. Was it double A or A that it needed? I got double A, so it doesn't matter. Definitely wasn't an S. What else is in here? This one's only a 7. We could try this on, let me back out. I could try this on 11 plus. Okay, so this one is 11 plus, the last one we played. That was on a middle. This is on a final 11 plus. Let's see if it feels harder than the other 11 plus. Now we can see for sure. It does feel a little harder, so maybe there is a difference between a final level 11 and a middle level 11. Ugh. If only I remembered to read the colored notes as like single notes. Like, it's just hard to do it because I see two things coming down, and I see two. I don't see one. All right, maybe we'll just stick with middle for now so we can unlock things. This one sounds good. Like, I can beat the in finals, I just can't do well enough for the achievements. And honestly, like, this difficulty, the middle 10s feels similar to, like, the higher end DJ Max stuff and easy to own stuff. Oh. Okay, good. I got 300 combo at least. Or is this one only 200? No, I think this one was 300. Oh, I finally dropped it. No. Had a pretty good combo going into that part there. Almost 1 million. Alright. Easily got those ones. I like that one a lot. We'll put that in favorites. We could try a... We'll try a 12. We'll try a 12. A good start. Just let go of the hold node. No, a little Morse code in there, why not? I started to like figure out how to read those, and then I think it was too late though. I'm like, oh, these are so close together. They're just the gallops between the left and the right buttons that I've been doing. It's all I got to tune as. Still got AA though, so that should count towards that. But it's not really an easy way to see my max combo, which I definitely didn't get 300 on that. So we need some 300 combos here. And once I get the requirements for middle, then we'll go back. Oh, I don't know if I got 300 on that. I might have. Guess we'll see at the end. I thought I saw it tick over. I wasn't really paying attention to the combo counter. Oh, there's 300, okay. Holy shit. That felt way harder than any 9 I've ever played in any rhythm game. Hey Jack, how's it going? Alright. I think that's the requirements for the middle. Let me go double check. I think we unlocked middle, didn't we? Oh no, we didn't. Maximum of over 350 on 4 middle songs. Oh, fuck. Okay. I don't know how many I've gotten then. Did we really just jump straight back in this game? Oh, we totally did. 100% did. Is there no way to check my, like, my detailed records? I mean, F3 is, like, global. I don't want global. I just want to see, like, what my record is. I guess not, hey? Is there, like, a stats screen somewhere that we can look at? Rating list? Not really. This is all... Is this mine? I don't think that's mine. Yeah, I don't think there's a way to really see what my my combo was. I just have to hope that I got the right combo. Oh, that 4 tier scores. I wish. Yeah, that's kind of weird that you can't see like detailed scores, because like, I mean, you know, song information on the right's fine and all, but I'd like to be able to see what I got for a combo, so I know which ones I didn't get the combo on, so I could try them again. But if I just need a 350, I can do that. Now that I have an actual number to strive for. So you missed it earlier today, Jack, but there's a prediction you made the other day. I think it was you. I think it was you. But you made a correct prediction yesterday. That's all I'm gonna say about a certain plot development. It just happened way sooner than I thought it was going to. It might not have been you, so apologies if it wasn't you. But someone in chat made the prediction. And I remember it being like, I thought it was a purple name, but it could have been someone else that was in chat that had a purple name at the time. Oh, I dropped the alcohol crits. Damn it. I thought for sure I was gonna make it to the end of the song, but I forgot how long this song actually is. Oh, we got the full combo at least. God, that was so close to getting all crits. That would have been amazing. A perfect score. That's okay, we got V rank. That should be good enough. If it was about shifting, it was... no, okay. So, there's that too. But, I mean, that was kind of already established yesterday. There was something else that was mentioned yesterday that did also come true. There was a kiss. Sort of. That's about as close as we get to Yuri right now. But, there was something else too. Yeah, there was something else that was mentioned. It may or may not come up again. I'm not actually sure if it will. It might. Alright, so we got the full combo on that one. So I think that's 2 that we've gotten so far. Alright, let's try Prime. I'm just going until we get, like, the middle unlocked so that we can go back and solve the other puzzle. The other half of the puzzle. Oh, nope, there it is, yeah. Damn it. Watch that be like the only non-A crit. Oh, never mind. I could just miss as well. Nobody expects the 3 chord. The song sounds like it was pulled from SDVX with those audio effects. What's my combo? Max combo 765. Okay. I think that's 4. I'm not sure. This is the most confusing plot synopsis I ever heard. Alright, let me put it this way. There was a prediction yesterday about someone not quite being as they appeared. Or at least used to not be quite as they appeared. And that turned out to be correct. How's that? Did we get the things we need from middle? Yes, we did. Okay. Now we solve this shit. So, I don't even know if I'm like on the right track with this one. That's all I wanted to do. I just wanted to unlock the middle stuff. I have no idea if I'm on the right track with this. I feel like I am. Like, it's pretty clear that 5 people equals 1 car. And I'm guessing a person equals 1. But then how does that translate into the 4 symbols up here? And then how does that translate into the math that we have to do here to get the letters? I'm thinking it's a car. We can call it Among Us if you want. Sure. Okay. 5 people equals 1 imposter. So how do we utilize this information when combined with the Dwarf Fortress characters up at the top here? So far I've tried multiplication. So like 1 times 1, maybe 0, times... Wait a second. No, that wouldn't make sense. For a second there, I thought maybe the people equaled time. But that doesn't make any sense. Now, there is something I just noticed and realized. Every single one of these boxes starts with a person or a car. So I'm not really sure what that can signify. I was thinking maybe this was like quarters of an hour, but then I realized that no, of course not, because this is 10 minutes, not a quarter. Maybe it is, though? Maybe. It could be like the minute hand. I don't know why we'd be dealing with the minute hand when the objective is to get an hour on a clock. Is it like the factors of it? Oh god, are we trying to do factoring? No way. I don't know if we're doing factoring. I would hope not. Like, this has to be a number line, right? Up here? Like, whatever these symbols mean. Like, the distance between here and here is 10 people. Distance here is 15. This screams number line. I don't know what else we could use in this situation that would be relevant. What other way we could describe this? I have no idea what this is supposed to be. So the first bit was this. This was pretty simple because we could use information from the past puzzles to solve this one. And I think this one's pretty straightforward. It was just add it together, subtract this, you get letters. We need 11 letters. So we got 4 letters here. There's probably 7 here. That would add up. And I'm sure this will make some sort of word or combination of words or something, but I think style is the correct answer for the other one. That one was easy, but this one though, I don't even know where to begin because, like, okay, let's leave this alone for a sec. What do we even do with these boxes? Are we multiplying them together? Are we just adding them? Do we just put the numbers next to each other? Like, how would that even work? So like 5, 1, 35? 51, 35? That would equal 14. I mean, it could be like... Okay, this is a really stupid theory. But what if the answer was this? What if it was 1 plus 1 plus 25? Or maybe 1 plus 0 plus 25, let's say. I still say this is 0. I don't think this is going to be a 1. Because the person's supposed to be 1. Unless it's different. Maybe this is 1. But I don't know, number lines usually start at 0. Okay, let's say it's 0. 1 plus 0 plus 25. So 1, 0, 2, 5. That's 3, 8. This is an 8. 6, 7, 8. So what if the first letter is S? Let's just go with it for now. Let's say it's S. This is 5. This is 0. This is 35. So 5, 0, 3, 5. That's 10, 13, 4. 4 o'clock is an O. Maybe. Okay, I don't know why these are a darker color. That's the other part too. It's like, why is this dark? 5, 0, 10. No, but wait, if this is 0, then this would have to be 11, right? Okay, 5, 0, 1, 1, 6, 7, plus... Or we adding them together first? Maybe? 5, 0, 1, 1, 5, 0, 1, 1, so that'd be 10, 0, 0, 2, 2. So that'd be 1, 3, 5 again. Be 5 maybe. Then the next letter here would be, this is 1. This would be 0. Well, okay, wait. I'm doing 2 different things here. I'm still torn on counting the exclamation as 0 or not. Because person's supposed to be 1, right? And then if you had a number line, like this should be 0, but this could be a distance of 10, so then this would have to be 11. Let me just put the possibilities here. So this is, if this is 0, then this is 11. This is 27. And then that's 38. That's the other possibility. Let's treat it as 0 for now. Why not? So 1, 0, 27. That's 1, 3, 8, 6, 7, 8. So S again. Still S. The next one would be 5, 0, 38. So 8, 16, 7. 7 o'clock is R. This seems less likely. I was kind of onto something before, but this seems less likely. But we'll try this one first. Let's put this up here, actually, so we can line it up. S, R. Okay, so this part here, I'm going to say we have to add them together first. So 5, 0. Yeah, 5, 0, and then 11. That's 6, 7. 7 o'clock is R. This seems very unlikely. Wait, no. Sorry, what I said we're going to add them together. So 5, 0, 1, 1 plus 5, 0, 1, 1 is 10, 0, 0, 22. So 3, 4, 5. That's L. And then this one here is 1, 0, 11. So 1, 2, 3. 3 o'clock is C. I don't like this at all. 5, 0, 27. 5027 plus 5000. No, 5. Wait, really? 5? Hang on. First one is 5, 0, 27 plus 5, 11, 27. So 56,154, so that's 11, 12, 17, 18, 20, 21. So 3. So 3 would be C again. Next one here is 5, 2, 7, 38. 5, 2, 7, 38. 5, 2, 7, 38. So it would be 7, 14, 17, 25, 7 o'clock. That's another R. Yeah, this is, I don't think this one's going to be it. And then the final one here would be 1, 0, 2, 7 plus 5, 1, 1, 3, 8. So 7, 8, 14, 19, 10, 1. The problem with this method, and I think I've seen the reason why this is probably not it, we would never get an answer over 9. A quarter of this clock would be unused with this method. So I don't think that's it. I was going for digital roots. It seemed like a long shot, but given the kind of game this is, I could see them trying to pull something like that. I don't think that's going to be it. I still say there's 2 distinct possibilities of number line here. Technically, there's actually 3 distinct possibilities of number line. The other possibility for number line here is this is still 0, but this is still 10, 25, 35. Maybe. Depends how this is counted. That's the problem here. It's like this feels very ambiguous as to what it could be. This number line. But we'll leave that in there anyways. I think the most likely one is 1, 10, 25, 35. That doesn't really help with the... Why does everything start with a car or a person? You know what? I'm gonna use your answer, Style. Sorry. We're gonna go for it. Let me type that in. No. The problem with Sorry is that it's too short, unfortunately. So it didn't really stand a chance. I mean, we could just start guessing 7-letter words. Where do we even begin with 7-letter words? So I mean, the problem is like it could be any combination of these letters, and they can repeat. There's only 2 vowels though. Okay, person. Person is 1. Exclamation could be 1, but are we multiplying? Like, the problem with this is that if we multiply, then the exclamation just becomes redundant. If we add it together, which I guess we could do, that'd be like 1 plus 1 plus 25. That's like 27. There's no 27 on a clock. And again, with the whole digital root thing, it just doesn't make any sense. Because then otherwise we're missing everything from X to B, actually. B would never get used. I wonder if they're just grayed out in the brackets just to make the bracket itself look more distinct. That could be it. It just could be a convenience thing. For ease of reading. I'm going to say that's probably the reason why the car and the person are grayed out there. However, I don't know why they're white elsewhere then. They mean something. So we have to do 5 of a... We have to do like 5 people for every car. But why are we doing that in the first place? And then like, so, okay, so the people are the baseline here. Because they're being used for everything. They're being used to count everything here. You know, what if I had it all wrong? What if, like, exclamation isn't a 1? It's like, do we know where the number line's going to start? I mean, common sense would dictate it should start at 1 or 0. And it just goes as high as it needs to on the right. I don't think it's like up to 26. I think it goes as high as it needs to, because if it was up to 26, then like there's too many people up there. That's 35 people. people, I think that it goes from a range of 1 to 35. Addition makes the most sense. So it'd be like 1 plus 1 plus pound is 27, but that's 29. That doesn't give us a number. What if it was like 1 times 1 plus 27? That'd be 28. That's still too big. That makes the person redundant. Why is the person there then if we're just multiplying? Is it subtraction? But wouldn't there be like an operation sign in there, just like with the brackets then, if it was meant to be subtraction? When things are next to each other like this, you know, it makes me think multiplication. Because you don't usually write the multiplication symbol. You just put the numbers next to each other. multiplication doesn't really work. Like, both answers of it being 0 or 1 just don't make sense given the context if it's multiplication. Because it just makes them redundant. Or if it's a 0, it just zeroes out the whole thing, and well, now we definitely don't have a time unless every single one of these is B. Because aside from 3 of them, half of them use exclamations, so it can't be. Exclamation is not going to be a 0. Are we just supposed to count like the number of people? Maybe we have to divide by 5 at the end? And then the amount of cars equals... Like, if we count everything in cars... I don't know if cars work, if we count everything in cars. Okay, so the number line says that there's 2 cars in between exclamation at, then would that mean that exclamation is 1 car? A person, there's 2 cars in between, so would the at be the 3rd car? Again, exclamation being 1. But no, we can't count with cars because we have single people here. We get fractionals. So we just have to count by... Oh, man. Okay, what if we, like, assumed a letter for each box? And we try to work backwards for a potential result. Try to see if we can work out a solution that argues that we have the correct answer. Like, what if... Let's say... The first one is... I don't even know what we'd want for the first one. If the first 4 letters were S-T-A-L. What would be a good 5th letter? I don't even know if this is meant to be a word or not, but... Like stalled, stalber, stalk, but there's no K. I'm thinking of the hint in the back of my mind. I hate that I used it last time because the answer was so obvious afterwards, but I don't know, I'm missing something here. Yeah, like this one was easy. But this one here... Unless someone has any ideas, I might click on the first hint. Just like, I'm just not making any sense of the number line, really. Well, actually, no, you want... I feel pretty confident with number line. It's the math part that I'm not sure on. Like, how are we counting these? I don't know if I want to use the hint yet. Damn it. Like, okay, multiplication doesn't work. Yeah, I don't think I want to use the hint yet. Multiplication didn't work. Maybe I am wrong about the number line, because multiplication doesn't work because the exclamation's a 1. If it's a 0, it still doesn't work. Addition kinda works, but like you add it up and then what do you get? You get a really big number. I'm assuming the answer is 11 numbers, because, or 11 characters, because that's how many you can type in the box in game. I do not think it's going to be less than that. There's nothing saying it can't be less than that, but then why limit it specifically to 11 then? If the answer is like 1210, it could mean 1210 making the answer BS. But I don't think we can have 2 letters because, like, we have 4 letters on this puzzle, right? That was kind of something I was considering. I was wondering if maybe minutes are involved, but the problem with that is I think we still need to whittle it down to 7 letters because we got 4 letters here from the first puzzle, and there's 7 boxes here. And the game, if we go back to the game for a second, double check here. If we go back to the game, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then it stops typing. There's exactly 11 slots. Like, 11 seems like a very specific number. And given that there's exactly 11 boxes, makes me think it's gotta be 1 letter per box. Yeah, I'm thinking it's 1 letter per box, and we already have 4 letters. So this answer has to be 7 letters. So each one of these boxes has to be a different letter. So person exclamation pound is 1 letter. Car exclamation dollar is 1 letter. The brackets are somehow make together 1 letter. Maybe the brackets would be easier to start with, especially the top right, because it's 2 repeating ones. So whatever answer they give needs to be 12 or less to fit on the clock. So, okay. So here's a theory. Because the brackets are all addition, is there a chance that... Well, maybe you're right. Maybe it is like a hour-minute thing. But why would it be like that? Because then... what do you do with the minutes? We're not going to use 2 letters for the minutes, right? Because we can't. We can't do that. There is a chance the answer could be up to 24. But that doesn't make much sense because 2 of the symbols go over 24. But because you have to add together the stuff inside the brackets, I definitely am thinking that, you know, if we did more multiplication or something, or if we just put the digits together, we're going to get something insanely huge no matter what. That's going to be weird. So, like, the most that each of those could end up being, the car exclamation @ sign, can be 6. Because if we're to add together, then 6 plus 6 would equal 12, and it would equal B. But so the answer, if that's the kind of theory we're going with, then that 3rd letter can only be either E, O, R, S, or B. So if it's either E, R, O, S, or B, let's put that over here actually. Let's make this one a little smaller. E, R, O, S, B. Like if we go off of this theory that we're just, the numbers have to be less than 12 in there, or every one of these has to be 12 or less because of, oops. Those are the only letters that can possibly be. I don't even know if we're making a word. That's the thing. Like, this could just be a jumble of letters and I wouldn't even know. We did make a word last time. So I feel like, for the sake of being able to tell if your answer is possibly correct or not, to know if you're on the right track, I feel like the answer is a valid word. We are lingoing this. It's gonna be lingo. Very strange lingo. That doesn't really help me figure out what the trick is here. Because again, the other numbers don't make any sense. And the fact that it starts with a car or a person is weird. Wait. No, you know what? It's not weird. So if it's a person is 1. Every number with the hour hand on a clock face is 1 hour. A car is 5 people. Every number on a clock face with the minute hand is 5 minutes. What if the car and the person signify if you're counting minutes or hours? So like, say, okay, so with the car, for example, it's 35 plus either 0 or 1. I don't know if that really makes any sense, but it could. Okay, let's start with the bottom left one there. Car, pound, dollar. This one might be easier to work with. So that is a minute of 0. So that is 12 on the clock. So this letter down here could be a B. See what I'm trying to say? Because it's like, so if the car represents 5, therefore if you're counting by 5s on a clock face, that means you're counting by minutes. So if you have a pound and a dollar sign, then assuming that that's 25 and 35, as a minute amount, that would be exactly, it would be 60. It would be 1 hour. It'd be, your minute hand would be at the top, facing 12, pointing 12. So that would be B on there. So in that, with that logic, the one above it, person, exclamation, at, that would be 1 plus 10, that'd be 11. That'd be 11 o'clock, so that might be a D. Okay, we're gonna try this. Let's see if we can apply this logic to everything. So the first letter, top left, is a person, so that means we're counting by hours. So exclamation plus pound, that doesn't work because immediately it fails because 25 is more than any clock can ever show. I feel like that's close though, because like, why else would you signify? Why would you signify that a person, 5 people equals 1 car? Like that does not feel like a coincidence. That the fact that we're getting 1s and 5s, which is the exact kind of numbers you count in when looking at a clock face. So maybe the number line is wrong. I feel like that part is correct because every one of these starts with a person or a car. So. I mean, I guess it could be like a bit of a stretch, but okay, let's say it does equal 26. If it equals 26, then maybe it's like 2? Like we can just like divide it by 12 and take the remainder? That'd make it an E. Okay, well let's say it's E for now. Let's start typing an answer up here. So E. Car, counting by minutes, 1 plus 35 is 36. That's not a multiple of 5. How would that work? All of these... No, they don't really... Okay, no, they're kind of their own thing. That's 36. I mean, that's kind of like 35, which would be pointing at the 7, basically. Sure. Let's go with it. R. The next one is 1 plus 10, so that's 11. That's in minutes, so that's kind of like the 2, so that's also like an E. But that's... No, but oh, we have to add them together. That fails the moment you do this, because now you have to add them together. Wait, what if it's... What if exclamation equals 12? What if @ equals 2? What if $$ equals 5? And what if $$ equals 7? What if that's the numbers we're dealing with here? What if we are making a clock? What if that line at the number line is kind of like a clock stretched out? And the people are minutes. That kind of works. So what I said that was, I said 12. Does that work? Like, so 12 plus 10 minutes would be 2 on the clock face. Yeah, okay. That might work. Alright, so if that's like 2 on the clock face, then what if it was like... What if the person in car were still hours? Oh, but that doesn't work either, because you get 2. Well, okay, I guess we can kind of go with it. There's meant to be something different between the car / person and the other characters, so it has to be. What if, okay, oh, wait, I think I know. Actually, I think I do know. Okay. What if there's technically 2 number lines here? Let's do this. Just spread that there for now. Let's go back here. Okay. What if there's technically 2 number lines? There's probably a reason why the people up there are multiples of 5. So the original number line, which I had, which I think kind of works, 1, 10, 25, 35, I think this one might be correct. Let's just get rid of that and put that on up here. Okay, this one's correct here. However, I think there's a second number line. And that number line is what you get if you treat the people as cars, and we count by cars. So if we count by cars, let's say we start at 1 still. There. Say we start at 1 still. And then if we're counting by cars, there's 2 cars. So this would be a 3. And then if you do it again, that's 3 cars. That's a 6. And if you do it again, that's 2 more cars. That's an 8. So the car is actually representing in hours. Kind of. Well, it's a smaller number. I think we're going to get smaller numbers this way. It might work this way. Still doesn't quite work on some of it. But it might. What was the other one that I had for the 0 count? I gotta move this over now. Oops. Let's put that there for now. Okay, the 0 count I had. If we do the 0 count for the people, though, it would be... exclamation would be 0. Pound sign would be 27. Still doesn't equal a whole number, though. That's the only problem. I mean, it could still be multiplication. Or I don't think we multiply the people in the car with it. I think that's just to signify how we're supposed to count the rest. So the people scale, then we have like exclamation is either 0 or 1, and then the pound sign is 25 or 27, depending how you count. I don't know. It could also be Zen 0, 10, 25, 35, which kind of makes sense anyways. But that would change the car scale to 0, 2, 5, and 7. That's probably fine. Okay, so if we're counting by people, no, when you have a distance between 2 points, if you have a number line, the number line goes from 1 to 10, you say that number line is 10 units long. You don't count as 0, it counts as 1. So if it counts as 1, then exclamation has to be 1, @ sign has to be 10, and then there's 15 from @ to pound, so that's got to be 25, and then there's 10 from pound to dollar, so that's got to be 35. These just make sense. These just make too much sense. The only one that's kind of weird to me is this isn't a 9. Like, if this was a 9, I would be so dead set on those two being correct. But maybe not. Maybe that's how it's supposed to be. The other thing that's kind of bugging me a bit too, though, is like even besides that, you know, you have 1, 10, 25, 35, but then you have 1, 3, 6, 8. But it's not 1, 2, 30, 40. Which is what it should be if they were to line up there. Well, that's fine. Okay, we won't worry about that right now. So 1 times or plus 25. It might be times. It's got to be times. It's got to be times. But if it's times, it doesn't really work, because then the pound and the dollar sign, that's a big number. Well, no, okay, that doesn't work anyways, because does it? Oh no, maybe it does. No, because that's a car pound dollar sign, which is different. Ooh, okay, all right, no, this might work. Okay, so 1 times 25 is 25, which is L on this thing. Let's put this down here. So L. So the first letter could be L. Car scale 1, 3, 6, 8. So this is a 1 times 8. That's an 8 on the scale, so that's an S. And then the next letter would be car scale plus car scale, so that would be 1 times 3, so 3 plus 3 is 6 on the car scale, so that would be an R. And then person scale again, so that'd be 1 times 10, so that'd be 10, so that would be 10 on the, no wait, that'd be 2 on the clock, right? Because the first one was 1 times 25, which is, I said, was 5 on the clock. Okay, so in this next one here is 1 times 6 on the car scale, plus, so 6 plus 3 times 6, that's 18. That's 24. That doesn't quite work. We could say that's B. Or we could say that's almost L. But we'd have to round it, and that's kind of weird. That doesn't quite work. I feel like that's really close, though. Like, we're definitely dealing with two different scales here. Actually, maybe I do have it wrong. Maybe I was, like, counting by clock numbers, but what if it's simply... If add is 10, then the car scale is 2. Okay, hang on. Let's try that. So let's treat the car scale as 2. Let's put this over here. Okay, so if we treat this as a 2, this is a 5, this is a 7, 2, 5, 7. Maybe this works. On the people scale, this would be 1 times 25, so that would be still 5, so that'd be still an L. Car scale, 1 times 7. That'd be an R. Car scale again, 1 times 2. So 2 plus 2 is 4. 4 on... I'd have to count differently, though. Because, like, the first two, I had minutes. Well, wait, it's on the car scale. Maybe we have to convert back to the people scale? Which would be 20, which would be a 4 on the clock, so maybe it's an O. Okay, we'll go with that. People scale 1 times 10 is 10. So 10 is S. It's kind of working. Okay, car scale again. 1 times 6, or sorry, 1 times 5 is 5, plus 2 times 5 is 10. So 5 plus 10 is 15. And then you put that back on the people scale, that would be 45. Is that an X? Okay, wait, how was I doing it so far? I think I've been, like, doing 3 different ways of interpreting these results. That's not good. So, first letter was people scale, that's 1 times 25. I divided it by 5 and convert the car scale. Or I just said 25 on the clock, which is a 5. And then the second one was exclamation $, so on the car scale, so that's 1 times 7. But instead of saying that's 7, well, we interpret it as 7, which is R still. Okay, let's just continue to 5 then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, so 1 times on car scale is 1 times 5 plus 2 times 5 is 15, which would probably be a C. I don't think this is going to work. Because you have 1 times 5 is 24, or yeah, 1 times 5 plus 2 times 5 is 10, so that'd be 15. Yeah, no matter what, that equals the C, because it's at 3, it's at the 15-minute mark. That's fine. So that we see then by this logic. Car scale again. So 5 plus $, is 7. So that's 10, 11, 12. That's a B. And then finally, we have the people scale of 1 plus, or 1 times. Did I do the last one plus? Shit. I meant to do times. Because it'd be 5 times 7 is 35. which is an R. And then the final one is people scale, so that'd be 1 times 25 plus car scale 2 times 7. So 14 plus 25 is 39. That's not quite 40. That's almost like an S. I don't know about that one. Trying to see if I did everything right here. That's 1 times 25 is 25, which converts to 5. That's 1 times 7, which converts to 7, which would be an R. Third one was 2 times 2, or 2 plus 2 is 4. And then the fourth one is 1 times 10 is 10. That's where it gets tricky because we're converting it, right? So the 10 becomes a 2, but the 10 also shows up on the thing. No, I did convert the first one because it was over. So we're converting this one too, so it'd have to be a 2. Maybe that was a mistake. I should have converted the fourth letter. Okay. Because it would be people scale 1 times 10, which is 10, but you convert that to 2 on the clock, so that'd be E. Fifth one, 1 times 5 plus 2 times 5 is 15. You convert that to a 3, so that'd be a C. And then you would do car scale, so that'd be 3 or 5 times 7 is 35, which equals R. And then the final one is people scale of 1 times 25 plus, so 25 plus car scale 2 times 7 is 14. And again, that's 39, which isn't quite really anything. It's almost 40. It's kind of an S. So the full answer would be STALL Rokers. Stallrokers. No, that doesn't work. I don't think it works. I really don't think this works. Brokers. Yeah, didn't think so. I think I've got the scale part down right, though. We're supposed to be doing something with these numbers based on 2 different scales. We got people scale and we got the car scale. And the car scale is 1/5 the length of the people scale. Now, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it is supposed to be an 8. Because if there's 2... Well, no, it would still be 2, 5, 7. If we're saying that it's 10, 25, 35, it'd be 2, 5, 7. I think anything else would just be weird. I don't think that's going to be it. Well, I mean, I guess it could be 1, 3, 6, 8, but only if it was 1, 11, 27, 38. And that's kind of weird. I mean, I guess it could be. Okay, now I kind of do want to see the first hint, because I feel like I've got the scale part correct, but I just want like confirmation of which of these scales, because there's like a number of scales here that might be it, and I want to just make sure. But if I'm wrong, then I'm gonna feel bad because it's gonna be obvious probably. Maybe the math is different. Maybe it's not multiplication. Maybe it was addition. But if it's addition, then that'd be like 26, and like what the hell's 26 on the clock? Multiplication made sense, but it does make the exclamation seem really redundant. I don't see a situation where this like does make sense. All right, you know what? We're going for hint number 1. It's natural to think that car is faster than man. What does that mean? That's not what I expected the hint to be. It takes 5 people to match the speed of a car, but like, what are we... Is that time? Does it take a person 10 minutes to go from exclamation to @ sign? Oh. I think I get it. Okay. How long does it take a person to go from exclamation to # sign? 25 minutes. 25 on the clock is L. So I somehow stumbled across that one. How long does it take a car to go from exclamation to $? 2, 3, 2, 5, 7 minutes. That is an R. A car going from exclamation to there is 2 plus 2. That's still 4. That is still an O. That... Okay. Alright. Person going from exclamation to @ is 10 minutes. So that is... Wait. Are we talking literal minutes? Oh, hang on. Because we're talking literal minutes, then how do we get... That one's weird for the first bracket on the top row. Because like it would be for every 5 people, it's 1 car. So like if a person takes 10 minutes, a car is 5 times as fast as a person. So it takes 10 minutes for a person to travel from exclamation to @ then it would take only 2 minutes for a car to go that distance, but like 2 doesn't really line up on a clock. And even if you like treat it that way, so like 2 plus 2 for a car, I was right about the 2 scale thing. I think that hint confirms it. But 2 plus 2 for a car is 4. But then are we like... I don't think we want to say 4 on the clock, because that would be like either 20 minutes or 4... I don't think that's correct. Because it takes 25 for a person to go that distance on the first one. Yeah, because it takes 10 minutes to go from exclamation to @ and then another 15 to go from @ to £. That's 25 total minutes. Okay. Well, alright. I don't know, I guess we'll go with O. Let's see where this goes. So, exclamation to @ is another 10 minutes, so that would then be another... Well, if a car is like... Okay, maybe the scale thing was correct then. Maybe it is 4. Maybe it is an O, because car. And maybe that one is exclamation there, so that's 2, 3, 2, 5, 7. So maybe that is an R. And then people you count by minutes, whereas a car, you're technically counting by hours? Maybe that's what the hint's trying to say, is like it's natural to think it, but in this case you need to mix it up. So in that case then, person going from exclamation to at is 10 minutes, that's 2 on the clock, that's an E. I think we're about to get the same answer. The next one for the car, exclamation to pound, is 2, 3, that's 5. Plus 3, that's different, that's an 8. No, it's not different. That's still an S. And then the bottom row, car going from is 2, which is an E. And then the last one is a person going from exclamation to pound, that's 25, that's plus going from there to there is 5, that's 30. That would be an R. Stahlroser. Stahlroser? No, but that almost looks like a word. What can we change up here to make this different? I think the first one's an L, because if we put another L in here, we do get the word stall. And I think that's pretty good. I kind of like the SER. The last 3 seem correct. It's just these other 3. Second, third, and fourth I'm not sure about. Because if a car is so that'd be by person, that'd be 25, 35. Cars divided by 5, that's a 7. You still get an R. That'd be 2, that'd be 5 plus 3, that'd be 8. Wait, how many? Oh, whoops. Okay. So what was it? It was L for the first one, I think. Like, I feel like cars are counting by hours and the people are counting by minutes. So the first one I think would be L, because it takes you 25 minutes. That's L. Second one is 10 plus 25, 35. Divided by 5 is 7. That has to be R. And then the other one after that is 2 and 2. Or it's 10 plus 10, that's 20. That's a 4. So that would have to be an O. Stall. The rest of these letters. Exclamation there is 10 minutes. That's got to be... That's 10 minutes, so it's got to be a 2. But then that's where the word falls apart, because, like, why is it an E? So it can't be E. We're measuring time. That's why it's a multiple of 5. We're measuring time. But then, like, the results of that addition don't make much sense because, like, okay, we're measuring time, then we end up with 4. Do we round to the next thing? Would it actually be would the third layer actually be a C? Instead of, like, considering it as... Or maybe it rounds down. Maybe it needs a B because it doesn't quite reach the C for the first 5 minutes. And then the next one would have to be then 10 minutes, so that would be an E. And then the one after that would be... From there is 25 plus 15. That's 40. That's an 8. I mean, it's better than a C, because otherwise we just get the same results. So we're going to try with this. Stall robes. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Wait, what? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Wait, did I miscount? L, R, O. Why is that one O? Because it's 4. It's 4 minutes. No. If we're saying that, then this one has to be B. That makes no sense. It's natural to think a car is faster, but in this case it's actually slower because I think the car is counting by the hour, whereas the person is counting by the minute. So whereas it takes a person 10 minutes, it takes a car 2 hours, which is the same result. It's both an E, because it's both 2 on the clock. Okay, we've worked backwards from the last one, so we'd have a person counting by that. I mean, it's essentially the same result. Kind of. The last one I think is done like that to help you determine how you're supposed to solve this. So a person going from exclamation to pound, it takes 25 minutes. That would give it make the last letter an L. But oh no, well, addition. So it'd be 25 plus from at to $sign is 3 plus 2, that's 5. So it's 30, so it'd be an 55? Maybe it's 55, and then it'd be a D. So maybe the answer is always in minutes. But then that makes the car one kind of weird because if it's in minutes, then what do you round it to? Because it doesn't equal a multiple of 5, it equals 4. If it equals 2 minutes, but maybe it takes 2 hours, maybe it takes 4 hours. So maybe it's an O. Okay, people we measure in minutes, cars we measure in hours, full stop, no exceptions. Unless you're adding them together, and then, I don't know. Okay, so people are full stop, always minutes. Then that is 25 minutes. 25 on a clock is going to be L. Okay. Exclamation to $sign. 35 on a clock is an R. Well, no, wait, it's an hours though, right? So it'd be 2, 3, 5. So it would also be an L. Does that make sense? Because if we're just adding up as hours, and yeah, I guess that makes sense. Then that'd be 2 plus 2 is 4, so 4 on the clock is an O. Doesn't really make a word though. This looks like a jumble. Oh wait, I'm looking at the wrong one. I already solved that one. No, I didn't. 25 is L. 2, 3, 2 is 7. That's an R. The third one is 4. That's just O. Okay, that's a little better looking. The fourth one is exclamation at. That's 10. So that's going to be E. Fifth one is exclamation the pound, which is 25. Well, that's it's 2, it's 3, it's 5 plus 3, that's 8. This doesn't really work either. We're getting the same result here, but maybe we were close. So going from pound to dollar sign, it's 2. So that's an E. And then the last one is, okay, how do we count this one? It'd be exclamation there, that'd be 25 plus at dollar sign is 3, that's 5. So that'd be 30. Do we just do 30 on the clock? That's an R. That would make the answer like... That's the answer. I already typed that answer in. In fact, I think it's still typed in. R-O-E-S-E-R. Yeah. Star Roser. Doesn't make any sense. What am I missing with this math? I think I've got the number lines figured out. Their distances and time. But what is the math? Why doesn't this work? Like, how are we converting this from number to clock? I don't want to use the second hint. I feel like the first one was very helpful, though, to be fair. Like, I was approaching it anyways, because I had the whole 2 timeline thing. I don't want to use the second hint, but kind of need to. Oh, man, we're so close. I just have to figure out what the calculation is here. Because it feels like no matter what I do, we just get like close to the same result each time. I think I should probably use a second hint, otherwise we're just gonna be stuck here because I don't know what else to try at this point. It's like it's the distance from the first symbol to the second symbol for sure. And you're supposed to add it together. But I'm wondering if maybe the addition is where I'm messing up. Cause okay, so what letters would that be? So L and R I think are correct because they're easy to calculate. So it'd be this O. This O that's not easy. The O is where I'm messing up. Let's delete this to prevent confusion. So the O is weird. And the E is maybe correct. But then that would make the S kind of weird. And then that would also make the last one R weird. The OSR. Stall. Alright. I'm doing it. I'm doing it. It takes a man 10 units to walk from... This is things I figured out already. This hint doesn't help at all. What I need a hint on is how to do the math. It takes a man 10 units to walk from exclamation at. Yes. We knew this. This is known. I already figured it out. Alright, I don't feel bad using hint 2 because it was useless. I don't think I have the other puzzle incorrect. Although I guess we could probably double check that one too. But this one seemed a lot more straightforward, so... Yeah, do you remember what red and blue meant in previous puzzle lock? Yeah, so addition and subtraction, so positive number plus and then negative number. Remember we had to do shapes in the previous puzzle lock? Yeah, you had to count the sides, and then you had to count the sides, and then you did the addition and subtraction based on the color. Which is what we did here. So that's how we got stall, because that's what the letters all equal to. Yeah. STAL, right? Wait, star. Did I miscount on one of these? How is this star? 6, 12, 18, 24, 30. Minus 12. Wait, how many sides are on this thing? I was wrong. How many sides are on this thing? Am I crazy here? There's 12 sides. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's 12 sides. This is 6, this is 12, this is 18, this is 24, this is 30. 30 minus 12 is 20, 18. I did miscount. It is star. It is star. 18. Okay, well, I solved the puzzle, but I made a critical error. That said, that doesn't help here. I don't know how I managed to miscount this. 6, 12, 18, 24, 30 minus 12 is... I must have like counted this as 4 for some reason, and I said it was 24 when it's not. Okay. Yeah, because 18 would be that, because you'd have M is 13. NOPQR. Yeah. Okay. So I had that one figured out. I just somehow managed to miscount it. So, okay, so star... Is it a word that starts with star? Stargazer, Star Laroser. You know what? Maybe it is. What if it is? What if it actually is? No. Nope, not at all. Didn't think so. So that means I'm definitely doing something wrong here. And the L is really messing with me. I don't think it's going to be an L. I don't think it can be L because that doesn't make any sense. It's not going to be an R. It could be... Maybe it's an E somehow? Like stare? S-C-A-R-E? Maybe it's stars? It's one of the S's? But how do we get either 50 or 11 or 10, I mean? If you're going from exclamation to pound as a person, that takes 25 units. Is each letter a unit? 5, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, so 12, 24, 25? Maybe? A car going from there to dollar is 2 units, 3 units, 2 units. So that's 7 units, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Star, maybe. CR kind of works. Car plus car, so that would be 2 plus 2 is 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. That's an O. Then the fourth letter is a person going from there to there. That's a 10. That's a 10 units, so 1 puts it at S. I was too dead set on interpreting it into a clock instead of just simply counting it. I was overthinking it. I was making it too complicated. Exclamation to pound sign, that is 2 plus 3, that's a 5. Plus 3 is 8, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And I think we can safely say that the next one is E, because that's from pound to dollar, that's 2. And then the last one is a D, because that is 25 plus 3, 5, 30. So 12, 24, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 30. So R. Star crosser? There we go. What's that, like, red text in there? I see a bunch of red. Alright. Okay, we need to go to Valor. So, Valor / return.txt. The word unit, I think that's what tipped me off with here. It specifically says units. It still took me a little bit to get to it, but the units thing is what definitely helped. It made me stop thinking about time, and I think that's what I needed. Valor, return.txt, Valor. Oh, the fuck? What is all this? Oh, there's a lot of this. Please enter to the start. Oh, okay. Anything hidden? Oh. Yeah, it's just plain text. I mean, it is a TXT file. I don't know what I expected. Errand cycle 8266, awaiting iteration, awaiting lock V passcode. Please enter to the start. Lock V. There we go. We did it. That took way too long on the stupid car thing. I was just too dead set on like treating everything as time. I was just treating it too much like a clock. The clock it was not a clock technically. The clock was, well, no, the clock was kind of useful. It was, but the lines, the hands in the middle kind of did throw me off a little. That was a bit of a red herring. I see, because it was the song name. Was the last one the song name too? It might have been. I don't know. Maybe. I love how this game can just be completely arbitrary with how long. Oh god. How long the hold notes are per combo. Oh fuck. Holy shit, can we try again, please? That was a middle 12 plus and I fucked it up. Oh, don't press it too many times. I have to watch this every time, god damn it. Okay, I want to try that again. I feel like I can beat that. But if not, I'll just go for the... We can easily do the difficulty down, I think. Well, I guess it would be 2 difficulties down, because the middle is 1 step up, is 2 steps up from the one that's, like, freely unlocked. Kinda wish you could skip this, though. Because it's kinda long. Or if there's, like, a quick restart. Yeah, like look how much combo those hold notes are, and then compare it to the next set of hold notes. It's like not even any. Oh my god! I can't do a fucking 12 plus in this game apparently. Alright, fuck it. You know, we spent too much time on that puzzle. I don't want to like waste any more time here. Oh, we do get the opening. Okay, we'll try opening then. Good. Beating the middle requirements lets you get all the difficulties. That's good. Apparently 12 plus is way too hard. Once I get used to the mechanic of this game, I think it'd be it'll be more reasonable. Oh, this one's even still a 9, okay. This'll still be a decent time. Kinda wish I could play the middles more consistently. That's okay. I'm not going any lower than this, though. But the stream was so much fun on the middle. Oops, how did I mess that up? Okay. That's not it, is it? Oh, it is it. Damn, I missed two. It's like... I can do that one like almost perfectly. But I can't do the middle. It's just a bit too much. Oh, we finally made it. It's almost like 12:55 here, isn't it? No, it's not even close. It's only 11. Loud. Loud, 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 loud. Nothing but loud noises. Nothing but noise. Was it the falling rubble? Or the sag that followed me every second I spent trying to find myself? Whatever the noise is, I want it to go away. Go away. Go away, go away, go away, go away. Get me out of here. I need to live. We need to live. I need... to live. I jolted back to consciousness. 3 pairs of eyes looked down at me. I'm alive. Barely. Luckily, you managed to get Allison out of the way in time, but... it was only then that I felt the immeasurable pain in my lower leg. I looked down to see a large gash in my lower right leg. Uh-oh. Screamed for a while. Eventually the pain dulled a bit, and Eddie explained what happened since I passed out. I managed to save Allison and avoid getting fully crushed myself, but a piece of the debris had lodged itself in my right leg, and I passed out from shock. Chio had removed the debris shortly before I woken up. I looked towards the door that led to the long hallway. The entrance was entirely caved in with rubble and debris. There was no possible way back to the atrium. Before I was able to get any words out, I started sobbing uncontrollably. Allison rushed over to my side in an instant and hugged me tightly. Eddie and Chio sat down on the stairs, and that was how the 4 of us stayed for a while. Minutes passed, and then an hour. Finally, my leg felt well enough to move, even if lightly. Allison propped me up, and the 4 of us slowly walked up the spiral staircase without a word. It felt like everything changed, but nothing's changed. As we walked back to Chio's car silently, I thought again of that hypothetical timeline which I didn't open the door to the laboratory basement. I wonder if I regretted the choice I made. I did now, but I wonder if I would in time. Back in Chio's car, Allison sat me down in the back seat and slid in next to me. While you were out, I applied basic first aid, but it won't be enough to hold. Unfortunately, the only hospital I know of around here doesn't keep the emergency room open from 1 a.m. to 5 a.m. for some ungodly reason. So until we can get you to the hospital, we'll just have to rest in my hotel room. I'm not a doctor, but I can assure you that the wound shouldn't cause any significant damage before we can get you to the hospital. Someone get themselves killed. Like, yeah, almost did. There was a rock slide. And then Saturday, like, has a huge gash in her leg now. Because there was a rock jabbed into it. I nodded weakly. That was all I could do. Sorry, not a rock slide. The roof of the building caved in. Of the underground passage caved in. Chio started the car and drove away. As we left the small parking lot, I looked back at the shrine stairway, and that was when I saw it. On the road by the place we parked with no indication of having been moved there by anyone. A small wooden rocking horse. Oh, we're not done chapter 2 yet. Yep, the rocking horse from yesterday was there at the shrine. Exactly as pictured. Oh, we did that one already. That was 14.2. This is the one we want. Saturday rests in her hotel room. I love this game. This game is wild. By the time we arrived back at the hotel room, it was already long past 2 in the morning. Allison helped me up and carried me onto my bed. Chio called the hospital and confirmed that the emergency room would open again in about 2 hours, so we had to wait and just keep an eye on my wound until then. It stopped hurting badly during the ride back, but the sight of it made me nauseous, so I avoided trying to look at it. And so we sat there in silence for a while, nobody sure what to say. Finally, Eddie broke the silence. While we're here, and before we inevitably get split up while Saturday goes to the hospital, I wanted to ask something. Everyone looked at her as if to give permission to continue without having to open our mouths. Eddie continues. That atrium. Chio, you seem to recognize it as something related to the Sunrise Foundation, but that's impossible. Can you explain? Chio sat up a bit, having slouched over during the waiting. I can, but it's a bit complicated. I was thinking about it on the way back, and if now isn't a good time, then please tell. I want to know. Chio looked at me worriedly, then nodded. Okay then. I guess the thing is that my memories feel like they're at a conflict with each other. That shrine should just be a normal shrine, but somehow there was a Sunrise Foundation laboratory under it. And I don't know how I know that it's a Sunrise Foundation thing, but I just do. And I know that it's correct. When we were leaving the basement, all of us were in such a hurry, and Saturday was so out of it that I didn't think anyone noticed. But I took a moment to look back at the shrine while we were walking away from it, and what I saw only confused me more. What was it? Chio stopped as if contemplating whether to open Pandora's box even further. I nodded to her as if to beg. Well, when I looked back at the shrine, it was no longer a shrine. It... what? It was an abandoned building, and the logo above the door was withered away, but I knew what it said without needing to see it at all. It was a building belonging to the Sunrise Foundation. What? I chalked it up to a lessened sense of thought due to the events that had just transpired, and tried not to think about it as we got in the car and left. And on the way down, I saw something else strange. A stairway leading to a shrine. The Okawachi Shrine. What do you mean a stairway leading to the Okawachi Shrine? Did they slip into a different reality? That's what I'm trying to think. Like, so there's been a couple of instances of this. Like, Saturday was mentioning this, like, before they went to the shrine, that something like this was possibly happening. And now this shrine is, like, apparently not a shrine. It's like fucking Schrodinger's shrine. But they're able to see it in two different states. I don't know what's going on here. This is like some fucking parallel merged reality shit. Hey, Craigmore, how's it going? Welcome. I don't know what's going on here, but I'm very intrigued. Saturday, please don't stress yourself too much. We're trying to keep your wound from acting up. I looked over at Allison apologetically. Sorry, you're right. It's just, I don't understand how that makes sense. The state of the environment that we arrived at, and the one we left, felt ever so slightly different. The best way to put it might be like so. We mean slightly different. You saw an abandoned building. Everyone else saw a shrine. Those are two very different things. Chio took out a piece of paper and drew a loose illustration. Look, when we arrived, the parking lot was at the same altitude as the start of the stairs leading up to the shrine. Chio took the piece of paper back and flipped it over, drawing a similar scene. But when we left, it was like this. The stairs we walked down led to an abandoned Sunrise Foundation building. And there was a second set of stairs further down that led to the Okawachi Shrine. Wait, so the layout of the area changed while we were inside the basement? Popping to see what this game is, just saw it on Steam. Dude, this game is sick. It's fucking amazing. Like, you've got rhythm game, really good VSRG rhythm game. You've got wild, like, story that reminds me of the kind of shit you would see in, say, Zero Escape. Or maybe even Steins Gate a little bit. I mean, we're getting some time stuff in here after all. And then you have, like, ARG puzzle solving. Really good ARG puzzle solving. But the best part is, if you don't like any one of those aspects, you don't have to play that part of the game. You can, like, change the way the game flows. Or if you want to just, like, there's also, like, a complete walkthrough that's on the site that you have to go to solve the puzzles. You can get, like, hints if you want, or just straight up the answer. So you can play the game like however you want to. It's very accessible, but it doesn't also... It doesn't feel diluted as a result of that, which is awesome. I don't understand how this game is free, though. I think that's the biggest mystery. I mean, it appears that way, but isn't that impossible? Like, I shouldn't have to explain why that just isn't physically possible. No, I know, but the fact is that it did change, right? Or did all of us collectively hallucinate the way it appeared when we got there? I think the more likely conclusion would be that Chio saw wrong when we were leaving. After all, tensions were really high and it was extremely dark. See, you think so, and I'd be inclined to agree, but then we come back to the thing I mentioned earlier, about my memories conflicting with each other. Because both of these layouts feel right, if that makes sense. What do you mean? Like, neither of them felt like I was seeing things. Like, both of these versions of the way the area looked were correct. The Okawachi Shrine being right by the parking lot and the Sunrise Building being in that same place both feel like the true way the area is laid out. Theo, what is the Sunrise Foundation? What is your link to it? I don't know. I think I was an employee there? You think? Look, I was never an employee at the Sunrise Foundation. Remember how my life has played out up until now. But also, I swear I have memories of working there, of helping make something important, and working at that lab underneath the shrine. It's another one of those things where both the options feel like the right one. Not like I can't choose, but they're both right at the same time. And then there's that video, the shrine report. You know about that as well? Yeah, I saw her watching it when we met up her on the ferry. Caught me off guard. Hey, how did you come to find out about the video anyway? An anonymous text randomly appeared on my phone. No sender and strangest of all, no time. Well, there was a time, but it was January 1st, 1970. Unix time. Huh. The beginning. Unix time 0. Yeah, the message itself was interesting too. It was a jumbled mess of hexadecimal. Hexadecimal? Yeah, I'll spare you the process. It roughly translates to this. Seek the connections, seek the links, shatter the protocol, and refer onwards. I would have been inclined to believe it was a spam message if not for the Unix 0 thing, so I found the video. I was already on my way back to the mainland after Tanegashima vacation, so I didn't have time to solve the video before Saturday noticed me on the ferry. And then she told me the solution over dinner anyway. Right. I don't know why I can't shake this feeling that's related to the Sunrise Foundation. I mean, it feels a lot more like might be related to the Sunrise Foundation than any of us would have ever thought. And yet, it also feels like none of us truly know what it is. I looked down at my wound for the first time in a while, and I was a reminder to myself of what I'd done chasing this mystery. As if to be the one final decision of if I really wanted to chase this path. I want to figure all of this out. I want to investigate this. I wouldn't be able to live with myself if I turned back now. Saturday. I agree. I want to look into the Sunrise Foundation and get to the bottom of this conflict in my memories, and Uh-oh. Everyone jumped at the sudden shout of an unfamiliar voice. Everyone whipped their gaze to the source of the noise, the balcony. The door was ajar. Standing in it was a figure, tall and slim. They wore a mask and bodysuit to cover their appearance, but something about them had a crushing familiarity, and in their hand lay a small pistol. You continue to endanger this world, my world. I have no choice but to end this by force. Saturday, you've gone yourself nearly killed twice at this point. Think you're far too in at this point to back out. No, see, that's where a smart person probably would back out. And I think Allison would agree with that notion. But you're right. I don't think I think it's too late to back out now. Chio jumped up as if to shield us. Eddie, Allison, and I remained frozen in shock. Who are you? What are you doing? The tall figure took one step into the hotel room. Chio backed up a bit in fear. You, the arbiter of the rule. I will not allow this cycle to continue any longer. Chio watched in fear as the tall figure raised her pistol and pointed it directly at Chio's chest. No, please! The figure tilted their head to look at me briefly, and in that moment, I felt an indescribable sense of sorrow and grief. My vision went blurry. I'm sorry. I shut my eyes in desperation as if to pull myself out of the nightmare I found myself in. And then I heard the click, and then the bang. I dropped my guard and let her out of my sight, a mistake only a child would make. Yet here I was. Desperately, I clambered out of my bed and up to my computer. God damn it, where are you? Where? Then I saw it. That hotel room, the situation unfolding within. The action the World Keeper was about to take. Shit! Is there any way I can interfere with the inner layer enough time? I began to desperately search my files as fast as I could and eventually found my way back to what I was looking for. The control panel I'd forced my way into. Please go through in time. Come on! A single flash and a moment captured, and frozen. I made it just in time. Oh my god, thank goodness. There was no time to waste. The freezing would only last for so long, which meant it was time to get to work. Was that the future? What? We have more? Oh my god. Wait. I get... Why are they like... Okay, I guess some of them just have different... Okay, whatever. We can just go in here? What if I go in here as on middle? Oh, okay. Okay, if we have like a 5-part puzzle. AA rank on Pyromania middle. AA rank on Valor Starcross middle. Yeah, nope. Nope. 4 A ranks on opening songs in Chapter 2. Max combo over 300 on 2 opening songs in Chapter 2. Well, we kind of played all the songs here. Maybe we'll just go back to puzzles. What? Oh, okay. All right then. Yeah, sure. Now, look, it's probably not as bad as it looks, okay? I trust that these are probably valid square roots, perfectly acceptable. I don't know what the fuck the star field is. We got fucking Star Spangled Banner over there in the middle left, but okay, sure. What else we... Oh, okay. All right. That's the answer. Okay. Well, we know what red and blue mean. Maybe. What the fuck? What would that even make? Oh, okay. Well, let me copy these down. I have a feeling this is probably... All of these are probably going to require some image editing of some sort. And not just to take notes. Alright, let's see here. Crop. Canvas size. We'll make this like... There. Oh, I should have done it as black. There. Okay. Let me take each one of these and save it individually so we have it. And then I guess we'll get started with whatever this is supposed to be. Funnily enough, I think the math looking one probably gonna be the easiest of the bunch. Alright, let's save this as, what is this? Chapter 2 1. And then this one is chapter 224. These really are just prototype Professor. No, this is beyond Professor Lane. Professor Lane wishes it was this complicated looking. Professor Layton is like, you solve the puzzle in 3 seconds because you already know the answer or the process to get to the answer. Professor Layton tells you exactly what to do. This does not. This needs to be... That was the 4th one, right? Yeah, that was the 4th one. I saved it wrong. This was number 3, right? Yeah, okay. Should probably just call them by their shape, but whatever. This was number 2. Okay, there we go. Alright. What do we want to even start with here? Okay, let's do the math one, because I did say it was probably going to be the easiest. So we know how these dots work. We just count them. That's it. Red lines are zeros. Everything else is just count. So we have... Okay, actually, no. First things first. Let me see how many characters we can type in. That's important. Okay, so diamond and square go together. Circle and triangle go together. So we need two answers. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16? No? I don't know. That one's kind of weird. It only deletes some of the characters if you type too many. Whereas the last one didn't delete any of the characters, so I have no clue what we're looking for here. I'm guessing each one of these is a letter, though. That seems pretty clear at this point. Alright, so this one's probably the easiest. So this is like 5, 7... This is going to be 5... Oh, shit. Don't use that color. Use that color. 5, 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 times 4, 3, 5. Let's make this a little smaller. And then that's all divided by 4, 5, 9, 3, 6. That's a big number. Now, here's the problem. What kind of math order of operations did the developer of this game learn? Because unfortunately, I've seen both. Division first and multiplication first. That's going to make this a little trickier. We're going to try it anyways. So let's do 5, 7, 8. Well, you know what? How did we solve this? This is how we solve this. We put brackets in. 5, 7, 8. How do we put brackets on this calculator? Times 4, 3, 5. Oh, I see how to do this. That's why okay, there's brackets up there. I didn't see the brackets actually, so these are supposed to be in brackets. 5, 7, 8 times 4, 3, 5 divided by 4, 5, 9, 3, 3, 6. That is not a number that I like. I don't like that number. 5.4734848484 and on. That makes no sense. That's how we're supposed to read the dots, though. That's how the dots were read in the video. Each line of dots is a single number. I misread the dots myself, actually. Do you see where I made the mistake? I hope you do, because I don't know why it took me this long to see it. 5, 2, 8 times 4, 3, 5. I can count. Divided by 4, 5, 9, 3, 6. Which equals 5. That's a much more reasonable number. Okay, first one has to be 5. Calculators are never wrong. Only the people inserting the numbers. This is a 5. Actually, let me type that on a separate layer here. On the off chance it is wrong, but I'm going to put it right over top. 5. Okay, next one. So, it is 1, 0, 4, 9, 7, 6. The square root of that, where's the square root button on here? 324, square root of that is 18. I don't know if double digits are a good idea, but here we go. This what is this? Do we just count them up? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18? Again? Maybe? Okay. Now this one's a little weird because these numbers are not left aligned. These dots aren't left aligned. Maybe that's fine? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I mean, it's 64, so that would be 8. 8 times 2 is 16, and minus 1 is 15. So that's got to be right, right? Now this one, when does square roots happen in the order of operations? I was never taught that one. Well, let's try something here. So we have 1, 5. Okay, this is 15 plus 25 is 40. Plus the square root of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 81, which is 9. So that's 49. So the square root of 49 should be 7, divided by 0.45. Or 0.5, I mean, what am I saying? Divided by 0.5, which equals 14. Plus the square root of 2, 5, 6, which should be, what, 16? And then again is 4. So that's 18 again. Okay. Well, that's the first one solved, I think. That's diamond. So diamond gets paired with square, which is this thing. What the fuck is this thing? I mean, yeah, it looks like a barcode, but is it a barcode? But then why is there like lines going across? Barcodes don't have horizontal lines like that. I mean, I guess it could be a barcode. Maybe we're supposed to put it together? Are there like online barcode readers? Is that a thing? Can I like, is there like a site where you can like upload a barcode and it can scan it? I feel like that'd be a thing. Oh, here we go. Looks like there might be a thing. Okay, let's try that. I'll show it in a second. I just want to find the file first. Is that gonna work? I don't think that worked. Okay, let me try doing something here a little bit. Maybe it's too confusing for the software. I'm just gonna like upload that part. Let's see if that makes any difference. Barcode. Read. Oh, nope. No barcodes found. Maybe if I have to like put it together more, but I don't think that's gonna work. Just nothing else in this puzzle could serve as a hint. Yeah, like, okay, what if we did... No, didn't think so. An invert? Yeah, definitely didn't think so. Like, okay, so there's one, two, the lines are equal. There's two sizes of lines. There's either the thin lines or there's the really thick lines. Nothing else. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. There's 9 of each. So unless the answer is like 99, which it could be, because we have to type in diamond and then square. I'm guessing this is like 5, 1, 8, 1, 8, 1, 5, 1, 8, and then 99. But we won't know until we solve the other two. That's kind of weird, but I mean, why not? Okay, what is this? So we know from previous puzzles, red is plus. So this actually might not be that hard. So we need to just do 5 plus 5, 3, 5 minus 1, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 minus 3 minus, or plus, I mean, I meant plus 3. That's still like negative 155,015. Maybe we just don't care about the sign. Oh, sorry, plus, not minus. So it'd be 21. Maybe? Let me just double check. Try it again. 5 plus 5 plus 5, 3, 5 minus 1, 5, 5, 5, 5, 5 minus 3 plus 3. Oh yeah, I guess it would be 15 because if the math is still to count the negative, then technically it would be 15. Maybe. We'll leave that for now. That's the most straightforward way of solving this though, because the blue is supposed to be minus, and then red is supposed to be plus. But it does specifically color the 5 red, so I wonder if it is supposed to be positive. I don't know, maybe you know what, let's leave the dash in front here. Maybe it is signed. Maybe it's like dash and then the number for some reason. Okay, this one. Do we count the squares? Three, 5, 9, 2, 4, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But there's no light green. Okay, there's blue here, there's purple here, there's the teal, there's the magenta, there's orange, there's red, there's the pink, there's yellow, teal's twice, and then cyan. Green is suspiciously ignored. Is it just like all of those put together? Like, so what's one? All right, let's see here. So 2, 4, 7, 9, 12, 14, 16. That'd be for the first number. And then the second number is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12, 18. I feel like the color one is simple. The color is the one where the letter will go, so the amount of boxes correspond to each other, so red is C. Oh, you think it's letters? Ooh, could these all be letters? I mean, we have had to type in numbers and letters before. I mean, what would that make this? That'd make this E, E, A, and then A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, H, A, H, A, E, A, H? I mean, it could be letters, but like, all of these have been number themes. So I don't know if they're going to be letters. Like, I don't think this all necessarily needs to be letters. Three is 15. But, I mean, you're right, though. There are spaces here. Let's space these out just in case. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7... 14, 20, 5, 3, 20 again, 4, 8, 9, and then that's the same shade as that, so it's 15, 14. I mean, this might be a word. So that'd be M-N-O-P Q-R. 15 is M-N-O. 20 is R-S-T. A, B, C, D, E, C. Oh, you're right about this one being letters, I think. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. And then this is O. And then that would be N. That one makes a word, protection. You're right. That actually works out. I feel like that's the only one that does work out, though. Because, I mean, I don't know what that's going to be. Yeah, I think this one's definitely letters. Like, that's too much of a coincidence to not be. This one, though, I don't know about this one. Like, this would be A, E, E. There's no letter 0. That already throws it off. Now, this is triangle and circle, which... Triangle and circle is the second one, so that would be like negative 155.015. Oh, do I have to type in the... Oh, I have to type in the first answer first. So wait, can we check these one by one then? Oh. Oh, maybe if we solve... Maybe we can solve diamond and square first. Maybe it'll tell us if that's right or wrong. This doesn't make sense. So we have to solve this. Oh, it could be the one, you think? Oh, right, because it's 5. This is the one that's kind of weird, though. 1, 5. Okay, so 5 plus... I don't really get what this is trying to say then. So, okay, so we have 5. And then we add... Then you would add 535. So that's 540. And then you subtract minus 155,555, which gets you 155,015 negative. And then you would get minus another 3, which is negative 155,018. And positive 3 just puts you back to the other number. That doesn't make any sense. Oh shit, I forgot I put it back. There we go. My bad. I thought I did that. I don't know how you would spell this one out. The numbers are too big. Like, it almost looks like it's supposed to be a word with the way the dashes are placed and everything, but how did I get this? I just did math. So the dots, the stacks of dots are digits in a singular number. So like this first stack here is 535, that's 535. It's basically just typing numbers vertically is what this is. This is 155555. So 155,555. And this is 3 and this is 3. But this is the one that's like feels out of place because if you didn't have this, you could probably make a word. That's the part that doesn't really fit for me. And then this is also colored. It's colored red, which traditionally is the positive. So it's like it's telling me that signage matters and that negative numbers are to be expected. I think this is the word. You make each step into a letter and you'll get some sort of four-letter word. But how do you make this into a word? How do you make 540 into a word? Because remember, this is 535. So you have to add 5 into... You have to add 5 plus 535, which equals 540. And there's no letter 0. But then it just like it just cascades from there into like into nonsense because of this number. So I'm not sure about it. The barcode one's really fucking with me because I mean I don't think it's a barcode. There's seems unlikely. What if it's 18 as in the first letter? As the first letter? Where's 18 coming from? Just add the dots? Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but that's not how this one works. And it's kind of the same thing. Like, see how these ones aren't... Unless that's why these dots aren't left aligned. And you're supposed to add them here too. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, but you don't... There's no square root of 10. Well, it's 2.5, but... Well, oh. 2.5 times 2 is 5, minus 1 is 4. Hang on a second here. Just gonna leave that there for now. Maybe that is the case, because the dots aren't left aligned. Okay, so if that's the case, then the answer would be we'd have 5, 5, 10, 13, so that's 18. But then we'd still be subtracting like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26. So minus 26 is negative 8. Negative 5, 12, 11. And then -8 again. Now, if we just ignore the negative number aspect, although this is colored, so I feel like that's not the case, you'd get AE MNOPQR R ABCDEFGH HIJK and then H. That's not a word. That's not a word at all. I don't know if this is a... I don't know if this is a word. I think some of these are gonna be numbers, because... Where is it? I can close this. Well, okay, this one might be, though. So you would have E... We already tried this. It was like MNOPQR R D or O. Oh, that's a word. Error. What was the two we had to pair together? Square and diamond. Error 99? No. How do you like... I think we do have to solve one answer before the other. I don't know how to get to the second line otherwise. What's the ninth letter? E, G, H, I, J, K? J? Error J, J? No, okay. There's more to this. Let's solve this one first because I think this one's definitely solved. That's perfect. This one's definitely solved. I can't even try things with this one until we solve this one, I think. If it is a barcode, I'm going to have to do something a little different here. I'm still not sure if this is even a barcode. I'm wondering if the lines in the middle were messing with it. Like, this looks like a barcode almost. Yeah, this looks exactly like a barcode. Let's see. No barcodes found on this page. No. Says it's not a barcode. Maybe that one just sucks. Upload an image. I'm still testing the barcode theory here because I feel like it could be possible. Nothing found in barcode. Yeah. I don't think we're dealing with a barcode here. It definitely looks like a barcode. Looks very much like a barcode. What if the thin one are dits and the thick ones are dots and so on? Oh, you're right. That's a good idea. Okay, we need a Morse code translator then. You know what? It's interesting you mention that because, I mean, it's probably completely unrelated. But there was a bit of Morse code in the last song we had to play, in the last boss song. Okay, what are we doing here? Let's see. Okay, this is, so you said the thin ones are dots and the thick ones are das? Yeah, so the thick ones are the dashes, right? So it'd be like dash, dot, dot, and then a dot, and then a dash, and then a dot. Oops, that's not a dot. That's a dot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Dash, dot, dash, dot. Oh shit. It's looking pretty good. Dash, dot, dot, dash, dash, dash. It's looking pretty good. And then I guess dash dot at the end. Detection. Spicy coming in here with like the most random insta guess. And I think that's it. Okay, so if that one's detection and this one's error detection, that actually makes perfect sense. All right, now we're on to part 2. That was the first half done. That was good shit right there. Okay, so error detection, and now we need to do something protection. What are the chances? It was error protection. 5, 18, 15, 18. 5, 18. I don't understand how we get that. Somehow this should have equaled this. These same numbers. I'm not really sure how that one would have worked. Yeah, like 5 is E, but how did we get... Okay, so you add 15, the 13, that equals 18. Okay, that checks out. But then what the fuck is all this? 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26? You subtract 26 from 18 and you get 8 in the negative. That's not even close to 18. Does it like wrap around? That still doesn't make sense. I'm not sure how this one works. I was talking about some barcode and the bars were constantly thick and thin. I was like, but what if? Yeah, no, that's a good idea. I don't know. I wasn't thinking. I probably would have gone to Morse code eventually, but no, that was good shit right there. Yeah, but like, okay, yeah, well, I know what numbers are supposed to represent the letters, but like, the math doesn't check out. I'm not understanding how you get to that answer. Like, that would certainly explain the minus 3 to get to 50 and the plus 3 to get back to 18 for the R again. ERROR. But like this big number right here on the second arrow is tripping me up. So the arrows up to this point, the colors, red means positive, blue means negative. So I'm assuming that what this is supposed to be is add this number, subtract, get this result. Subtract this number, get this result. Subtract this number, get this result. Add this number, get this result. So blue is supposed to be minus, red is supposed to be plus. But how do you go from like 18 and then you subtract like 5, 10, 15, 20, 25, 26? How is 15 minus 26 supposed to equal 15? Yeah, I want to know what this one is. We've already solved it. Let me look at the... Let's go back to the site. You should remember what red and blue means by this point. Yeah, okay. So we had that part right. Plus and minus, add and subtract. Don't reset to A each letter. Yeah. Don't reset to A each letter. In other words, do math on the previous one. But how the fuck is it you think it's wraparound? But even if it is wraparound, I wasn't resetting to A each letter. I was taking 18. I was taking the result. I was taking the result here. So like, so you have 5 plus 13 equals 18, right? And that's the second number, okay? So you have 18 minus 27, right? 5, 10, 15, 20, 26, 26. 18 minus 26 gets you -8. I wasn't wrapping around. I was just doing raw math. Number by how many you need to move by? Well, yeah, because we're adding the number. We're taking 5 and we're adding 13. We get 18. We're taking 18. We're subtracting 26. Oh. Maybe it is like that. No, I get it. I get it now. It's not raw math. It's exactly 26. That means you wrap around and you get R again. Yeah. You get 18 again. Because you take away 18, okay, you're at letter 1, you're at A. If you were to wrap around, you go back to Z at 26. You have exactly 8. It takes you back to 18. That's another R. E, R, R. Minus another 3, that gets you O. Add another 3, you get another R. That's, I think, how it works. I think that's what it wants. All right, what are we doing here? What the fuck is this? Dusk lock, break lock. Veritas Porta. Huh? What? Veritas Porta. Was that a song that we played? No. Dusk lock, break lock. Left, right. I think enter's the only valid key here. And we don't have a website this time. Can I use my mouse? Mouse has never worked in this game so far, so I don't think so. I don't know why it would work now. That would certainly be interesting. I can't type. Dusk lock, break lock. Veritas Porta seems familiar. We'll come back to that in a second here. I wonder if somewhere else in the game has an answer. Like, was there a song called that? I swear there was. Maybe not. Oh, wait, Valor Starcross. That's the one we just played. Maybe it's like an artist or something? Let's start by, where is it? S? Start by title. Title. Actually, no, it's probably going to be artist title. So if it was a song, it's going to be sorted by, we want to start by artist. I think, right? No, there's no Veritas. We want title. Maybe. Is there a song called that? No, it's just Valor Starcross is the closest thing, but I don't think that's it. Maybe the shop has something. Maybe it's a song I haven't bought yet. Let's see if there's a Veritas Porta. Well, no, it would have shown up in that list. It would have shown up the list because it shows even songs you haven't bought yet, right? So, no, that would make a difference. That's definitely not going to be it. Veritas Porta. Why does that sound familiar? Where could we have seen a Veritas Porta? I bought all the Chapter 2 songs. What's that mean? Oh. What? Was I just supposed to do it twice? Well, now it's all green. Wait, what was the answer we did before? Did I just type them in backwards? Hang on. I think I typed... Did I just type it in backwards? Did it just want me to, like, swap the answers around for some reason? Was that the thing? Well, I guess we're now playing Baby Easy mode. I could go back and, like, grind them, but that's whatever. I don't mind. We can do that later. I didn't grind out the extra stuff. I didn't grind out the higher difficulty, so we're just going to be playing baby mode for this one. I don't think I won for free. I think I need to go back and take a look at it again, but I have a feeling. So the answers were error detection and error protection. I think I was supposed to type in, like the first time we typed in, it was like, it was one of those two ways. It was like error detection and then error protection for the second one. And then when I went back there, I think I typed it in the opposite way. So I typed error detection before protection, or vice versa. So by typing it both ways, I think that might be what unlocked it. And it does make sense. Even if I did it accidentally, that does actually make kind of sense. I just typed it in that way because like I forgot what the order was and I was too lazy to go look it up, so I just tried it and I thought, okay, if it's wrong, it's wrong. And we can get back to the screen at least. But nope, turned out to be correct, I guess. Ooh, okay. I guess we're doing a little not ITG over here. That's kind of cool looking. Shame I... Damn. I really wish I picked a higher difficulty for this, or grinded out a higher difficulty. I like the difficulty curve in this game. Both in the puzzles and like the rhythm game stuff too. Like now we're getting introduced to like visual gimmicks as on top of just like note density. Oh, we're really warping now. Yeah, I was kidding earlier about being not in the groove, but it definitely is not in the groove. We're getting shit like that now. I don't know how I didn't get FC. I was talking and I wasn't paying attention, that's how. I didn't get an FC, let alone like a perfect all crit FC on a fucking baby mode level 2. A click, a bang, and then silence. No impact, no splatter, no death. I opened my eyes and there she was, Chiyo Sakamura, standing in the same position she was when I closed my eyes. It only took a moment to realize what had happened. They missed? For the first time since they appeared in the room, I could tell that the figure that shot at Chiyo was caught off guard. They stepped backwards in shock, and in the process, their gun... was there a scroll button? The text was off screen. I'm sorry, I didn't know I needed a bigger resolution than 1080p. Eddie was on it immediately, rushing over with lightning speed, and she slid on the ground and grabbed the gun before the person could pick it up again or even realize what had happened. You will find me again. Regaining their composure, even if slightly, the figure turned to me again. I felt myself assaulted with the overwhelming sorrow again. And then, darkness. Speaking of note density, you're gonna head out? Well, damn. Man came in here, dropped one, like, amazing puzzle solve, and then just leaves. Crazy. The lights flickered out. What the hell happened? A power outage? No, that can't be. The lights across the way are on. Hold on. She ran over to the wall near the entrance to the hotel room and pressed down on the light switch. The lights turned back on again. Did the light switch somehow get tripped? Never mind that. Chill, look. All four of us turned to face the balcony only to be baffled by what we saw. Or rather, what we didn't see. That person is... gone? Eddie stumbled forward as if in a daze. I was in too much shock to say much myself. Is this like another situation of the parallel reality thing here? Did the guy miss because they shifted to the reality where he never shot at all and never existed? Did they just shift reality? Can't believe it. Everything fell still for what seemed like eons. Nobody knew what to say. In one night, everything had changed more than any of us could have ever believed. On the bright side, we found Saturday's missing sister. Oh, could you imagine if that was her? And then the silence continued, for minutes on end, and then hours. Chiyo, Allison, and Eddie drove me to the hospital shortly after. Nobody knew what to say. What were we even supposed to say? The mind shut off. It had been used too much. Too much had happened. And so, time passed. A day in the hospital, and then a week. No contact with anyone else. The doctor told me I had to stay in Kogoshima for a while so that the hospital could continue to monitor my wound even after I was dismissed from the hospital. Eddie, Allison, and I ended up finding a place we could rent out for a few months. And eventually, Kotomi came over to join us. Unfortunately, Chiyo had to run home to Tokyo for her work, but we stayed in contact. Throughout that entire time, I never heard from Tsuki. Slowly, my spirit returned and life almost became normal again. But all of us knew what loomed on the horizon. Nothing would change what lay in store for us. The first step we decided was to go back to Chiyo's home in Tokyo. The Sunrise Foundation was a company we at least knew existed, after all, and their headquarters were based in Ikebukuro. It would make the most sense to look into them there. That strange figure that tried to shoot Chiyo didn't show up again. For a while, all of us lived in perpetual fear of them, but that fear subsided as we took the time to focus on living happily. Especially since none of us knew where the road ahead would take us. It only made sense to enjoy taking a break from all of the action. Eddie ended up getting fired from the detective position. She didn't seem too bothered by it, though. Damn, that sucks. Didn't Saturday call the pig figure painfully familiar? I think she did. Was it Saturday? Or one of them definitely did. I think you're right. I don't know if that's because they recognize them normally, or if they recognize them because of, like, the cross, I don't know, timeline shit going on. I've been wanting to quit for ages now, but it's not really easy. In a way, you grew up idolizing the police detectives who solve the murder mysteries, and then you become one and realize you're stuck behind a desk 90% of the time. It sucks. She ended up getting a part-time position at a grocery store in Mina Miyosumi to keep us afloat while we waited for my wound to heal enough that we would be able to go back to Tokyo. When Kotomi joined us, she also took up work at the same store. I've heard from both of them on separate occasions that working with a sister at the same job is a miserable experience. I believe it too. Time passed. Days, and then a week. And then, about 2 weeks after I had been discharged and put under watch for my injury, I heard a knocking on my bedroom door in the middle of the night. Oh, yeah, that's perfectly normal and fine. The World Keeper. Okay, I want to just go back into this one for a second, because I want to see if, like, there was, like, supposed to be a scroll option. The ability to scroll text. There's not a way to scroll text. Would it be readable if I switched to the smaller font? That's kind of weird. There is another font, though. Let's see if that makes a difference. I'm just curious what it said that got cut off screen. Oh, it's the narrator. Yeah, which was Saturday right then. Yeah, okay, there you go then. Ah, there you go. Yeah, the smaller font. Okay, we're keeping the smaller font. The legacy font is the better font. I don't know why they decided to make the font all thick like that. Oh, I just said the gun fell to the floor. Alright, that's all I wanted to know. But we're clearly keeping this font now. Yeah, I guess they didn't realize how big the other font was. I was startled awake by a knocking sound. Huh? Wait a few seconds, it sounded again. It was coming from the door, obviously. Who is it? It's like 2 in the morning. The door opened and a familiar figure appeared in it. Allie? What's up? I know I'm late sometimes, but you're never up past 12 in the morning. What's your Allison jumped onto my bed. I jumped, startled. Hey, jeez. What the hell has gotten into you? My sentence trailed off as I realized what the weird noises I was hearing were. Allison was sobbing into my blanket. Hey. What's going on? Are you okay? Allison lifted her face out of my comforter and looked at me with tears in her eyes. Yeah, sorry. I'm just having a bit of a moment, I guess. Hey, come over here and lie down. Talk to me. Allison was hesitant but crawled over and laid her face down on the pillow next to me. So what's going on? I'm just having one of those moments where I'm incredibly scared. I know it's been weeks now, but everything feels so... God, I guess it just feels like it's been hitting me incredibly late. Yeah, I feel you. I'm sort of in the opposite boat, but I understand what you mean. Opposite boat? How? Well, during that first week of being hospitalized, I had this constant feeling of doubting myself. Everything hurt so much, and I was crying so much at the time that I had this belief of, like, why am I choosing to put myself down a path that results in this, you know? But I don't regret it. I chose already, and my decision hasn't changed. I want to see this through. I need to see this through. With you, with Eddie, and Katomi, and Shio. I felt a tight grip on my left arm, and looked over to see Allison clinging onto it, tears streaming down her face. But what if next time things are worse? What if things just keep getting worse and I lose you? I can't do that. Allie. Ever since the night Allison kissed me, I've been feeling a lot of things. I barely had time to sort out any of my feelings on that matter. But now that I was spending a lot of time resting, I had more time than ever to introspect, and I think I finally knew. You're never gonna lose me. I won't allow it. That means that she's gonna die. That confirms it right there. Yeah, they kissed in the... They kissed in the fucking... I said it earlier. They kissed in the hotel room just before you came. It was just a kiss on the cheek, though. I don't know if that counts in your book, but it was on the cheek. But what if something happens that's beyond your control? It won't. That won't happen. I promise. But how can you promise? It would be out of your control. You couldn't... I thought very carefully about the words I was about to say, and every thought told me to be true to myself. Not gonna hurt the most important person in the world to me. Allison looked up to me, surprised. Most important? Do you remember? The night before the day at Okawachi Shrine, when you kissed me. Yeah, I'm really sorry about that. I wasn't thinking. I hope you're not mad at me. It won't happen again, I promise. Allison's sentence was cut off. I put my hand around her head and hugged her tighter than I'd ever hugged anyone before. It meant a lot to me, I think. It took a while to figure out these feelings because I'd never felt anything like this before, but I think these feelings are... Allison, I think I'm in love with you. Allison fell silent, and then she erupted. Oh my god. Like actually? Like actually, like, love? Like, romantic love? Like, yeah. Like that. Holy shit. Wow, yeah, like... Allison calmed down and took a second to breathe. So then, are we... I don't know. Truth be told, I don't think I'm ready for a relationship of that nature. Not when we have so much on the horizon. No, that was something else. I specifically said the kiss. You can go rewind the VOD on that. I said they kiss on the cheek, and I said that there was also something else that someone predicted yesterday. I think it was you, Jack. I don't remember who else had a purple name that night, because everyone's names are constantly changing. But there was something else that was predicted yesterday that did happen. I don't know if it's going to come up again. I don't think it has any reason to. So I'll let that be an exercise to the viewer for now. Figure out what that one is. After all this is over, though, I think I would want to be your girlfriend. If you would be okay with that. Yes, I would. Very much so. She was too cute. I was gonna die from this before I could even get back to finding Tsuki. So, if it's okay, I'd like to remain close friends, temporarily, until all of this is over. Until I can face the person I love with the attention they deserve, okay? Yeah, I like the sound of that. Gives us something to work towards, you know? You saying that finding my family isn't something to work towards? No, not like that. Sorry. Relax, Allie. I'm just teasing, but I agree. So until then, just besties? Besties forever. We both laughed. Everything felt right. If I could feel this happy again someday, I think all of this would be worth it. My resolve finally formed there and then, and I decide once more my fate. For futures like this, I'll put an end to this curse looming over all of us. For everyone that means everything to me, in every way. Allison left the room eventually, and I went back to sleep. Hours passed, and then days, and then weeks, and then months. Alright, you want a hint? I'll give you a hint. Saturday's outfit. That's your hint. 10 miles away from where we were, in a forest torn between two memories, something moved, ever so slightly, brushed by the wind. And the horse began to rock once more. Oh shit. The horse is rocking. Another cycle past you then. What a shocker. I leaned back. Endless strife had led to this moment. Finally, we could refer onwards. I felt the sensation of life behind me. Funny, given that the only person who knew how to access this parallel space would be you, the World Keeper. I turned around and there she stood, the figure whose purpose was antithetical to mine, the Keeper of Cycles. You can take off that suit and mask. You should know better than anyone that's not worth your time to hide yourself from me. We're equal, after all. Fair enough. The woman asked herself and her hair stretched downward. You know, it's not a great idea to keep your hair all tucked in like that. And like that all the time. I hope you're taking good care of it. That's none of your business. I leaned back in my chair. Sheesh, why so serious? Loosen up a little. You know why I'm here. To attack me? Surely that can't be it. You already know neither of us can harm the other in this space. Not as long as we're on the same level. I'm not here to fight. I'm here to warn you. Warn me, huh? And what would you be here to warn me of, pray tell? I know you think your little protagonist has some immunity because she's Saturday. But I'm here to tell you that if hurting her is what it takes to keep the world in place, I will not hesitate. Oh, please. Tell me something I didn't know. You make me sick. You know that? Claiming that you're doing all of this for her. Yet it feels like you don't really know her at all. That's enough. Suki slammed her hand down on my nightstand. Just what do you know? You never knew her. You never knew what she had to go through to get to this point. I leaned forward. My sarcastic attitude was gone. In the light streaming in from the window, Tsuki could see me clearly. Wait, what? What did I miss in chat here? Because she's Saturday? No, like... I'm not gonna say more. It should be obvious if you look at Saturday's outfit. what you missed as well. The other thing you missed. The fact that you say that is the reason I'm doing all of this. Let me get one thing clear. I hate you. I hate what you've done to the legacy of my friend. I have nothing to say to that. Figures, asshole. Regardless, I'll be on my way. And know this, if for whatever reason we meet face to face outside of this space, I will kill you and put an end to this debacle before you hurt Saturday any more than you already have. Feelings mutual, buddy. And she was gone, just as soon as she was there. I must persist. I have to. Deep down I knew that everything that happened over the summer week was merely a precursor to what was about to happen that winter. God damn it. I'm in too far now to be doubting the decisions I've made. And so, I sat back. I sat back and waited. Until the day comes I will confront the results of everything I've done. I will persist. Interesting that the text is the colors of Saturday and Eddie as well. There a reason for that, perhaps? It's Suki evil? Suki was the world keeper or whatever. She's the one that tried to shoot Chio. I'll let you decide if that's considered evil or not. For a while now I've been having this dream. I thought Dawn was the world keeper. No, I'm pretty sure Suki was the world keeper. Maybe? Did I get confused? I thought Dawn was like someone else. There was like two names that were said. World Keeper and like another one, and I thought Dawn was the other one. Because Suki specifically said she was willing to kill Saturday. Suki said she wanted to kill Saturday if it meant keeping the world in line. Like that line was on screen after the name was revealed, who was speaking. So I'm pretty sure that's why I assumed she was the world keeper. Either way, Suki promising to kill her own sister, yeah, that's I don't know, that sounds pretty bad to me. You have to really think hard and explain that one through. For a while now I've been having this dream. In this dream I'm not whole. I've been torn apart by something I can't quite comprehend. Split apart, not organically, but with brute force. I, as I exist, am doomed to the fate of being an observer, unable to interact with what I'm watching. A girl in a lighthouse overlooking a clay doll representation of humanity. While those I observe can move between spaces, I am assigned to this space. All of this is to say, if I'm between the binary and the ternary, and she is on the binary, what does that make you? Alright, so post-Yuri, I like how these gay teens are just wandering around Japan's gods, just do their edgy, ominous thing around them. The last scene kind of gave me some Umineko vibes, just a little bit. There's a moment, was it Umineko? Or is it Higurashi? One of those two visual novels have a scene very similar to that. There's some undertones there. I haven't actually played those yet. From what I understand, though, that's a pretty big part of it. I looked up from my phone as Allison walked into the room, slumped over. She walked over and face planted onto the bed I was sitting on. I looked at her inquisitively. What's got you all tuckered out? I leaned over and poked her hair. Sit up, Allie. I can't make out a word you're saying. Allison sat up. Hacking? Same thing we've been doing all day. Well, speak for yourself. I finished up pretty early, actually. Yeah, because you don't have anything to pack. All your stuff is still back at home on the island. Hey, don't fault me for being lightweight to travel. I don't need to get much to get by. You're the one that had, like, everything shipped from Tanegashima. Allison glared at me with an unserious, tired expression. Yeah, and I've realized how bad of an idea that was, because now I have to get it all shipped back. Such is the struggle with a temporary home. Sure is. How about you? You already packed everything up? Yeah, did it this afternoon. Didn't really take too long, like I said. Maybe I should loosen up a little. I'm admittedly a, I'm admittedly a little envious of your single carry-on suitcase. Well, it certainly makes traveling easier, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't miss my home back on Tanegashima. So, take that as you will. Fair enough. Just then a rather tall silhouette appeared in the doorway. Hey, Katomi, what's up? Katomi walked into the room. Nothing much. Just making sure you're both ready to be up early tomorrow for the taxi to the airport. Everything all ready? Yep. I know you're ready, Sat. I was mainly talking to Allison. Yeah, I just finished up. All the stuff that's getting shipped back to is in the boxes by the front door. My suitcases are in my room. Cool, cool. Eddie and I also just finished packing. Don't stay up too late. We've got to be up by 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. You got it. Tomi left the room and closed the door behind her, leaving Alice and I in the light of the dim desktop lamp on the dresser. Did Don and Katomi share a text box color? Not quite. I wouldn't say it's the same color. Yeah, there's definitely a very limited color palette that they're using here for a lot of the characters. Except for Chio, which is orange. But yeah, everyone else is like some shade of pink or purple. Or like a pale or some sort of blue. No, like barely blue. Mostly purple. Indigo at best. I don't think they're the same color. I'd have to like compare them side by side. Yeah, Dawn's I thought was a little darker. I think Katomi's is a little closer to blue, and Dawn was definitely a purple. Allison looked over at my phone in my hand. What are you doing? Oh yeah, I guess Allison is green. I turned the phone over to reveal the game I'd been playing. Playing in some of the grind on Noise Sunlight, trying to clear that Chapter 5 update that just came out. Wow, nice plug there. Allison gave a lighthearted chuckle. Oh, I should have known. I felt a light impact against my side and looked over to see Allison resting her head on my shoulder. I gave her a teasing smile. You want to rest your head on my lap? Allison moved away from me, flustered. Well, I mean, I wasn't... I just was like... You want to rest your head on my lap. Allison buried her face in her knees. Yeah. Looking up wedding rings. No. Remember they said they were going to save that for after they found her sister. I put my legs down off the bed and let Allison lay down on my lap. I looked down at her, still flustered with her eyes closed. Hey, you can't fall asleep there, you know. You can't stop me. I can revoke your lap privileges. But you won't. I laughed softly. Yeah, you're right. I guess you're the Sleeping Beauty then, huh? Allison opened her eyes. If that makes you my prince, I'd say I got pretty lucky. Why is this girl the literal cutest human at being alive? Oh, is that too far? Sorry. No, it's okay. I was just not ready for that. An awkwardly long silence passes. Hey, I wanted to ask, are you okay? You seem kind of out of it all day. I guess you do know me too well for that to go unnoticed, huh? I guess it's not much that I'm out of it, and more so that it really feels like this time, sure as it was, is coming to an end. It's been 3 months since the stuff that happened at the shrine, and I guess I just got too used to things actually having calmed down. Because once we step foot in Tokyo, we're back in the case, and anything could happen. I'm scared, but more selfishly, I'm going to miss these few months. Even if they weren't easy, it really felt like it was a major change in my life for the better, you know? Sorry, I shouldn't have dumped all this on you. Doesn't mean they can't window shop. Aw, Allie, it's okay. I understand completely. To be honest, I'm kind of in the same boat. My life already took such a monumental turn earlier in the year, and it really feels like we're about to take another one, doesn't it? But I think you and I both know this is something that we gotta do. It's not like either of us to go through all of that and just walk away. Yeah, I agree with you. But it's still scary, you know? Yeah, of course. But we're not facing this alone anymore. Neither of us are. You're right as always. It's always gonna be scary, but we'll press on anyway, right? Always. That's just how we roll. Yeah. So how much of this is visual novel, rhythm game, puzzle, like, percentage-wise? It seems like I would definitely give it, like, 60 visual novel, 30 rhythm, and, like, 10% puzzles so far. Because the puzzles only seem to show up at the chapter ends. I mean, they're pretty beefy puzzles. Like, you have to sit there and think about them. But they're definitely not quite as, they're not as prevalent as the story or the rhythm game sections. I would say it's definitely a rhythm game first and a puzzle game second, but the puzzles are definitely there. I mean, so far, like, we're barely into chapter 3 here. I don't know how many chapters are. I wouldn't say we're... I think we're still fairly early on, I would say. The horse's name is Friday. What if it is? Went silent for a while before I inevitably had to get Allison off of my lap so I can move into bed. You know what? Everyone keeps making like the craziest predictions about this game, and they've ended up being true so far, so I wouldn't even be surprised at this point if the horse was named Friday. Yeah, I'm not doing this because I want to be a hero. Looking back, it feels so foolish that I was worried about that. It's been so long since all of this began, and it doesn't even feel like this is connected to Tsuki anymore. But I still need to see this through anyway. And if there's something awful waiting for me at the end of this, I'll face it head first, together with those I love. It's kind of like, I guess she just kind of moved on from Tsuki. Like, it clearly she still wants to find her, but it almost feels like she just doesn't care anymore. Like, if she finds Tsuki, that's a nice bonus. She seems more interested in solving the mystery than possibly finding her sister. What horse? Oh, the rocking horse. I can show it. Where is it? This thing. There was like, one of the pictures we found on the website was this horse. And then the horse was also at the shrine that they went to recently. So we don't know what the rocking horse means. It was mentioned again that the rocking horse just suddenly started to move. I don't know if that was just like an allegory for something, but maybe it has more meaning, like literal meaning to it as well. But there's a rocking horse sitting at the shrine. It seems a little suspicious. Not sure what it means exactly. Oh, I know what you're getting a joke at, Spicy, but it would be pretty funny if it actually was named Friday as a reference to that. I don't know why you would name a rocking horse that. Oh, fuck. Eddie and Katomi had taken a different cab, which left just Allison and the one I was in. About halfway through the drive, I got a text from Eddie. So, I got everyone in their own burner phone for while we're in Tokyo. Why? We're diving headfirst back into the situation that injured Saturday, and we know now that there's at the very least some kind of organization with actual power involved in all this. I want at the very least for us to have some kind of protective measure here. I agree with Eri. Whatever group is involved in all of this is without a doubt knows we've been poking around. The more we can do to keep ourselves untraceable, the better. Wait, but wouldn't they be able to track this conversation if that's the case? Why are we talking about this in a group chat? Wait, yeah, Saturday has a point. It can technically track this conversation, yes, but they wouldn't actually be able to get the numbers of the phones from this alone. Ah, okay, I get you. I've given Katomi hers, and I'll give you 2 yours once you arrive at the airport. Just letting you know in advance to save explained in a crowded space. That makes sense. Thanks, Eddie. Yeah, it's no problem. I put away my phone and looked out the window. We were passing through Tarumizu. The ride was relatively quiet after that, with the occasional light talk between Allison and I. Eventually, the 2 taxi cabs met up at the Kagoshima airport. Airport, sweet airport. Here we are. No, I am not letting you do that again. Party pooper. Tomi laughed. Still not used to you two actually getting along, you know. Eddie, you hated Saturday's Guts just a few months ago. Hey, I never hated her. I just had a strong idea of what she was like in my mind. You know they say not to judge a book by its cover, right? Being fair, the only part of the book I had was the cover, and when the cover involves that much ranch, it's easy to assume what the book is about. There are many ways the ranch incident can be interpreted. It's probably perfectly innocent, but calling it the ranch incident and then mentioning that it happens at 1 in the morning? is kind of weird. There's a... we don't know what the ranch incident is. It's just a thing that's now been referenced twice. There was just an incident. It happened before the story began. I don't know what it means. Not following along with this metaphor. Sorry. Of course you aren't. Elson and Katomi chuckled and we moved off of the taxi drop-off area into the actual airport building. By the time we got through security, it was afternoon. What gate are we again? Elson reached into her pocket to check her boarding pass. Gate 37 it looks like. So that's down that way. Oh, wait, hold on. I want to ride the Movator. The what? That. The Movator, right there. I pointed at the treadmill-like thing on the ground. The moving walkway. Yeah, the Movator. Nobody calls it a Movator? Wait, you guys have never heard it called a Movator? I have never heard it called a Movator. It's a Movator, like an escalator, but it moves you. A Movator. Doesn't an escalator move you? An escalator also moves you? When I lived in Canada, people called it a Movator. No, we didn't. I've never heard that term in my life. That is a false statement. I don't know where Ellison lived. We do not say that word. I've never heard that word before. We called it a moving walkway. Or just the floor conveyor. That is not a word I've heard in my life. Well, this isn't Canada, is it? That doesn't make it any less of a Movator. I hope you realize that in the time you've been arguing, you would have reached the end of the Movator. I'm going on the Movator. Then go. Nobody's stopping you. Okay. I walked over on the Movator and slid across it. Eddie, Katomi, and Allison stood still the entire time and stared at me. It was a miserable experience. After we reached the gate, Eddie handed us each our burner phones. They were really old, the kind of phone that had an actual numpad on it. Oh, the good kind of phones. When are these from? 2008? Well, you know what they say, the best way to go unseen is to go retro. Nobody says that. I said it. Hey, that's my bit. Anyway, each one has the numbers of the other three in the contacts ready. I've used our initials as well, just for an extra measure. Isn't this going a bit overboard? Like, yeah, it's good to be cautious, but this feels like bordering on paranoia. I don't mean to be blunt, Saturday, but do you want to injure your other leg? You know by now the danger of what we're dealing with. No, I've never heard... Okay, I'm Googling that term right now, because I've never heard that term in my life. Movator. It's just a moving sidewalk. I've never heard this before in my life. This is apparently a real term. Okay, you know what one of the first results was like someone saying, like, basically implying that Canada didn't know what a Movator was. Implying that the term isn't used up here. It's some Reddit post, like, telling Canadians in general that what a Movator was. So I don't know if that's... I don't think that's a term that we use. I've never heard of it before. Yeah, but... No, yeah, you're right. Sorry. Eddie seemed a little taken aback, as if she wasn't expecting me to actually change my position. Yeah, anyway. I'm gonna go grab some snacks for the flight. Katomi, come with me. What? Do I have to... Yes, Allison, Saturday, do you want anything? Any bag of chips should be fine. What about you, Sat? If you can find me one, a flaming hot Mountain View. I've kind of become hooked on those. That shit's bad for you. What isn't in this economy? Damn. I'll look anyway. We'll be back shortly. Eddie walked off with Katomi slouching behind, clearly not amused. I guess we should take a seat? It didn't look like it was going to be a very packed flight, so there were plenty of open seats for us to sit in while we waited to board. I don't even know what to call those. They're just moving sidewalks. That's what I've always called them. Like, just the floor conveyors on airports, they're just moving sidewalks. They're not even that faster, because, like, you can't run on them. You're not supposed to move on them. You're supposed to just stand there and take it. Like, it's way faster to just walk beside it. We took a seat and waited for Eddie and Katomi to come back. Okay, yeah, okay, maybe you walk on them. I still walk faster beside it, though. They're way slower than my walking speed is normally. And they're usually just full of people anyways. Like, I just don't understand the point. Maybe if you're like, you don't want to walk, I guess. But it's just easier for me to walk on the side. Alright, so I guess this is Dawn. She looks kind of familiar. I got so distracted by what was happening inside the bounds, I dropped my combo. Oh man, not even S+. That's gonna bump my rating down quite a bit. God damn it. Couldn't really complain though. I put away my tablet and rewinded the feed that was displayed on my monitor. Burner phones, huh? I could probably make that work. What the fuck? She's still able to spy on them? I spun my chair a bit to the left to focus on one of the other monitors. As much as I hated to admit it, I was actually starting to get used to this little space I set up. It's a little ironic when you think about it. I'm the one pushing Saturday towards the truth. But I found peace in this little hideout that exists outside of the narrative. Got the number of Saturday's phone. What the fuck? So much for burner phones. Fucking god over here. Now that I had this, I had to figure out a way to actually put it to use without triggering error detection. And ideally without the World Keeper catching on. What about error protection? I didn't know where she was or what she was doing at the moment, but as long as she wasn't here, I should be good. So wait. Does that mean... No, the narrator changes. The narrator POV does change. It's gotta be Saturday during the most of the time. It's only Dawn here. I don't think there's like a global narrator in this one. I've played other visual novels that do that, and it's meant to be a big twist about who the narrator is. Because they trick you into thinking it's one person, but it turns out it's a different person, and then that changes like the entire context around the story. They might be doing that here. The plot, it makes me think of another game that I'm not going to mention because doing so would be very heavily spoilers for that game. But I don't know if it doesn't seem like it. No, not Deltarune or Undertale. It's a game I haven't streamed. It's a game that I played a very long time ago. Well before I streamed anything, actually, in fact. Although, I wouldn't mind doing another playthrough of it, because they were very good games. It'll be fine. We're on equal playing ground. She can't spy on me, and I can't spy on her. But you just got her phone number. You just, like, heard her entire conversation. How is that not spying on you? What? That's totally spying. I pulled my whiteboard around towards my desk and got to work. For a while now, I've been stuck in this dream, watching, waiting. Eventually, I got sick of it. That's when I became aware of your existence. At first, I thought you were an anomaly, a being that had somehow entered this world from above. But after a while, I realized I was incorrect. You are not an anomaly, or even a being. You are a world. You were the catalyst for my determination, and finally, we are ever so closer to the breaking point, because of you. Before we continue, I wish to thank you for that, and to apologize. Everything I've engineered was for this moment, and that required keeping you in the dark. As we approach the end of this accumulation of cycles, I'd like to finally show you everything that has led to this point, the extent of our struggle. The truth about the Vivid Stasis operation. What the fuck is going on now? I think that was like a straight up fourth wall break. It has to be. There's no way it's not. The hell is this song name? Upside Down A? It's probably some sort of emoticon symbol that they had to try and translate into this like low pixel font. We will play the songs when it's required. Gio welcomes the group to Tokyo at her apartment. Yeah, I guess we have been breaking the fourth wall a little bit, right? By the time our plane landed, it was well into the evening, and being winter, that means it was dark the moment we stepped off the plane. Jesus, cold. You literally just sat in a heated tube for a few hours. I'm not surprised you're cold. Do you need my jacket? I mean, if you're offering, then... Yeah, figured. Here. Allison walked over to me and handed me her jacket. I wrapped it around myself. I never find myself admitting to her, but I wasn't really that cold. I just liked wearing Allison's coat. I started to walk forward toward the exit to the luggage claim, but Allison stopped me. Are you forgetting about the other half of our group? Come on, let's wait for them. Oh shit, you're so right. It totally slipped my mind. How the hell did that slip you? I think the last few months of doing absolutely nothing have made you even denser, actually. I laughed and we leaned against the glass wall with our carry-on bags. Indeed, it had been months. Many months of resting. Not so much while waiting for my leg to heal up, as the wound had mostly sealed up about as well as it was going to within the first month. Instead, we had to spend most of the time working just to get the funds to make the very trip we had just begun. We'd spent day after day, week after week, and month after month saving up just enough to allow us a month in Tokyo. All of us figured that would be enough time to accomplish whatever it was we were going to accomplish here. I found myself wondering about what the next month would have in store for us. After the commotion that was the first few days in Minamiyosumi, the topic of what had happened what had happened was tread around very carefully. Nobody knew what to say for a while. Eventually, though, we all agreed that spending some time in Tokyo would be beneficial to all of us. Both for the reason of giving us something to take our minds off of everything that happened, and also to do some further investigation to that very same everything. The Sunrise Foundation was a name that came up a lot back in those awful days in August, and the fact that nobody could quite remember or explain what it was, but knew that it was related to whatever was going on, enough to warrant our curiosity to get the better of us. And since their website said they seemed to be based in Tokyo, it only made sense for us to spend some time out east. After a while, the shock of missing Tsuki vanished, in a way that didn't entirely feel right. Almost like I was more used to not having her around than I was used to her being a part of my life. And that in itself became a source of anxiety for a while. Luckily, Allison helped me through many panic attacks and they calmed me down with time. Allison, I genuinely don't think I could ask for a better person in my life. Even when I'm thinking this to myself, it sounds cheesy as all hell. But it's how I truly feel. Even though we said we would date until after everything had calmed down, my overwhelming feelings of love for her never got any weaker. That's not to say that Allison and I didn't have any romantic interactions at all these past few months. It's more like we're waiting to make it official. Of course, everyone else had already realized long before we told them. Eddie even said she didn't know we weren't a couple until after the Geology Museum incident way back in July. But when I'm with her, I genuinely feel like I could overcome anything that's thrown at me. It's even more than that. I just know I can. In a way, it feels like it's already happened, time and time again, and yet... Wakey wakey, eggs and bakey, Saturday. Jet lag game to you, Bessie? Wasn't even that long of a flight. I looked up to see the ever-opposite sisters. I guess they had caught up with us while I was deep in thought. Hey, shut up. I had an energy drink at the start of the flight. Aren't those supposed to keep you awake? Well, yeah, but I have a weird brain. Caffeine is just a knockout drug for me. Fuck yeah, I'm not the only one. It's true. I can back this up. Oh god, she can back this up. It's not the only thing she can back up. That probably didn't make any sense, actually. It sounded better in my head. Allison looked over at me. So, have you heard from Chio about her current whereabouts yet? She's supposed to be picking us up. Oh yeah, she said she'll be right outside the baggage claim by like 8:30. When did they gravely injure Allison? Right before the... Yeah, that's... Well, okay, but it's been Saturday every time now. I don't know if that's going to be the pattern or if it's finally someone else's turn to get injured. Maybe Katomi's due for an injury. I don't think Katomi's been injured yet. Everyone else had to be in the... Oh, no, Katomi and Eddie were in the fire. Never mind. Allison hasn't been injured yet. So, yeah, no, you're right. It's Allison's turn to get injured. She's the only one that hasn't been in mortal danger so far. We best get going then. Come on. Hitomi sprinted down the long passageway leading to the baggage claim. The remaining three of us looked at her defeatedly. It's still 8:20. It's actually 8:12, but close enough. Regardless, we ran after her. Better be early than late. Probably. Turns out Hitomi might have been right to run, as all of us severely underestimated the size of the airport. In the end, however, we managed to make it in time. The baggage claim was just before the exit, so after we got our bags checked, we stood outside and waited a few minutes. Eventually, a taxi pulled up with a familiar-looking girl sitting inside. Yeah, Chio was the one that got shot just about, so that's mortal danger. Again, Allison, only one who has not been injured so far, or close to being injured. Eddie and Katomi were in the fire. They were in the hospital because they inhaled too much smoke. Chio may or may not have been shot with Schrodinger's gun. And then, of course, Saturday had like 3 different injuries now. So I'm pretty sure Allison, I don't think Allison's been injured yet, or even close to being injured. Hey, there she is, Chio. Saturday, Allison, Eri, and you're Tomi Nichibotsu, Eddie's sister. Oh, you're Katomi. Nice to finally meet you. I'm Chio Sakamura. Yeah, I know that. Yeah. Anyway, Chio, what's with the taxi? Didn't feel like driving out here? Saturday, I don't have a driver's license or a car. I'm a very strong public transport advocate. I thought I told you this. Wait, didn't she drive them to the did she take a car when they were eating? What? What? No, you totally didn't. She totally did. She did. Is this game just like Mandela effect the game? Remember the perp from the second case of DD, the guy who would put words in all caps to emphasize them and nobody else in the entire game did that anyways? And one character ruined my life and made me hate the way I type. It's also 2 AM. Is it? What time is it now? Oh shit, it's like 1 o'clock here. Fuck. God, this game's too good. Okay, I don't know if I'm streaming tomorrow, but I'm tempted to play this again instead of Minecraft. I'm just saying. There's a chance. Dude, I wish this stream was going on for longer, but I wish I was able to start this earlier because I was really looking forward to playing this more today. It's literally so recent you can see it in your messages without scrolling. You guys are no fun. Chio laughed. Anyway, my place is pretty close here, but the bus doesn't run at a reasonable enough rate for me to be here at this time, so I took a taxi. Speaking of which, we should probably not keep them waiting. Ah, good point. Sat, give me your suitcase, and I'll put it in the back with mine. I nodded and rolled my suitcase over to the back of the taxi. Allison opened up the truck and slid her bags in together. Despite her relatively short appearance, she was much stronger than I was, but that isn't exactly a hard bar to pass. I sat down in the back seat and the other 3 slid in beside me. It was the tightest fit I'd ever been in my entire life, and being squished in next to a person I was madly in love with made the ride a whole lot more awkward than it probably should have been. Luckily, it was only about a 35-minute drive from Tokyo International Airport to Chio's apartment in Ikebukuro, which, to be honest, is 35 minutes longer than I would have liked to be. But it could have been a whole lot worse. Chio's apartment was a part of a small 3-story condo. Luckily, there were a few extra rooms that Chio usually used as office space that she'd prepared mattresses in. Eddie and Katomi got one room and Alice and I got the other, which was fine by both of us. What the fuck is going on in chat now? Yeah, you do type normally. I don't know what you mean by you didn't want to type in all caps unless that's what made you stop and type in all caps. Because I don't think I've ever seen you type in caps. Unless it's like to emphasize, you know, like a normal person. Oh, did you finish setting all your stuff up? Yeah, not like there was much to set up. All we had was the stuff in our carry-on bags. That's fair. Where are Allison and Eddie? I I think both of them are in their rooms. We had to get up early to pack for our flight, so it makes sense that at least some of us would be exhausted. You guys aren't, though. I'm nocturnal. There are times when this is about the time of day I wake up. At 9:16 p.m.? What the fuck? Okay, even I'm not that bad. Holy shit. Oh, I see. That doesn't sound healthy, but I'm not your caretaker, so I won't pry. Appreciated. My sleep schedule is already enough of a hassle. You guys want to sit down in the living room and chat for a bit? I haven't had the chance to meet you yet, Katomi. Sure. I'm assuming you'll still be up for a bit too, right, Saturday? Yeah, of course. I'll join you guys in a minute. Let me just go check on Allison first. Sure thing. Chio and Katomi walked down the short hallway to the living room, and I started walking up the stairs to the bedrooms that Chio was laying in. How much money does Chio have for an apartment of this size? This impossibly large Tokyo apartment. That shit's gotta be, like, expensive as fuck. I slowly opened the door to the room Allison and I were staying in. Sure enough, Allison lay inside, passed out cold. Oh no. I backed out of the room slowly, but then I heard a soft voice from below me. Saturday. I looked back and Allison had one of her eyes open, looking at me. What's up, Allie? Can you do me a solid and fill up that glass with water? I don't have the energy to get up and do it myself right now. If she was an advocate for public transport, she gotta be rich. It's not that expensive to have a bus pass, and like, I thought most people used public transport in Japan. I always assumed public transport in Japan was dirt cheap, because everyone's using it. Like, the way I understood it was like, it's weirder to own a car than it is to take public transport over there. Around here, you can get transit that's like pay as you go. It's like $350 for a trip, but if you use over $100 worth in a month, all your rides are free for the rest of the month, because that's how much a monthly pass costs. So it's like, it's not that bad here. It's probably, yeah, it's just like $350. But it's actually, well, okay, it says $350, but when I pay with my card, it's like $250, because I guess it just costs less if you use the transit card instead of paying by cash. I don't know why, but it just is. Yeah, if you spend $100 in public transport here in Edmonton in a month, then you don't have to pay anything else for the rest of the month, because you've spent the equivalent of a month pass. And so what happens is when you tap your card, you just get free rides. That's how they set it up. That's why it's like pay as you go. Yeah. But I would imagine it's cheaper in Japan, because like everyone's using public transport over there. Their public transport's like way better than ours. I feel like we should be paying less than $350 because it's like so shit here. Just pointed at an empty glass on the nightstand beside our bed. I laughed. Of course I can. Hold on. I grabbed the glass and walked over to the adjacent bathroom and filled it with water. There. And I brought it back to the bedside and leaned down to place it on the nightstand. Thanks, Saturn. I love you. I was so caught off guard by Allie's sleep talk, I didn't even think she realized what she was saying, and probably forget by the morning. I regained my composure and smiled, and then hesitated for a second before I left the room. Love you too, Allie. Get some rest, okay? Closing the door, I stood in the hallway for a solid few minutes to wait for myself to stop blushing before I went back downstairs. Yeah, $3.50. Yeah, $3.50. $3.50. 3 loonies and a couple of quarters. That's what gets you a bus ride here. Or a train ride. One or the other. Chio, Katomi, and I sat in the living room for the next half hour talking about how life had been the past few months. I felt this sense of almost familiarity. Growing up, I had always been the loner aside from the few friends I had, and even then, aside from Allison, none of my friends felt super close to me in a sense. For one trip, that sounds responsible. Yeah, it's like, so you pay 350 and then you get a transfer that's like valid for the next 90 minutes. Yeah, I think there's still 90 minutes. Yeah, you get 350 gets you bus rides for the next hour and a half, basically. No, it's $100 for 1 month of trips. If you want to buy it, so the way it works here is nowadays we don't sell tickets anymore. You use a card. You get like a plastic card, and you put money on the card, and then you tap the card when you go on transit, and it deducts money from your account. If you spend $100 worth in transit in 1 month using the card, then it stops deducting money for the rest of the month. Because $100 is how much a monthly pass costs here. So it's better than buying a monthly pass, because if you don't use $100 in transit, you don't have to pay, you don't pay the extra for the pass. And if you do use it, you just get the pass anyways. So you never have to pay more than $100 in a single month for transit. It's, yeah, no, 350 would be a lot. It's not 350 for a single month. It's something that it totally would too. I watch this new alt reality Chio go on about public transport and how good it is now that she no longer has a car, because she apparently hates cars all of a sudden, and definitely totally never owned a car or a license in her life. And definitely would never want to drive ever. But now I feel like I'd really found the people I loved, and I would do anything to protect. Soon enough, Katomi went to bed and Chio followed. I sat in the living room alone for a few minutes before retiring for the night myself. We'd agreed to spend a few days out enjoying the city before doing any kind of thinking about the Sunrise Foundation, and I didn't want to be even remotely tired for that. I'd wanted to go to Tokyo for a long time. I wasn't about to pass up the chance I'd been given. Huh? Wait, what? Didn't I live in Tokyo at one point? Yeah, you did. You did live in Tokyo. Mandela effect. It can happen to anyone. Let me buy a story first. Oh, wants me to read episode 19. Okay. Wait, BPM. Similar reality. This one sounds familiar, maybe not. Yo, game, don't pull that. I slipped and cracked on my ass on a new reality. Maybe that happened when the rock slide occurred. Maybe that's when they shifted reality. Oh no, don't even think about that, Jack. I do not even want to consider that possibility that they retcon the Yuri. I don't think they're going to. I don't think anyone would have liked that. Well, okay, I mean, I do spend the points pretty liberally here. But yeah, we're probably gonna have to go play a little bit of music so we can get some more points to continue the story too. Though it was already our second day in Tokyo, it was our first chance to actually go out and explore a bit. We'd spent the entirety of the 17th recovering from a jet lag and general exhaustion from packing everything up and moving it out of our temporary home in Kokoshima. So it wasn't until today we actually had the chance to get out of Ikebukuro. Ikebukuro Station. Wow. So this is what a subway station in the big city looks like. But you used to live here. It's not that different from the ones down south. We just never ride the metro line. Sure it is. It's all in the vibes. And as a certified vibes expert, I proclaim that the vibes here are totally different. How are you making that sound with your mouth? Tomi laughed. After a while, I learned to stop questioning it. I'm surprised you haven't. Allie, you've known her for way longer than I have. There's some things about the nature of reality I haven't come to terms with yet. Yeah, like how it apparently changes every 5 seconds. And the Mandela effect is a very real thing. Meant to say Gooper points out good. Sure you did. Nah, it's okay, just blame it on reality shifting. Yeah, in the other timeline you definitely meant you were gonna you said the other thing. Katomi walked over to one of the automated kiosks and printed 3 tickets, one for each of us. It was just Katomi, Ali, and I today. Eddie and Chio had stayed back at their apartment to go over the facts of the case once more. I would have liked to stay with them, but I can admit that any energy might be a bit of a hindrance. That my energy might be a bit of a hindrance for someone trying to think something through intellectually. It was probably best to let the detective do the work. So Katomi, Ali, and I grouped up and decided to take the Yura Ucho line to Chuo to check out the Ginza shopping district. Wait, is Eddie a detective again? Are we just like subtly retconning the fact she just got fired? And just, you know, just saying she's a detective once more? You know, this Mandela effect thing seems like a very convenient excuse to just not have to try and keep your plot straight. It's genius, really. You don't have to worry about keeping facts of your story straight. You can just say whatever, and people will just write off as like, oh man, that's genius storytelling right there. I saw what you did. I saw you just retcon that thing out of nowhere, but it makes perfect sense because it's established fact. I guess Eddie's just is back to being a detective, unfired. Tommy walked back and handed us our tickets. This is only valid for one trip. We'll get longer tickets on the other side. Got it. Tommy scanned our tickets for us and we walked through. The ride to Ginza Ichomi station was about half an hour. The train we were on was decorated with a lot of cute advertisements and decorations. Wow, this could be the future of public transportation. These are all things we've had on the other metro line Saturday. You just always take the bus. I glared at her jokingly. You're ruining my whimsical sense of discovery. That's bad vibes, Allie. Allison sighed but chuckled. Though the ride was uneventful, just looking out and seeing the sights of the capital of Japan as we rode through Bunkyo and Chiyoda made the ride feel like the gift of a lifetime for me. Says the person who definitely lived in Tokyo at one point. I wasn't really partial to the nature vibes of Tanegashima, even if I missed it a little having been away for so long. What? Even if I missed it a little having been away for so... What? Wait. Is she now just a Tokyo native again? Oh my god. This is Saturday Call the ex-detective a detective for giving. Are we sure about that though? Can we say with certainty that she said that? Because now she's saying that she lived in Tokyo. And that she doesn't live in Tanegashima anymore. Because she's been apparently away from Tanegashima for so long. I don't know if I can be confident on that. Even despite that, I often found myself forgetting I had lived in Tanegashima in the first place. See? It was probably natural after not living there for a few months, but it felt like a little unnatural. Like the fact of living there in the first place wasn't right. What'd I tell you? They just got here. What do you mean you haven't been living there for a few months? That's where you just flew from. And I shook the thought from my mind. Stepping out of the station, Katomi pulled out her phone for directions. Here we are. We can split up from here, but make sure to keep in contact through text. At the absolute latest, let's meet back at the station by 4:30, yeah? Do they still have their burner phones? Because I thought they had, like, 2008 phones. Are they getting GPS on that phone from 2008? I certainly didn't have GPS on my phone from 2005. Sounds good. Where are you two going? I'm going to Ginza 6. I've heard a lot about it for a while and I want to check it out. How about you? I'll probably just wander around the streets for a bit. It's not often you get the chance to just wander around Tokyo. What are you going to do Saturday? I'm going to take a taxi up to Akihabara. More my kind of vibe. That's pretty far out. Should I come with you? This really does feel like discount Lucky Star at times. I mean, if you want to, but I know how to use a taxi system. Elsa seemed to contemplate for a second, but thought it would be better to just trust me, which I appreciated. I wonder if it's our influence coming through, like none of us have been to Tokyo, so it'd be exciting for us to play to go to Tokyo. Oh, what if it is? Okay, so there is one thing that was player choice at the start. You can go watch the VOD, it's like right at the start of last stream. But there was like 9 questions I had to answer. It gave me a list of options and I had to answer the questions. It reminded me of like the quiz you go through at the start of a Pokemon Mystery Dungeon game. Like, there was a personality quiz directed at me, the player, that I had to fill out. I have no idea what that influenced, if it has influenced anything, but that was a thing I'd had to do. I don't know if I won it. Maybe we'll find out if I won it or not. I don't even remember what the questions or what my answers were. I'd have to go check the video again. Okay, just text if something happens, okay? Yep, will do. Three of us split up, each exploring the big city in the way that appealed to us most. Despite the rough circumstances that led us here, the chance for a trip to the capital isn't worth wasting. Eddie and Chio could discuss it at home, but we were all more than willing to take a much-needed breather. Immediately after stepping out of Akihabara Station, I was assaulted with a wave of sound. It made sense, after all. Akiba is the biggest electronic district of Tokyo, covered from head to toe, or floor to ceiling, with anime and video game merchandise. Holy shit, this is insane! Of course my excitement and adoration tripled once I actually reached the main strip of Akihabara. Even though its full glory shone in the night hours when the streets were all illuminated by the neon glow of the buildings from all angles, the sheer size of everything made my jaw drop. Buildings were adorned in signs in all possible positions, and even the characters on the sign seemed to be fighting for space just to say everything that the sign wanted to say. It was truly an information overload, and of course I felt right at home in the midst of this. I walked around in the radio building for a while, looking at every single one of the merch items that adorned each of the floors. After spending an hour here alone, and realizing I was only on the third of 10 floors, I forced myself to walk back out for my own good. Damn, what a quitter. Giving up after the third floor like that? Rookie move. Who made this game? I don't know. They're just listed on Steam as the Vivid Stasis team. This is their one and only game. I ended up spending most of my time at the Game Station arcade. I didn't often get a chance to visit arcades, and with them being less common in the Southwest and straight up non-existent in Tanegashima. Yes, finally an S on a 10. Let's go! I spent the following hour and a half trying a bunch of new rhythm and fighting games. I never got the chance to try, and falling in love with a whole new ton of new games all over again. That's what Kanchi Super does? How is that blockable at all? Known it for a while, but hanging out in Akiba settled it in. That settled it. I'm definitely moving to Tokyo once all of this is over. You mean again? You're moving back to Tokyo, right? The last chapter is going to be Vivid Stasis, calling it now. Well, they did call it the Vivid Stasis project or plan or whatever. Dawn, I think, called it that during one of the cutscenes. Hitomi was walking through Ginza, looking around at all of the towering shopping centers around her. Of course, a trip out to Ginza was little more than a sightseeing trip for her. She and Eddie were never particularly wealthy, and that held even more true now that they were running on limited funds that had been amassed during the months of working at a random grocery store in Agoshima. Okay, alright. We're not retconning the detective firing yet. Keyword yet. Honestly, I'm glad that nightmare's over. Never send me back to retail again. The extravagant atmosphere of everything related to Tokyo, but especially Ginza, served as a sort of reminder for Hitomi. A reminder of a fancier world that existed beyond what she'd lived up to at that point, being stuck in Tanegashima her whole life. Not to say she wanted to be super rich or anything naive like that, but Hitomi had a habit of letting others trample over her for the sake of her own success. You can't really make it anywhere in life if you don't learn to have the care and love for yourself as well. Hitomi stopped in front of a video game merch store, which weren't particularly common in Ginza. Did I accidentally walk all the way to Akiba by mistake? Well, whatever. She wasn't ready for that. She wasn't really one for that kind of childish entertainment, as she saw it, but decided to take a look inside anyway. The store wasn't nearly as big as the large, expensive department stores that made Ginza what it was, but instead a humble one-story installation into a larger shopping complex. Hitomi browsed the aisles for a little while as she looked at titles of video games she'd never heard of. Why is this second person? Yeah, that's an interesting question there. I mean, I don't know if there's a reason for this or if we're just doing this for convenience sake. Part of me almost, you know what? Here's a thought. Notice how usually when Saturday is narrating, she still has the text box at the bottom of the screen. But lately, we've been getting a lot more text when it's like that, like in these big blocks full screen like this. Is this possibly someone else narrating? Is this Dawn narrating? Notice that Dawn specifically narrated like this in her scenes. And she's watching all of them. Why would Saturday know what Katomi's doing right now? How would she know? But you know who would know? Dawn. This is 100% Dawn. It has to be. The store wasn't nearly as big as the large, expensive department stores that make Ginza what it was, but instead a humble one-story installation to a larger shopping complex. Katomi browsed the aisles for a little while as she looked at titles of video games she'd never heard of. Oh, Xenostrike Legends. I think Saturday told me about that one. Though she'd never say it to her face, at least not for a while. Katomi envied Saturday in a way. Saturday had the kind of freedom and energy that most people envied once they hit their 20s. And although Saturday would turn 20 next July, Katomi didn't doubt for a second that energy would stick around for a long while. There was a little demo kiosk for some game console at the back of the store and a couch set up to imitate a little gaming lounge. So for once in her life, Katomi decided to enjoy a bit of the youth she thought she didn't have anymore, and ended up spending 2 hours in the store trying all of the different games. The owner of the store, a surprisingly older-looking woman, seemed to get a great enjoyment from watching Katomi try for hours to break all of the scores and see as much of each of the games available as she could on the limited demo kiosk. When her lunch break came, she decided to go and sit down next to Katomi on the couch. You sure are having fun here? It's not often you get people spending a lot of time in a game store in this part of the city. Huh? Oh, yeah, I guess it's been, what, 10 minutes? I'm sorry if I'm hogging the machine or something. The storekeeper laughed and leaned back into the couch cushions. It's been an hour and a half, actually, but it's okay. Nobody else really comes by for that long, and I especially don't see people using this old thing. Old thing? This is like a preview kiosk for some upcoming console, right? Maybe if you're living in the year 2011, but the Wii U died out due to poor sales back in 2016. But it holds a special place in my heart, so I keep the demo kiosk up anyway. Where the fuck do you even find a demo kiosk for that thing? You never had playable demos on that thing. Huh, I had no idea. I, don't play video games that often. Really? Well, the way you were questioning all the scores, I thought a seasoned pro would walk into my shop. You're having the time of your life. Katomi laughed, seemingly flustered. Yeah, I'm not a huge gamer or anything. I don't really have time for that kind of, you know, younger entertainment. The storekeeper let out a large chuckle you might hear from someone's grandmother. Who says video games are for the younger folk anyway? I mean, look at me. Hit my 50s ages ago and I'm still running this little shack. Huh, I don't think I ever really thought about it that way. I remember being a young adult. You grew up and then you think that's that. Your youthful days are over and now you're all serious adult who has to work a 9 to 5 and never think about anyone else. As if. Your youthful energy only sticks with you as long as you let it. Katomi didn't have a response to that, but she knew the woman was right. Oftentimes she found herself getting caught up in the bittersweet trap called nostalgia, regretting that her days of freedom were gone. I'm losing my mind over the word choice at this point. Oh, yeah, no, like, I feel like a lot of this is very purposeful because it's meant to just be to make you do double takes all the time. Like, is what even is true anymore? What timeline are we on now? We could have, at some point, they could just straight up say, yeah, we were actually like 5 timelines deep now, and I wouldn't even know. Like that'll just be a twist at some place. Like, yeah, we're long from the original world line now. We've shifted over an entire whole number to put it into Steins Gate terms. The truth is, if you keep yourself in the good memories of the past, you can never make more good memories in the present or future. The storekeeper stood up. You know, this thing was a commercial failure almost a decade ago, but I still have some for sale in the storeroom. This is just my personal recommendation, but I think it's a great little console for trying out new things. They've had an overwhelmingly large game library. Nobody else wants them, but they are technically for sale. Somebody thought about it for a second. What the hell? I'm not a fashionista. I don't think I'm going to be interested in much else in Ginza. Katomi also stood up and walked over to the counter. She ended up walking out of the store with the console and a few games. can't believe this store owner just like convinced her to buy a fucking Wii U in the year 2025. It's already 4 o'clock. Allison ended up not buying much, instead looking around at all the expensive clothes and finally finding herself at a place to sit down in the food court. Of course, she knew that she wouldn't end up buying much. She was more so just taking in the atmosphere of a place where so many people cared about their appearance and the way they present themselves to the world. So many people in here in fancy, cute outfits. Kind of feel out of place sitting here with just my normal jacket. Allison was never particularly one to care about her outward appearance or presentation, and she never really understood why people would, at least not in the beginning. All of this changed when Saturday came out to her as transgender, though. Okay, yeah, we're talking about Saturday in the third person here. This is 100% not Saturday. 100%. It has to be Dawn. I don't know who else it could be. Thinking back on it, it's really been 7 years since then. Man, I don't even want to think about the fact that September 2015 was over 7 years ago now. I told you, you fucking predicted it yesterday. I guess you forgot you predicted it. They revealed it like 3 hours ago, before you came today. At first, Allison hadn't really understood the concept when Saturday had brought it up to her. But thinking about it for a little bit, it felt fairly obvious to her. Why shouldn't people get the chance to choose who they want to be? Gender, sexuality, race, religion, all these properties don't matter as long as the person is kind and humane. That was what Allison believed, so she was relatively quick to accept who Saturday wanted to be. But both of them were still young, so the idea of someone harboring hate stemming from another person's identity didn't make sense to them. Truly, to be young is to be more blissful. Though Allison had always been more confident about her gender and being fine with who she was on that front, Saturday's own realizations about her identity did lead Allison to think a bit on her own life throughout the years. It was through this that Allison realized she was asexual. I remember growing up thinking, wow, all that stuff is kind of gross. And then everyone would tell me, you'll stop thinking it's gross when you're older. And then I just never stopped thinking it was kind of gross. Allison had struggled with that for a long time. She had felt like because she wasn't seeing what everyone else saw, she was defective or something was wrong with her. Saturday helping her out with her own journey of self-discovery was what made her fall in love in the first place. Even from the start, Allison and Saturday had always been the most important person in each other's lives. One might wonder how it took so long for their true feelings to blossom. Suddenly, Allison's phone buzzed. When she read the chat log on her lock screen, she couldn't help but burst out into smug laughter. I thought they were using burner phones. Did we just, like, quietly retcon that? Did we just shift out of the burner phone timeline? Because they specifically said they had keypads and were from 2008, and I've never seen a phone from that era that had a lock screen. How do you leave the subway? Follow the yellow exit signs. Heading up. No, like, what does the exit gate want from me? Put your ticket in, and it will open and shoot it through. Was I supposed to get my ticket back from the station I put it into? Oh, God. Oh, yes. Comes out the other side. Oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, we're far from the Saturday used to live in Tokyo timeline. Wait, did you say Allison was the trans one? I couldn't remember if you, like, said someone specifically was the trans one. I thought you just said that, like, someone was gonna come out as trans. And you didn't specify, but I couldn't remember if you actually did specify. With a helpless grin, Allison stood up from the food cart. It looked like she would have to rescue Saturday from the Ginza metro station. Amateur. Oh, alright. I guess it's rhythm game time. It's also kind of late. I don't know how much longer I want to go. Ooh, course mode? This is new. What's course mode? Okay. I don't know if I recognize any of these songs. We can try a... Alright, let's just do class 1. We'll start at the beginning. Might as well. Hopefully this gets me points and everything. I think it should. So we get shared HP for these ones. Look, the Yuri can't continue until we get more points, okay? I'm sorry, it has to get interrupted. Yeah, I definitely haven't played this song. I don't know where... Maybe it was one of the chapter songs that we just unlocked? I'm surely they wouldn't put, like, songs we have locked inside the course mode for us to play.
Here is love, and these inviolable sanctities were preserved in those temples.
I thought I heard, like, a phone dialing in the background of the song as a sample. But it's just a synth, like, pitched in just the right way. Oh, wow, why did I do that? Okay, we have Celeste Music soundtrack. Who's the trans character in the cast? Oh, is that why you said it? Okay, I couldn't remember if you like actually specifically said Allison or not. I just remember someone calling it. I couldn't remember if a name was actually said. And the fact that like you just said it as like an offhanded joke comment because there was Celeste music. I wasn't really expecting it either. I need to remember to do that as a trill. It's so much easier than trying to jack that. How the fuck did I still have full combo potential here? I thought I missed like 3. There's a sample in here that's like the same one from, I want to say 90s Decision? Yeah, that one there. That last sample. I jinxed it. No, I didn't. I did not jinx it. I got that full combo. I didn't miss anything. I thought I jinxed it too. This game is very forgiving. Like, even when I think I have something less than like an A crit, apparently I still got an A crit. Like, forget me, like, not getting full combo and being surprised. There's been times where I'm surprised I still have like A crit, all crit combo potential. Yeah, the timing windows for these, for the hits are very generous. Almost too generous, because it's like, it also punishes you hard for just mashing. So you definitely don't want to do that either. But there's definitely been times it's like, wow, I feel like I really shouldn't have gone a perfect hit on that. Oh, nice. Okay. I'll take it. Sure. Why not? Is it all crit? Yeah, it's getting like... So you see all the different scoring grades? All crit would be getting all criticals. A perfect score, essentially. Okay, this song, the name sounds familiar, but I don't know if I've heard this before. Like, I feel like I know a song called Quasar, and I might know an artist named Sves, but I don't actually know if I've played this song in a different rhythm game or something. I think I played it earlier today, though. Oops. Yeah, I think that's a new high score. Oh, it just about was. Nice. I got SS plus on that. How many of these are there? 13. At least for now. Maybe there's more we unlock if we don't... Well, some of these songs I don't recognize, so I think the core system definitely has songs in it that you don't have unlocked yet. 5.5-hour stream. Dude, this game is just too good. Did I get any, did I get points from that? Battery? Oh, I totally got battery from that. Hell yeah, let's go. Eddie and Chio go over the case. Alright, we checked in with everyone else. This is exactly what we need. Chio carried a large corkbook into the room. Eddie looked at her with an exasperated glare. Seriously? Are we gonna get some, like, Peppy Sylvia going on here? Track the mail system. We'll find him. What? I've always wanted one of these, and your notepad is very clearly running out of space. Eddie looked down. It was true. Her notepad had been her primary method of taking notes since she started working as a detective, and it was almost completely filled up. She sighed. Okay, one more time from the top. We know that Tsuki went to work, disappeared on her lunch break, boarded a ferry, went to the shrine, and then... nothing. Do we even have anything else? Chio thought to herself for a second. Nothing I can think of, unless you count the fact that the universe is conspiring against us. You know what? At this point, we'll go with anything. A fire without a source and a coincidental cave-in are kind of suspicious, don't you think? What, you think there's a god out there that's pissed at us? Nah. She had said it as a joke, but Chio didn't flinch or laugh. At this point, would you be surprised? It all seems fake, I guess. Or like we're following a trail of breadcrumbs that strayed just far enough from the truth for us to follow it without question. Want to make a cork vote for all the story threads in myhouse.wad? That would make for a banging video topic. I fucking love cork boards. Like, I don't know, maybe they're probably not super useful and a good use of your time, but they're great. I love them. That's an interesting take, actually. Do you think... At that moment, the door slammed open and Chio and Eddie both jumped. Allison, Katomi, and I walked into the room. Oh, welcome back. How's Ginza? Wait, how does... So Saturday is narrating this? I am so confused. Okay, I think Saturday is narrating anytime it's at the bottom of the screen. Unless maybe she's like... Unless it's clearly Dawn. But the big full screen text, I still don't think that was ever her. I don't think that ever could be her. I think that was 100% Dawn. So cool, we got a lot of fun stuff, and I definitely did not get lost in Ginza Station on the way back. It didn't happen. Allison, Katomi, that happened. I glared at them and then carried the bags full of apparel and goodies that we brought over to the kitchen counter. Katomi slumped over onto the couch, absolutely exhausted. Allison, on the other hand, noticed the comically oversized corkboard and started fawning over it. Whoa, that's the biggest corkboard I've ever seen. And you're organized it so well. Are these tacks color-coded? Oh my god, and they're organized by date following by alphabetical sort. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever laid my eyes on. Wow, we got a fucking corkboard nerd over here. Those screen text of the gun falling on the floor was Saturday talking. True, yeah, that one was Saturday. But then we had the full screen text when Allison was at the food court. And it said Saturday in the third person. So I think that one had to have been someone else, right? There's no way Saturday would have done that. Saturday's not going to talk in the third person. That had to have been someone else. Why was that one someone else? Eddie and Katomi looked at a strange turn of character with confused expressions, while I stood there in the corner just smirking. Even Chio was surprised by her strange passion for corkinization. Yeah, and the verticality shows approximate time. I have it looping from around 7 a.m. at the top to 6 a.m. at the bottom. Because that's the lowest concentration of events, so it leads to a more coherent organizational structure. Oh my god, yes! She's gonna be at this for a while. I decided to leave the two of them to excited ramblings about organization and Cork. Eddie walked over to me. So what did the two of you manage to figure out while we were gone? Anything new? Eddie sighed. Nothing, unfortunately. Unrelated, but this entire conversation reminds me of a Deltarune theory video you watched. What, is there a theory about, like, who the narrator is of that game too? Or does that have something to do with, like, the whole heart not being Chris thing? We were spitballing a few theories, but unless you have a good explanation for the random acts of nature impeding our progress, we've kind of hit a roadblock. I think we'll need to look at some of the lesser places of interest in the Tokyo area and hope to find a new trail. I was kind of expecting that, honestly. But I have good news. I got you a plush while we were in Ginza. I shuffled around a bit before pulling out the plush in question out of my bag. A crudely drawn cat vaguely shaped to be huggable. I will cherish this greatly. Okay, good. Eddie still likes cats. We didn't retcon that. Eddie quickly scurried to find a spot in the room to act as a pedestal for it. Glad she likes it. Next time I glanced over, I saw her placing what I can only assume is an offering bowl in front of it. She placed a handful of coins from her purse. It's strange seeing this side of Eddie, but it's sweet. Looking back at the corkboard, Chia was exasperatedly guiding Allison through every single note placed on it, seemingly running out of stamina. Allison seemed to be none the wiser to this, though. I guess I'll clean myself up a little. I walked into the washroom and splashed some water on my face. When I was washing my hands, however, I felt a vibration in my pocket. Again, what happened to the burner phones? I don't think that's the burner phone, but my phone had vibrate, but... My phone? Who could that be? I fumbled around my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone, but I didn't have any notifications. 2008 phones do not get notifications. The burner phones are just completely gone. We've just... They never existed. These are not the burner phones. The phone that she is talking about has a lock screen. It gets notifications. They are still using their same chat room for talking. This is not the burner phone. The burner phone, they described it as a phone that looked like it was from 2008, and it had a keypad. A physical keypad. There's no way this is that phone. I felt around my jacket pocket and pulled out my phone, but I didn't have any notifications. Then it slowly dawned on me I didn't have vibration notifications turned on my phone in the first place. What's going on here? Reaching in my pocket again, I pulled out my other phone, the burner that Eddie gave me. Okay, alright. We're just not using them. I guess they're just not that concerned. I thought that they got the burner phones so they could just go like cold turkey on the other phones and not even touch them because they were so paranoid about getting tracked or something. But nope. Okay, we're just using both phones, I guess. Feels kind of like it defeats the purpose of a burner phone if you're going to continue to use your non-burner phone and talk to the people that you're trying not to be tracked with. Yeah, why are you using both? Like, you should be turning off the other one completely and putting it in a drawer. Bonus points if you, like, wrap it in tinfoil, put a Faraday cage around so no one can even tell it's there, if you're that paranoid. And then just go use your burner phone and not even think about the other one. Maybe it wanted me to let me know the battery was dying. Unfortunately, that was not the case. The display read new message. Huh? That's not possible. I opened the rudimentary messaging app and opened the unread message. When I saw it was in it, I froze. Hexadecimal. Is this some kind of prank? It's probably Dawn. Dawn was probably sending out all the weird, unsolicited text messages to everyone. Of course, the hexadecimal wasn't what caught my eye first. The sender was... herself? Okay, I'm writing that down. I feel like the story is going to do it for me, but let me grab this quickly. Oh, that's it. That's the only message. All right, let me get that translated for you real quick. don't really know how this is formatted, but we'll see. Oh, fourth report.mp4. Oh, it was actually something after all. It was indeed a thing. Damn it, there's more to it than that. Wait. How did we get, shit. How did we get to the other one? There was... Hang on. Hang on. Let me check my history from yesterday. There was another one we had to do. There's like a slash something that we had to do when we did it. I thought there was anyways. There was like... Was it under... It was under like another... like subheader, I thought. Maybe not. Okay. Well, worth saving this nonetheless. Fourth report.mp4. We're putting that in the folder. We haven't even seen reports 1 to 3. Well, okay, Shrine Report was one of them, but that means we're missing at least 2 other reports. Do slash Saturday the tram spam thing or something. I don't know if that's gonna work. My own phone. I rushed back into the living room out of breath. Allison was done with the corkboard fantasizing and was sitting on the couch with Kotomi. All of them looked up at me. Saturday? What's wrong? My phone, there was a message and... Sensing I was panicking a bit, Allison stood up and walked over to me. Come on, sit down. What happened? I sat down on the couch and exhaled. I explained the text message that appeared on my burner phone with myself listed as the sender. Eddie frowned. Yeah. By all means, that shouldn't be possible. I don't think I have to ask you if you were actually the one who sent the message. Yeah, of course I wasn't. I'm more concerned with the message contents itself. That's readable hexadecimal. Most of the bytes are within the lowercase ASCII range. Yeah, you're right. I'll transcribe it. Eddie took out her phone and plugged the hexadecimal into an online tool. It says fourthreport.mp4. A file name? My blood ran cold. There's only one thing this mystery person could be hinting at by sending only a file name. Sure enough, it led to a video on the shrineport.xyz site, which presented a similar kind of puzzle to the original video from way back in the summer. But how do I get to it? I want that. I want it. I want it. I want to get there, but it's not under, like... There's like another thing that I have to go to. But it doesn't say how to get there is the problem. Did I just like type it in wrong? Yeah, no, that's not a thing. We need like an HTML page or something. Maybe it's like... Hang on. No, okay. Wait, there's something we're missing here. We spent a good hour or so trying to solve the cipher. It led to an address and the time, similar to the original video. An empty lot near Shinjuku Station, and the time of 8:15 p.m. on November 19th. Tomorrow. We all went silent after that. It was clear what the message was asking us to do. Okay, if no one else is going to say it, I will. This is totally a trap, right? Definitely. But also, I'm not sure we can afford avoiding. Normally I'd investigate with backup, but we don't have that luxury. Eddie stood up from the couch and clenched her fist. Tio, would you mind accompanying me tomorrow, in case it's dangerous? You're the oldest one here. She is? I'm sorry to have to involve a civilian in a situation like this, but I need backup of some kind, and you're definitely the most able to fend for yourself. Wait. Is she fired or not? She's talking like someone who still works for the police. That's not something you say when you're fired. Yeah, exactly. Okay, even Allison earlier was talking about how she didn't want to... Oh no, it was Kotomi, because Kotomi's her sister. She mentioned she didn't want to work in a grocery store. She hated working in a grocery store with her sister. But she said it in the past tense, which makes me wonder if that was just because, you know, they're on vacation, so they aren't working there right now. Or it's now been retconned into something that happened before, like it happened before she became a detective. And now she's working for the police again and she's no longer fired. Of course, Ari. I stood up, protesting. Hold on, why just you two? I know it's dangerous, but this message was directed at me, right? They definitely want me there. Because if it is a trap, we'd bringing you directly in harm's way. Isn't that my choice to make, not yours? I understand, but please, I want to know the truth. There's no convincing you otherwise, is there? Stat, are you sure you want to do this? I don't want something to happen to you. I mean, to be fair, if they all walk in and it's definitely a trap and then they all get, like, hurt, who's gonna go get help? At least this way, you know, if you leave a couple people behind, it's actually really smart, because then there's a couple people on the outside. I'm sure. Please let me come. This feels like the culmination of everything that's happened these past few months. I'm begging you guys. You're right, I guess, but I'm coming with you. Eddie started protesting, but stopped herself. Hold on, oh, never mind. But you two are going to be on a tight leash, okay? Allison and I both nod. Eddie knew by now that the only person as stubborn as I am is Allison, and that it'd be a waste of energy trying to fight us. But we also know that Eddie just wants us to be safe, so we don't usually go against her wishes unless it's really important. That's settled then. If we leave by 7:30, we can get there at the designated time easily. I suppose you're also going to want to come, Kotomi? Of course I am. My best friend and my sister are going into the enemy's nest and you want me to stay at home twiddling my thumbs? Not happening. Kotomi's determination was unwavering, something that we rarely saw from her. But she knew how to stick to her beliefs when it came down to it. It was one of the reasons we all got along well in the first place. Very well. Until then, let's try not to worry. Fear is the mind something. I want to find the video. I need the video. Oh god. These nodes are getting more expensive. Saturday visits the Sunrise Foundation at night. We had tried to take our minds off of what was coming, but it was a fruitless effort. I honestly don't know how much longer I plan to go. This is too... I can't stop. I should stop. Okay, you know what? Alright. Let me at least finish this cutscene. And then I'll decide. And then if I do stream tomorrow, fuck Minecraft, we're playing this. I will stop after this one, I promise, I swear. This is the last one. You can quote me on it. One more cutscene. If we're going to end this, we need to end this on a proper cliffhanger. It's approximately 90 minutes before the time specified in the puzzle video, and I was sitting on the bed in my guest room in Chio's apartment. I wasn't sure how to explain the feeling, but it felt like everything was converging to this single night. I wasn't sure if I was ready to find the answers that were waiting for me, but the video message's appearance had made it plenty clear that I no longer had any choice in the matter. The door opened and Allison walked in. Are you okay? Yeah, I am. I'm just nervous. She sat down in the bed beside me and rested her head on my shoulder. I'd be more surprised if you weren't nervous. I'm nervous too. I think everyone is. But I don't doubt that you've got it worse. As much as this is centered around your own feelings, I guess it's just important that you make sure you know that I'm here for you if you need me for anything, ever. I think that's the main reason I've been able to come so far. Yeah? What makes you say that? She was hiding it, but I could tell that got her all flustered. She had that oddly insecure side to her compassion. At first, I wanted to pretend that everything was okay. All those months ago on that day that ended in the museum fire, I hurt you and myself by trying to force myself to believe I was doing better than I was. So I started trying to be more honest, open up more when I was feeling out of it. I've worried a little. All this time that your high spirits over these past few months have been the result of you putting on a brave face. I worried about that too. It's way too easy to fall into unhealthy habits without realizing it. But when I took the time to analyze the situations I was in, I found that it was all true. I was able to live some of my most true months this past fall, even despite my life being completely appended ever since the summer. Dawn was definitely one. Oh yeah, 100%. Because like last time we were with Dawn, she said that she was able to get her number, was able to get Saturday's number. It has to be Dawn that did it somehow. I don't know. She sounds like she has like reality bending powers or something. So probably nothing for her. And well, yeah, I owe some of that back to Eddie and Katomi, and even Chio. I think most of it was because of you. You flatterer. I'm not special. There are tons of girls like me. Whether that's true or not doesn't change anything, because I don't have this kind of connection with any of them. Ah, fair enough. Glancing at Allison, she buried her head in my shoulder, obviously not expecting a wholehearted answer to her joking question. You've changed too. Have I? Absolutely you have. The Allison of summer 2022 would have told me there's absolutely no way we should pay any mind to the puzzle video. I don't know if you realized it, but at some point, your goalpost shifted from trying to stop me from action to being there for me when action arises. And that helped me a lot. Seriously. I think that after the museum incident, and then especially that cave-in, I just kind of realized there was no turning back. That really was the turning point. I really wish she'd give herself more credit. It's no big deal, really. So I don't think I deserve any kind of special praise. I leaned over and planted a kiss on her cheek. Oh, you're getting it anyway. What a shame. How do you vocalize that kind of sound with your mouth? You gotta tell me. Maybe once you tell me how you vocalize a tilde. Isn't that like literally a thing that people vocalize? Because it's literally a part of speech? Like, you know what a tilde is, right? Both of us laughed and sat in silence for a little longer, reveling in the moment as if the world was going to end in a matter of seconds. But the peace could only last so long. My alarm went off. Time to get going? Yeah, it is. Yuri Lowenthal did VA for cassette bees? I didn't even know cassette bees had VA. Are you ready? No, I'm not. That's okay. I'll be right here with you every step of the way. I know. Thank you, Allie. I love you. Love you too. Now let's not keep Chio waiting. We stood up and walked out of the room. I flicked the lights off with the switch on the wall, and as I did, I took one more glance around the room. How many things will have changed by the time I step into this room again? Yeah, really. These reality shifts are getting out of hand. The location specified in the video message was right by Shinjuku Station, so it was only a short train ride away from Ikebukuro. As we rode on the train, Eddie briefed us on the backup plans in case something went awry. Obviously, our burner phones are the best way to send out any kind of SOS. I'm assuming you all brought yours? Yeah, we did, but why are you only checking this now? Shouldn't you have double-checked here before we left? You're right, but it seems like it all worked out in the end, so there's no need to dwell on it. I could tell from her tone that she had also spent most of the time before we left preparing herself mentally for whatever is about to come. Over the past few months, I've come to realize that Eddie is much less steel-willed as she seems. Probably even more fragile than Katomi. She's gotten better at opening herself up to those insecurities, but it's a process, so she's still the hard-ass police detective who isn't allowed to emote at times. Oh yeah? There! Look at that! I love this! No, not bringing any attention to it, just being like, yep, that's just the way it is. That thing that happened, what are you talking about? That never happened. We're just never going to mention it. I love the way this is presented. Like, they're not bringing attention to all of the little quirks and timeline changes that keep going back and forth. You have to sit here and pay attention to it. And you have to keep track of yourself. So we could be like, yes, I saw it. That wasn't supposed to be that way. It's so good. I love it. Why does Katomi and Eri have different hair colors if they're related? Katomi dyed her hair. That was established at the start. I would like to think this is a world where these hair colors are not natural, and they just all dye their hair. Well, except for Eri, and I guess you could argue Chiyo is like supposed to be a redhead or something maybe. But the unnatural looking colors are I'm assuming are dye, because those specifically mentioned as Katomi was dyed. I looked around my friends. The thought entered my mind that I might not get to see one or all of them after the events of tonight, but I dismissed that thought from my mind. Allison saw me tense up slightly anyway, though, and gripped my hand tighter as if to say, it's all going to be okay in the end. That more or less helped to fully calm me down. The game keeps acting like because she is! Remember, this is like... I mean, I don't know. Okay, so I don't know if the reality shifts just are limited to their memories, and she just remembers and thinks she's still employed as a detective. She's gonna go back home, walk into the police station, and be like, what the fuck are you doing here? We fired you like 6 months ago. Why are you here? Like, okay, what if Chio just has a driver's license lying around in her apartment and she just straight up forgot it that she did and thinks she never did, and it's just sitting there? Like, we don't know if these are memory changes or if they're actual, like, reality shifts as well. These could be timeline jumping, but I'm not sure. Though the train ride was short, it felt like it lasted an eternity. But even eternity reaches the end of time eventually, and sure enough, we got off the metro line at Shinjuku Station and walked up into the busy streets of the red light district. Uh-oh. Kamurocho mentioned? Location we've been pointed to was visible immediately after leaving the station. It was... Wait, what's going on here? I thought that it was an empty lot on the map. It definitely was. Looks like the gates of the lot is open. Almost like we're being welcomed in. My uneasy feelings rose up briefly, but I gripped Allison's hand harder and we walked forward through the fence surrounding the building that shouldn't be there. I feel like she's still fired mostly because her being fired means she's allowed to be less of a hard ass. But Saturday just mentioned how that she was still the hard ass detective. I don't know. It's hard to tell at this point, but like the game quickly went back on that after making such a big deal of it. It's very suspicious. I mean, okay, you're right, Jack, in any normal game, but this is a game that specifically made a point about how they can't trust their own memories. And since most of this text is first-person narrated, I feel like this is on purpose. Like, we're supposed to take these little inconsistencies literally. There's clearly some timeline shenanigans going on here. The building was tall, easily about 15 stories. When we walked around the back, there was a plate near a door that made me freeze in my tracks. The Sunrise Building? Hearing my shock, Eddie, Katomi, and Chio hurried over. Sure enough, the back entrance had a sign above it that read Sunrise Building Rear Entrance. The Sunrise Foundation again. They've been all over this mystery, and now a building with the same name has appeared in a lot that we were led to believe was empty. It shouldn't be a stretch to say that something's up here. You're right. Why did this building come up? And something else is bothering me. Four of us looked at Eddie. What is it, Er? When we were walking in here, I saw one of the pedestrians look at me out and overheard them saying something along the lines of, why are they going into that empty lot? You think they can't see the huge-ass building for some reason? That's not impossible. As if to them, it doesn't exist. So then, why can we see it? You're on the side Saturday's wearing this in the most sus way possible. Yeah, maybe it's just Saturday that's like got fucked up memories now. Cause like everyone, there's even been moments where it's like, I thought you drove, Chio, and then she's like, what the fuck are you talking about? I hate cars. And then she didn't, despite the fact that she did it earlier. So like, I don't know, they're all experiencing reality in like slightly different ways from each other, so there's probably going to be inconsistencies amongst themselves, and that's what makes this great. Oh, is it Suki? It's not Dawn. Five of us jumped at the sudden arrival of a voice unfamiliar to us. Spinning around really fast, we saw a woman in a long dress lean against the side of the building. Who are you? Are you... Relax, I'm not your enemy. I'm the one who called you here in the first place. I take it that to mean you would be Kisho Biori, then? Yeah, that's right. I'm the one who sent you that message. Did you get the contact for our burner phones? Careful, surveillance. Is this her street name? Have you been stalking us? No. Are you done with the questions? I called you here because I thought it might be time for you to learn the truth. And why should we listen to you? Because you came all the way out here in the first place. Why did you do that if you have no intention of listening to me? It's okay, Chio. So, Kisho, what do you know? Do you know where my sister is? You could say that, yeah. What's with the vague responses? I think it would be better if you saw for yourself. That's why I led you here. The truth's lie in this building, normally obstructed from what you can see. So I have allowed you to see it. Is it like some optical illusion thing? No, that can't be right. For now, I just need you to trust me. You'll find all of the answers you're looking for in here. So let's go. I can't see the background. I can barely see like any of the characters too. She was just like stuck in the back. It's a wonder that he even can get 6 characters on screen like this. You can get us in? Yes. Hurry up now. With an attitude that clearly said she had no time for fooling around, Keisha walked to the door and opened it up. It appeared to already be unlocked, but that can't be right. I tried to open that early and it was locked. I didn't hear her unlock it either. Just, who is this girl? The 5 of us exchanged a worried but determined glance. As we discussed it, Kotomi, I'd like you to stay outside here and notify us if anything goes awry. You're still okay with that, yeah? Yeah, I am. I'll message you immediately if something pops up. You 4 ready? No, not at all. But let's go anyway. I let go of Allison's hand and Allison, Eddie, and Chio walked towards the door. As I started following them, Kotomi tapped my shoulder. Hey, Saturday? Come here for a minute. Huh? What's up? Noticing that I'd stopped, Allison turned around inquisitively. I assured her I'd be right there and ran back over to Kotomi. I know you already know this, but in case you need a reminder, don't ever feel like you have to push yourself too hard in order to find answers, okay? It's okay to feel overwhelmed and take a step back. Yeah, you're right. Thanks, Kotomi. Yeah, good luck in there. Some of this dialogue feels like what I would write if I never got around to making a second draft. Okay, so if I had to make one complaint about this dialogue, it feels like there's quite a few run-on sentences. I think this dialogue could use a few more periods. Otherwise, it's fine. I like it. I'm enjoying this a lot. But, yeah, maybe just a couple more periods here and there might be a good idea. Also, maybe, polish up that dialogue in that one paragraph there with the new text. I rushed back over to where the others were standing. We entered the door, following the strange woman who called herself Kisho Biori. The lobby, as we could tell from the windows outside, was dark. It's more telling than showing. Well, it's a visual novel. You don't really show in visual novels. Like, this is typical visual novel format. In fact, if anything, this is not very text heavy compared to some I've played. You can't really show, not tell in a visual novel is the thing. Like, maybe in other genres that works better, but not in a visual novel. It's a lot harder to show than tell in a visual novel. That's like asking a book to show, not tell. In fact, none of the lights in the entire building appeared to be on, which further helped to drive home this uneasy feeling that we were inside a building that shouldn't exist. Good, you're here. Where did Kotomi go? We decided before coming here that if it came to us having to infiltrate some kind of building, she'd remain on lookout outside. That's not a problem, I assume. Gio spoke matter-of-factly with a cold tone I've never heard from her before. She clearly didn't trust Kisho, and for good reason. Kisho sighed but ultimately didn't argue back. Yes, that's fine. We should be quick, regardless. I can't keep this up all day. Keep what up? You're gonna have to start actually explaining, you know. If you're gonna bring us here to a building that nobody else can see and make us infiltrated with you, the least you could do is lower your condescending attitude. Keisha looked like she wanted to snap back against that, but ultimately decided against it. Fine. This building is the headquarters of the Sunrise Foundation, which is, under almost all circumstances, hidden from the public eye. What I want to show you is on the top floor, which we can get to via the elevator. You show by making someone act or behave in a certain way. I know Saturday's impulse because of how she acts. I guess. I don't know. I haven't really played a lot of visual novels that are like that. Most I've played are very much tell don't show, and as far as I'm aware, that's very normal for the genre because it's a book, right? Books do a lot of over explaining. There's a lot like one of my favorite visual novels is 999, and that's a game that actually does both. It tells and shows a lot. I kind of would prefer if it just telled instead of showed. It'd probably be easier. But I don't know. Visual novels, like, yeah, that's just kind of how you do things. Sunrise Foundation, huh? What is it really? There's no way it's just a geology corporation. And it's all over this case, even from the very beginning. Of course it's not a geology corporation, but there's a reason that everyone is led to believe it is. I think it'd be better to explain it on the elevator ride up. Mind following me a little longer? Yeah, fair enough. Four of us followed her as she led us down a few hallways to a staff elevator. Despite the lack of lights in the building, the power to the elevator seemed to be working. After a short while, the door made a ding sound and opened up. Ah, God, light! The elevator blasted us with light. It looked like a light was on in there, at least. It looked like a light was on in there, at least. We followed Keisha into the elevator. Inside the elevator, Keisha pressed the button for the topmost floor, floor 17. The elevator whirred a bit, and then the doors closed. It felt as if the last thing connecting us to the world had been sealed shut, and the elevator cabin began to ascend. I suppose I'll ask you outright. Do you know what the Duskbreaker project is? Dusk... what now? Upon hearing the word Duskbreaker, I felt a minor headache coming on, but I managed to push through. Wasn't that mentioned at the end of the last puzzle? The Duskbreaker project is, well, in a way, you could say it's the true purpose of the Sunrise Foundation in its entirety. The geology business is a front of some sort, hiding what the company is really all about. So, what is the Duskbreaker project? Why is it so secret that they have to fake being a geology company to hide it? Well, they don't fake being a geology, whatever. The Duskbreaker project, or just the Duskbreaker as it's usually called, is effectively a neural interface supercomputer. Neural? Like, it messes with your brain? Well, in a sense, yes, but that's not what its main purpose was. So, what was its main purpose? Keisha stopped for a second, as if for the first time she was hesitant on whether to continue. I gripped Allison's hand again, and she gripped back as if to assure me that everything was going to be okay. Keisha finally spoke again. The Duskbreaker's main purpose is a world simulation device. Have you ever seen that movie from the 80s? The Matrix? It's like that. Well, not exactly. Just the part where it's simulating a world. Nobody was really sure what to say. What Keisha was saying was so outlandish, but all of us knew deep down that she had no reason to lie. Why we were so sure of this, I still don't know. But nobody tried to call her bluff, or tell her she was full of shit. This technology was obviously very secret. I'm not privy to know why the Sunrise Foundation was formed, or why they sought to create such a powerful machine. But the facts remain that the Duskbreaker does exist, and it's at the center of everything relating to your sister's disappearance, Saturday. To tell the truth, even from the start, I knew that there had to be some big company involved with all this. But a world simulation is... I didn't even know humanity had the technology to make something like that. Well, you could always ask the lead engineers. Both of them are in this elevator. What? All of us jumped. Though we had been less surprised by the revelation that World Simulator existed than we even thought we'd be, nobody seemed prepared for that one. The lead engineer of the project was Kisho Biori, myself, and the assistant lead engineer was one Chiyo Sakamura. What? Me? Everyone turned to look at Chiyo, who seemed the most surprised out of anyone. Are you serious? Why don't I remember this? Do you not? Makes sense that you would forget the exact details, but you yourself said that you had memories of working at the Sunrise Foundation, didn't you? It was said so casually, but that most of us didn't think much of it, but Eddie, being the natural detective that she was, didn't let that slip up past. Hold on. How do you know about that? We just met you today, and Chiyo definitely didn't talk about that anytime within the last few weeks. Hey, wait, yeah, that's not right. What are you playing at, Kisho? Who are you? You're not Kisho. As if the next domino in a row of revelations had fallen over, all of us turned to look at Chio, surprised. It's true that I have fragments of memories working at the Sunrise Foundation. I don't remember working on any Duskbreaker project, and I don't know why the hell I would have forgotten. But I do remember one Kisho Biori, and she was not you. So who are you? What, you mean they don't fake me? Yeah, I mean, they probably do geology stuff. I mean, they did employ a person named Jade who kept making rock puns, so there's probably truth to that. God knows what they're doing with that, though. The woman who had, until this point, called herself Kisho sighed as if she was minorly inconvenienced. It was the most believable way to get you into the Sunrise building. I just took the most logical path. You tricked us. What the hell are you going to do to us? Nothing. I'm doing what I promised I do. Showing you the truth. This was just the best way to present it. Of course, I knew this would happen as well. It happens every other time. Every other time? You'll see. Look, I know it's a lot to ask for your trust after lying about my identity, but I'm not here to be your enemy. The answers for everything are at the top of this building. Answers about the Duskbreaker, answers about your conflicting memories, and answers about how all of this ties back to your dear sister. As if on cue, the elevator finally stopped its ascent and the doors opened into a dark hallway. If you must call me anything, Dawn will suffice. But we have to be quick, because the real enemy will catch on before long. Hurry along now. The woman who now wore the name Dawn walked into the shadow of the lightless hall towards the end. I felt Allison's hand grip mine again. Are you okay, Sat? I think so. For now it's a lot, but I can do it. I have to do it. The game could have just... Wait, what do you mean? Eddie, pick up on what? What are you talking about? Because I didn't see any dialogue here that felt unnecessary. If that's what you're getting at. Still by your side. Yeah. Four of us left the elevator into the hallway. The door closed behind us, casting our entire sight into complete darkness once more. There's just enough light to make our way down the narrow hall. Though there were doors on either side of us, none of the nameplates had anything written on them, giving the impression that this floor was not meant to be used by anyone. Just have Eddie call her out on it? Well, why shouldn't she call her out on it? I mean, I'm not really sure what you're getting at, unfortunately. Finally, we caught up with Dawn. She's in front of a large double door at the end of the hallway, seemingly waiting for us and double-checking something. This is the only office on this floor that's occupied. It's the president's office. As in, the president of the Sunrise Foundation? Yes, this is his office. It's the first truth governing everything. Are you prepared? Stopped for a second, almost instinctively answering yes, and took the time to steady my breathing. I grounded myself using the warmth of the hand of the person I loved, and exhaled. Please open the door. Dawn seemed to understand my answer. She pushed the double doors open and invited us inside the office. The office, like the hallway and lobby, was shrouded in darkness. Dawn pulled out what seemed to be a miniature flashlight. She walked to the front of the desk and leaned against it, facing me. Saturday, do you know who the founder of the Sunrise Foundation is? Did I? I thought about it. I should know this, but everything in my mind is screaming at me that I don't. That doesn't make sense. I don't think I do. I see. Then take a look. Is it her parents? Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like it's her dad, because Dawn specifically said he, so... She stepped aside and threw me the flashlight. I caught it and turned it on, pointing at the desk where she was just leaning. The light illuminated a small nameplate on the desk, adorned in sun-related decor. The nameplate read, Setsuki Tasogare. Setsuki... Of course I knew whose name this was. Setsuki Tasogare, my father. My dad is the president of the... My breathing intensified, my heart rate rose rapidly. Sensing that I was beginning to fall into a panic, Allison rushed over to the front of the desk where I was standing and took the flashlight from me. Placing her hand back in mine and squeezing it tight, I breathed. Setsuki Tasogare is my father, and he's the president of the Sunrise Foundation. Well, this should have been a major revelation. Nobody in the room was losing their mind from the shock. On the contrary, it felt like a lot of things finally clicked into place. God, yeah, that seems right, doesn't it? I turned to face the woman calling herself Dawn. Dawn? What's going on with our memories? Why do these conflicts keep happening? And why does it feel like all of our memories have been overridden and we're just now getting them back? Dawn hesitated, a rare sight for her, but finally she spoke. I think it would be best if we continued. There's still more to be seen. At those words, something finally boiled over inside Allison and she snapped. Okay, I've had enough of this. How long are you going to string us along and force us to play by your rules? Even if you're trying to show us the truth, you're doing it in a way that you're more or less just toying with our emotions. Is it like a game to you? Do you actually care about Saturday learning the truth, or so that she feels better, or is this all just some kind of fucking story to you? Do you not even have the bit of compassion to give her the time of the goddamn day? Dawn stood up from her leaning position against the wall, angry. How dare you? I'm trying to help you, and this is what I get? We only have so long before the World Keeper takes notice of what's going on and we get sent back to cycle start. Even now, you keep spouting off this shit like you expect us to just understand, but when we actually ask for clarification, you just say the answers are up ahead, ooh, and expect us to just be okay with that. What the hell is a cycle? Who is the World Keeper? Can you finally answer some of our goddamn questions? As the tension in the room clearly continued to escalate, someone other than the two of arguing finally spoke up. Okay, Allison, let's calm down. I understand your anger, and Dawn, it's time for you to give us some answers, on our terms. Because you clearly benefit from us knowing the truth in some way. And if you don't start actually listening, we're heading right back down where we came from. Ellie was surprisingly good at diffusing this kind of situation in her own unique way. She spoke to Allison with compassion and understanding and switched to being cold and when addressing Dawn near instantly. It was one of the things I most respected, and kind of feared about her. Dawn seemed completely unbothered, though. She changed back into her normal serious self instantly, so fast that it almost felt like she had never lost her temper to begin with. It felt inhuman. Dawn, I'd like to ask you a question about the Duskbreaker. It's the hypothesis I've come to with all the context you've given us. All you have to do is confirm or deny if I'm correct. Yes, I can do that without the in-depth explanation. I'll answer. Before I ask, Saturday. Eddie turned to face Allison and I. Depending on the answer to this question, everything could change. And I do literally mean everything. Are you sure you'd like to stay in the room? Or should I wait to ask? After a few more deep breaths, I answered honestly. I'm staying. Please ask a question. I want to know. Very well. She turned back towards Dawn. Between all of the insane things you've mentioned tonight, and looking at the state of this building in itself, a lot of things don't make sense. But there's one possibility that makes everything fall into place. It's insane and unreal, but only as insane and unreal as the device capable of simulating an entire world is. The question I'm trying to ask is this. Is this world that we live in, that we walk around in, that we're standing in right now, is this the real world? Or the simulated world inside the Duskbreaker? There was a short moment of silence. I let out a completely forced laugh. Come on, Ari. Really? I mean, I don't doubt this Duskbreaker thing exists, but there's no way, right? Dawn, however, sighed. I suppose this answer you're looking for is that this is the simulated world of the Duskbreaker, though describing it as not being the real world is a bit of a false descriptor. I see. Chio, please move Saturday and Allison to the corner over there. Chio jumped at the sudden request. Allison and I were too stunned to refuse or even say anything at all. We moved into the corner of the room. What? It all happened in an instant. Eddie whipped a small pistol out of her jacket and pointed directly at Dawn. What? Why? I'm going to ask a few more questions and you're going to answer them. Understand? Dawn, however, did not seem at all fazed by the gun pointed directly at her chest. You know, I wasn't sure about the right time to bring this up, so I'm sorry if this is another major revelation. But there was something I noticed when investigating Tsuki's office all those months back that I never talked about. Huh? What is it? A whole lot of books about something called the meta-layer concept. It's all pseudoscience mumbo-jumbo, but if I apply it to this situation, A lot of things suddenly make sense. Basically, it talks about the idea of world layers. The idea that there are dimensions above us that look down on us as we do to fiction. I can't say I understand much of it all at all, but, well, a lot of things would make sense if this woman in front of us was from a different world. Are you serious? How is that even possible? Dawn sighed. Not only is it possible, but she's right. I'm not originally from this meta layer. None of us are. This is a simulated world, not a natural meta layer. Look. The moment the word look left her mouth, she was gone. In an instant, she appeared behind Eddie and snatched the gun out of her hand, and then seemingly zipped back to her original position. Eddie flinched and dropped her composure for a second, but steeled herself again. Just fucking Neo here. Used her hacking powers to hack into reality. I was just thinking that too. It did sound like Bad Apple for a bit there. Like, to the point where I actually thought it was going to be, holy shit, I can't believe I'm not the only one. I actually did think it sounded like Bad Apple. To you, it probably seemed like a teleport just now, correct? In a sense, I suppose you could call it that. But in reality, all I did was manipulate my own properties, notably my timescale and coordinate positions. It would take way too long to explain how the Duskbreaker works, and it's not too important for what I'm trying to achieve for you to know the exact details of it. What you need to know is how we all got here in the first place, why we're here, why the Duskbreaker was turned on. Dawn nonchalantly walked over to the desk that belonged to my dad. She opened a drawer and hit some kind of hidden switch, and in an instant, a loud crumbling sound could be heard. The bookcase at the back of the room began to move ever so slightly, revealing a hidden elevator door. Dawn turned to look at me, still unsure of how to react to anything that happened in the past 10 minutes. Again, this music's kinda sick. Can we play this in the rhythm game mode? Kinda want it there. I think it's the synth. The guitar-ish synth that you can hear right now. It sounds very similar to the synth used in Bad Apple for some of it. This elevator leads to the Sunrise Foundation's hidden basement. Inside it is the room where the Duskbreaker is stored, in the real world. It's where the truth lies. I will wait for you down below. Please follow it when you're ready. Once again back to speaking as if she were simply dishing out logistical commands. Dawn pressed the button on the elevator to call it. She disappeared as the door closed, leaving Allison, Chio, Eddie, and I alone in the darkness of my father's office. A few minutes passed it where nobody said anything. Finally, Eddie was the one to break the silence. I'm sorry you had to see me like that. How are you three holding up? Okay, so I think that scene pretty much confirms that Eddie is still a detective. But knowing now that we're in a simulation, that kind of explains why that's possible. Right? Like, maybe she did get fired, and then maybe she was suddenly, manipulated and recoded to be a detective again. Because if she wasn't a detective, there's no way in hell she'd be carrying around that gun. That's the only way she'd been able to do that. I tried to say I'm doing fine, but my own emotions took over and I got choked up before I could finish. I fell to my knees on the carpet floor. So fucking overwhelmed. I don't know what the hell is even real anymore. What the hell? Allison kneeled down to wrap her arms around me. I'm so sorry, Sat. We can go home now if you want. It's really clear this is way above what any of us expected. No, I want to keep going. I just need a moment. I mean, at this point, is home even real? In many moments I was given. Kneeling on the ground, I sobbed for a good 10 more minutes. Probably would have continued for another hour if Allison wasn't there, right there with me. Finally, I stood up. I turned to Chio. Chio, about your memories. Have they come back yet? Not all of them, but I remember why we started the Duskbreaker project. What it was that Setsuki, that your dad, wanted to achieve. Please tell me. Please. I want to know what led to all of this. I can't tell you the whole story because I don't know it. I'm assuming that woman that has her own side of the story to tell down in that secret basement, but from my recollection, it goes something like this. I don't think I was ever privy to what it was, but something really horrible happened in your childhood, Saturday. Dawn's like, what the fuck are they doing over there? Yeah, she's like fucking just waiting. Like, I wonder if at any point she's just gonna, like, assume the elevator got stuck. She'll probably, Like, okay, if she was really impatient, she could just come back up. I mean, let's be real. There's nothing stopping her from just coming back up the elevator and, like, seeing what's taking us so long. You were traumatized really badly as a result and spent a lot of your early years as recluse, never going to school or making any friends. I remember Setsuki telling me a lot about those days. I think he thought it would improve over time, or maybe he thought it would improve faster than it really would. And for whatever reason, Setsuki was really down when it seemed to him like you weren't feeling any better as fast as he expected you to. I don't think he wanted to rush you or anything. I don't really understand the feelings of a parent, though. Regardless, growing up and observing how much you were hurt by whatever it was that happened to you changed Setsuki's outlook on a lot of things in life. I don't know if your memories allow you to remember, but Setsuki was a large shareholder in a lot of really big corporations around the time you were born. After it became clear to him how deeply you were traumatized, he sold a lot of his shares and funded the Sunrise Foundation. What even is the Sunrise Foundation? It's clear that it isn't the geology company that we've all been led to believe. This next part is complete speculation on my behalf. I think that the whole geology thing was part of the simulated world, and not an actual part of the Sunrise Foundation as it is in reality. That sounds right, because I don't remember Setsuki ever mentioning anything about a geology front to me when I was working there. I only joined to work on the Duskbreaker project, which was the fourth major project by the company. The whole goal of the company was to experiment with alternative scientific approaches to psychiatry, basically. Trying to use technology to assist with recovering from mental health issues. So, what was the Duskbreaker, like, supposed to do? It really doesn't sound like whatever it was meant to do worked correctly. Yeah, definitely not. I can't speak on the previous 3 projects by the Sunrise Foundation, but the Duskbreaker was meant to be a sort of VR exposure therapy in a way. How old is Chio? I think she said, they all said she was the oldest. I'm imagining she's gotta be like in her 30s at least. Cause like, Saturday's 19, Allison, I believe, Katomi or Allison, one of them was 20. I mean, Eddie is like easily in her 20s because she's a detective. Oh no, I think Eddie said she was 22. So I'm guessing like at least 10-year gap between them, considering what's being described here. Sorry, God, if they pull Allison isn't real and only there for Cyrus recovery. Oh no, don't even think about that. There is no way. Please. Can't speak on the previous 3 projects by the Sunrise Foundation, but the Duskbreaker is meant to be a sort of VR exposure therapy in a way. It was meant to provide a safe, simulated environment for a subject to face their trauma. I don't like that. That idea sounds flawed from the premise alone. It probably was, but Setsuki was determined to a fault. He bordered on unhealthy assumption. I've heard from coworkers who were around at the company for longer than I was that he wasn't always like that, but I'm not sure what changed him. Dad, what were you trying to do? If that's the case, then how did we end up here, inside the actual simulation itself? How did we get out of here? What if they're all not real, and only Saturday is real, and she's the only one in the simulation? Unfortunately, I don't have the answers for that. That's where my memory's cut off. Were they wiped? No, not like the others. I think whatever it was that happened to lead to all of this was something I blocked out of my own memory. A long silence fell over us again. Every once in a while I felt panic creeping back into me, but I steadied my breathing and kept myself grounded. Finally, I felt like I was ready. I think it's time to go see what Dawn is trying to show me. I don't want to go alone, though. Allison, can you... Of course I can. I'll be right here with you. Gio and Eddie, I promise we'll be back as soon as we can. Can you remain here for now and look out? Try to get in touch with Katomi and update her. Yeah, of course. Saturday, whatever horrible truth is at the center of all this, I'm sorry. I helped contribute to something that led to all this, and I can't apologize enough for that. No, you know what? Allison's gotta be real. Because, like, they said, well, okay, I mean, I guess we can't trust memories anymore, but, like, apparently Allison and Saturday knew each other since they were, like, toddlers. That's way before any of this was invented. Right? That's gotta be it. I sighed. I don't have time to think about my feelings on that right now, but what matters is that you're here helping us right now, so I'm focusing on that instead. kind of a plot point from Nine Souls. Well, you know what this reminds me of? A reverse of the main plot of Zero Escape. It's kind of like Zero Escape in reverse here. That probably doesn't make a lot of sense, but if you've played the trilogy, it probably would. Gio nodded in understanding. I took Allison's hand again and pressed the button on the secret elevator. Although a little more sci-fi here than in Zero Escape. The door opened, temporarily bathing the room in a light that signaled our approach to the center of this world. The center of this story. Hey, how's it going? Lucid Brarian? Brarian? I can't read, apparently. Despite, you know, reading here. Good luck. Thank you. You too. We stepped into the elevator and watched the doors close, obstructing Eddie and Chio from my view of what I could only pray would not be the last time I'd ever see them. Oh, that's not a good sign to say that. Don't say it like that. Library. Oh my god, I fucking can't read L's and I's apparently. My bad. Can no one read a 1 as an input? I couldn't read the fucking L. I thought that was an I, capitalized. Blame non-serif fonts. But no, in my head, unfortunately, as someone who grew up in the early 2000s, 1s are L's. They're not I's. So that didn't really cross my mind, unfortunately. Is that like a newer thing? Are people using 1s as I's these days instead? Okay, I know what I said. I know what I said. I know what I said. And I hate that I have to go through with this promise. I hate that I have to. I don't want to. You see, okay, I said we had to end on a cliffhanger. I hate that I said we had to end on a cliffhanger because now we're here. But to get, okay, you know what is going to stop me? The fact we only have 12 battery. We only have 12 battery at the moment, and we need like probably 100 something to get to the next story bit. I would be more inclined to break that promise if I had enough to get here right this second, but I don't. I know, librarian, I know, and I hate that too. I appreciate you coming by. It's like, but it's like 3 a.m. here for me, unfortunately, and I've been streaming for like 7 hours. I'm gonna play this tomorrow. Fuck Minecraft. We can play Minecraft anytime. Minecraft is getting canceled. In fact, I'm making it official right now. I'm going to the schedule and I'm changing it, and we're playing this tomorrow. I don't give a shit. I don't even know if there will be a stream tomorrow, because I have like other stuff I'm doing kind of around near the normal time I'd be streaming. But we're playing this tomorrow. It's happening. If there is a stream tomorrow, it's more of this. This game has been too interesting. That's the problem. It's too good. Minecraft is awesome, and I've been playing it non-stop for like 3+ years on stream. Just about. However, this exists, and this is cool too, and I want to see where this is going, and I'm not waiting until next Wednesday for another stream of this. So I'm making a stream right now for Friday at the usual time, assuming I have a stream at the usual time, and we're playing more of this. There we go. Okay, we'll have to set to 7:30, but it'll be at the usual time, because Twitch is bad with its scheduling system, apparently. Actually, you know what, we'll just do this. Is this music that's playing right now in the background, is this part of the puzzle? Should I be writing these numbers down? Or are these the numbers from the Shrine Report video? I don't actually remember. They don't sound like they are. That could be a problem. Shit, I didn't even think of that. This could be important. Oh. If I did Discord emojis here, I'd use a Chris Deltarune troll face. Oh man, yeah, like the story's just so good. I don't know how familiar you are with this game, but like, because I mean, I'm assuming you must be at least kind of know this if you came by here. But this plot here has just been like mind-boggling. I don't even know, like the characters can't trust themselves. I can't trust the story either. It just, it feels so good because I feel like I'm right there with them. It's like, is what's true or not? And it's like every single dialogue box that comes like, okay, what's changed in this box? What reality shift did we do this time? And then on top of that, you just have like a really good rhythm game and some like sick puzzle solving that it looks like we'll be starting next stream with too, because we're almost at the edge of chapter 3 here. Like the first level, not a good 4K player. I mean, that's fair. You can, it looks like you can turn off the rhythm game stuff. I like playing rhythm games, so I want to leave all that on. I'm playing like the intended normal experience here, but there's apparently like options if you want to just do the story stuff. Like you can skip all the rhythm game stuff if you want, or if you're just here for rhythm games, you can even skip the story stuff too. You play Dance of Fire and Ice. That's a good rhythm game too. I streamed that for a bit. That one's very, very punishing. It's a very unforgiving game because of the whole like you can't miss anything. I'm not good at getting perfect combos is the problem. I'm very much at like I'll probably miss 1 or 2, and sometimes way more than that, but usually just 1 or 2. But Dance of Fire and Ice is like, no, it expects perfection, and I just can't do perfection. I hate that I'm stopping, but we will, if they're okay. So I'm hoping I'll be able to stream tomorrow. If stream happens, it'll be at like the usual time, but we're not doing Minecraft. That's how good this game is, that the fact that I am substituting it for Minecraft. That doesn't happen. I don't just substitute Minecraft Fridays for anything. Okay? That's been like such a consistent staple for I don't know how long now. And yet here we are, playing this instead. I want to play the game the right way and do both, but I suck at this and grind for points where it takes years and later can't stand. Oh, okay, I know you say you want to play it the right way, but I don't know if you've seen it in here. You might, maybe you'd be willing to turn on, because there is an accessibility I saw. Where is it? Is that accessibility? No. Unlock conditions? No, not that one. Where is it? Gameplay? Somewhere in here, there was like straight up a battery and point gain multiplier to reduce grinding. I don't remember where it was. I think it was in here, but oh, here we go. Yeah, currency multiplier. You might want to you might consider checking out this option if you haven't seen it before. I would personally say that this is not that much of like a game breaking type thing. It would make it a little easier to get points though, at least. But I mean, it's up to you, of course. Personally, like if I was in your position, I also hate like a lot of like the accessibility cheats and all that too. But the currency multiplier does seem like a really nice extra thing there if you want to do it that way. Because like it doesn't change anything else. It just means you don't have to play the songs a little less, you know. But I like that option. That one's really good. There's a lot of really cool options. You can customize this game so much. It's great. Well, I hate to say this is the end of stream, but I'm going to be saying this is the end of stream. We will be back most likely tomorrow with more Vivid Stasis. I mean, it kind of is cheating. You're right. It technically is cheating, but like it's, I don't know. It's like, it's minimal cheating in my opinion, I feel. Yeah, it's like turning on like, say, moon gravity or invincibility or something in another game, right? Like, you know, back in my day, they were labeled as cheats, but you had things like, you know, in Tony Hawk, you'd have like your perfect grind, your perfect rail and perfect balance and all those cheats. And like, those totally changed the game. I feel like nowadays, if you, if those were still in the game, they would just be called accessibility. I feel like cheat menu does still exist. They just named it a little nicer. But at the same time, the cheats are also there because, you know, sometimes maybe people don't want to grind as much. Maybe they don't like the point game. Maybe they want a little less. Some people want to play the game without the rhythm game aspect. They're just here for the crazy story. So, yeah, like cheats like flying and stuff. Like, you know, that's pretty drastic. That changes the game entirely. I definitely agree on that front when it comes to like huge game-changing cheats like, you know, flight and all that. Invincibility I'd put up there too. But I also get why that kind of stuff can exist. And I don't know, stuff like small stuff like this that just like make it so you get a few more points here and there. Like, okay, here's a good example. I've been playing Bravely Default on Switch 2 recently, and those games have a built-in encounter rate modifier. And yeah, they have an encounter rate modifier, and they also have the ability to toggle the obtaining of XP and job points, like turning it on or off. And I've used the encounter rate thing like a ton. Mainly, like, there's a part in the game where you have to go back to like a really low level area. I'm like level 80. I have to walk through like a level 1 zone. I'm gonna turn encounters off because I'm not dealing with that shit. That's like, I one-shot these things. I'm gonna get like 10 gold and like 1 XP. I'm not getting anything from this. You I am getting? Time wasted for like nothing. I'm all for like, you know, a lot of battles to you know, really exhaust your resources and like get you tired out. But in that kind of situation, it's like, yeah, I know I can beat these guys. They're gonna give me nothing. How do you unlock new songs? Okay, so the way to unlock new songs, there's 2 ways to unlock new songs. So first of all, if you're in chapter 1, you're gonna be like all the way back here, first of all. If you're in chapter 1, the only way to unlock songs is by buying like these nodes. You have to go for the yellow nodes. Once you get to chapter 2, over here, once you get to chapter 2, you unlock the song shop in here. And then in the song shop, so when you play a song, you get battery and you get points. You spend points in the song shop, and that's how you get music. There's other songs in here. There's another way to get songs, and I believe, I don't know how it is, there's another category of songs that even I don't have access to, but those are 2 of the ways that I know to unlock songs in this game. Yeah, there's Frums in here. There's 3 From songs, and they're all great. They're all really well done in here. Oh yeah, Earthbound's instant defeat mechanic is sick. I wish more RPGs had that. I'm surprised like not even indie games copy that shit. I like that. That shit's a no. Yeah, I have I need to like spend the points because I maxed out. You know what, let's buy some characters. I'm gonna buy a character before I leave. Okay, I'll buy this song too because it's there. Do we have any other characters to get? We can get Allison. We also get her portrait form. Let's get Katomi. And we can get Chio. And that's about all we have unlocked at the moment. And I can't buy the other versions of Chio. I don't have enough for them. Alright, we'll buy some characters. I skipped Eri? Did I really? I didn't even see her. Shit. What? Did I skip Eddie? I got Katomi. Oh, okay, well, I spent the rest of my points on Katomi. I didn't skip her. I ran out of points. There's a difference. I can't buy anymore. I'm sorry. Did you ever play the April Fool's tracks for this game? They're some of the only songs from the game that I know. Wait, from like Vivid Stasis? No. I only started playing this yesterday. I've had this game sitting in my Steam library for a year, and I think I originally did plan to stream it, but I never got around to it until now. I didn't know there were April Fool's tracks. Maybe if they're like very different, maybe at some point I'll just I'm guessing it's based on system time. I could just like manipulate my clock to be April 1st then, and we can check them out at some point. Oh, they actually... Yeah, okay, this game is like the perfect mix of like the 3 things I like the most in video games. Like 3 of my favorite genres right here. We've got rhythm game, we've got cool, crazy, good puzzles, like actually puzzles that make you think, and we have visual novel with like insane, like crazy sci-fi story stuff, like meta sci-fi story stuff. Like this is a Zero Escape style story to a T, right here. It's great. Ram, rotating automobiles. Okay, let me see this. I just have to mute the game so we can listen to it on stream. Is this coming through at all? I don't even know if this comes through. Oh, I muted the thing that... Okay, there we go. Now it's coming through. No? Wait, what? I thought I had audio on here. Set up. Did I not have audio at all for Firefox this whole time? Shit. Glad we didn't need it. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Let me fix that so we can listen to this. There we go. So this is the April Fool's track, apparently. No, I need to, I want to make sure you guys could hear it. I had to make sure OBS was capturing the audio. I could hear it, but I realized that OBS wasn't capturing the audio for browser, apparently. I thought I had it set up, but apparently not. Oh, that sounds like it'd be pretty good. Look at the Mario Paint cat sound. It's great. Wait, you know this song, Jack? I don't know any of those things you said. You said words, and I can read them, and that's about it. Yeah, if you have a video of someone playing the chart, I'll take that too. I can hear the chart though. This is like, I can definitely see where this might be going. Oh, sick! You found it. All right, we'll just watch the chart instead then. What the fuck? What the hell's this intro? Why is there a car crash? Oh, the bitrate's insane. What the fuck? Is this actually it? There's no way this is it. Or did I get pranked, or is this really it? This is actually it. What the fuck? This isn't spoilers or anything, right? This is just April Fool's. I love fucking shitpost BMS shit. This is great. What is this though? Blue equals left, red equals right? Just in case you forgot, you know, given what's going on right now. Oh, that's fucked. That's fucked. I hate this chart already. This looks ridiculous. Oh my god. Oh, this is great.
This beat goes presidential.
What the fuck? Oh, I would love to play this. We'll have to make it April Fool's at some point and play this. Yeah, this is what I was saying earlier. This is like definitely some not in the groove type bullshit you'd see. Maybe not quite as crazy as some not ITG charts, but yeah, this is definitely going in that territory. I absolutely hate how it goes from up scrolling to down scroll and back. Look, if I'm playing DDR, I want up scroll. If I'm playing any other VSRG, I want down scroll. I don't want it to change ever. I love the samples here. And the fucking like stock image cars, clip art cars. I hate this. What do you mean you hate this? This is great. Wait, why is it fading out? Oh no. Oh, that's it. Oh, okay, I thought I was gonna like jump scare you at some point. That's amazing. I love that. Thank you for showing me this. We'll definitely have to play this at some point. If there's a whatchamacallit, if we get a chance, I'll switch it to April Fools. If there's more, that'd be great too. Well, anyways, that will be it for today. Thank you for coming by, Lucid Librarian. I'm sorry you came right at the end of stream. I wish I was playing more, but it's like also 3 a.m. So stream tomorrow is gonna be more of this. I'm not. The Minecraft is canceled. I gotta see the end of this. I'm sorry. It's gotta happen. I mean, we're not even close to the end, but I want to see what happens next at least. So more of this tomorrow. Minecraft will hopefully be back next week. Maybe by then I'll have my, like, you know, fill from the initial shock of this, but we will finish this game. But yeah, that'll be it for today. I'll be back with more of this most likely tomorrow. Thank you all for watching. Enjoy your frozen bananas, and I'll see you next time.